back this time with more Ace and Investigations collection, where we back in the past we've investigated what we could, because it was for the most part just us talking. For the most part it was just us talking to the characters, getting a few things out of the way. Being told by Von Karma that we couldn't investigate the scenes of the crime because it was all locked off by authorized personnel and non-authorized personnel, if you so we had to investigate the outside of the area, and then once we started investigating the outside of the area, we ended up going and doing some other stuff with that. We investigated the outside of the area, and then I'm guessing now since we've now got Von Karma on the ropes, I guess for the time being, we need to try and figure out what we're doing with that. Going forward. So we'll see how things go there. And we'll see if we can connect the past and the present events together, because we might be able to finish this case today, but if we don't, then we'll probably be able to definitely finish it next stream. So we'll see how everything goes. OBS is still telling me that I'm not live, even that I'm offline, even though I've been live for nearly 2 minutes, so I don't get why OBS is like on a slight delay, but apparently it is. I mean, nothing's stopping you. Nothing's stopping you from ordering Macca's. Just because I went live, there's nothing stopping you. You can just get it delivered. Just get Macca's delivered. If you're picking up McDonald's, like, yeah, like, make sure that you make sure that you get some nuggies with some barbecue sauce. Like, absolutely, that's what. You heard it here, everyone. Cat's gonna get everyone McDonald's. Yeah, I need to make sure everything's working, because this is OBS has. I don't know why, I guess it's since OBS updated, it's telling me that I'm offline, but I'm not offline, because if I was, then no one would be able to see anything, so... Oh, you don't like... Oh, right, I remember that, actually, yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me that you didn't like them. I've always liked them, but I get it. They're not, like, the best, but... Oh, the chicken selects. Those are the tenders, right? Because I remember, like, they've done a lot of tender stuff. Like, the strips, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, though, because that's probably more realistic chicken than, like, the nuggets are, where it's just all the offcuts. But to me, it's like, I don't care. Like, I like nuggets. I've always liked nuggets. What are you talking about? No. I don't have the hair to do that. I can't do that. I don't care how basic I am. I already mentioned that I'm bland and boring when it comes to food choices. I'm not very adventurous when it comes to that. They took away the burger that I liked at McDonald's, so since then I've just not been ordering it, so... You go into Mackey's in the UK and ask for a... Oh, is that what it is? KFC for life? I wish that I could eat that, but I've had bad... I always get sick when I eat KFC. It's weird, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't think KFC is 24/7 even over here it's not 24/7. McDonald's is, I think. Some McDonald's stores are 24/7. KFC is not open, at night, though. I do prefer KFC over McDonald's if it didn't make me sick. It's not that I can't eat KFC, I obviously can, but I just get sick after eating it, so it's like a... thing. But welcome in, Kat, and welcome in, Movie Critic. Thank you for stopping by. Hope everyone is doing well today. I don't have the hair. I cut it, see? I don't have the hair. I can't flip it. I can't flip it like I'd be able to in, like, a normal thing. It got cut, so... I can't flip the hair like that. Yeah, but we're out of winter now. It's now spring. Spring? Autumn? Spring. Yeah, you know that there's something wrong with my OBS when it tells me that there's an ad coming in 45 seconds and it doesn't even... No, I don't like the idea of tying my hair up. Just because, that ends up, like, rocking it in some ways, I guess. But welcome in, everybody. OBS has finally decided to start working. Hope all is well with everybody. I'm just gonna make sure that everything's set up properly before I go and do everything else. Hang on a second, let me just snooze the ads to make sure that everything's up and running. Going to eat KFC on Saturday for the marathon. They have a new cheese menu. Loaded fries and stuff like Dubai. None of that stuff exists here. None of that stuff exists here. We don't have that, that has not been advertised. That does sound very nice, though. Loaded fries makes sense. Like, yeah, loaded fries exist, but not at our KFCs. Loaded fries and Dubai chocolate sundae. What are we doing here? Everybody's eating glamorous food here. The cat is ordering McDonald's for everyone, she said, so I guess if anyone wants KFC, she can, like, she can... KFC's been picked... I think that's what made me sick. I think it was the potato and gravy. I like the potato and gravy. It tastes nice, but I guess it just makes me not feel well. So I just stopped ordering that, and then... Someone was thinking that maybe it had to do with, like, the... You only have 20 quid, so we're on 99p cheeseburgers. You mean to tell me that after all this time of you saying that, like, you saying that I like nuggets, that you wouldn't even get me nuggets at the... All fast food can... They are definitely different. There are certain things that get sold depending on the country that you're in. So, Australia, for example, at McDonald's, you can get a burger that has beetroot on it, because beetroot is like... If Australia had to put a burger ingredient, contribute a burger ingredient, they would contribute beetroot. Similarly, if it was pizza, they would contribute a fried egg to pizza. Oh, you're rewatching in Civil War. I hope that you enjoy that movie. I love Civil War. I don't like chicken. No, get rid of the mayo. I don't need the mayo. All right. So obviously the rest of this week, Tuesday through Friday, we'll be doing this. Saturday we will be doing Strikers. Sunday we will be doing potentially this, and Monday we'll do Rivals again. I hope that you enjoy Civil War as much as I do. I mean, I know you've already seen it and you liked it as around the same as I do, but Civil War may very well be my favorite MCU film. Chicken Big Mac? No, I don't like any of those. I don't like chicken burgers because they put mayo on them and lettuce, and I don't like either of those things. I'm plain Jane chicken and barbecue sauce. That's my go-to. If I was to ever get some, I do not like mayonnaise. Yeah, so that's already all that covered. I should also mention this month I will be doing a subathon. All the rewards are there, obviously. 3 subs, pick 2 ones for the month, 6 months, 6 subs, pineapple pizza redeem, where people can make me eat pineapple pizza. 9 subs, Pokemon tier list, favorite Pokemon with me and Allison on stream. 12 subs will be an AMA Q&A thing with pineapple pizza. 15 will be, 15 is Discord movies, 18 is play any game that chat asks me to, within reason, of course. 21 is Smash or Pass with Allison, with Pokemon. 24, karaoke stream. 27, Pokemon Nuzlocke, that Allison actually said. She said she wanted to show me how a Pokemon Nuzlocke is done right, so she said she would pick a Pokemon game and we would play that on stream. And she wants to do a Nuzlocke, so... And then 30 subs, we will wear the Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year, which will be October, November, and December. So, yeah, that will happen on the 21st of September. It'll be Allison's Nuzlocke, so it won't be me doing the Nuzlocke. She actually told me she wanted to do the Nuzlocke, so I thought, you know what, I'll add that as an incentive if that gets reached. If you want to do a Nuzlocke on stream, we'll do a Nuzlocke on stream. So yeah, that's the plan. That's what we're gonna do anyway. Yeah, inflation is massive though. Everything's, not even inflation, shrinkflation. Stuff is getting smaller and it still costs the same amount as what it cost when it was, around. Especially with, like, certain things like chocolate and stuff. Like, you get the same amount and they cost more. And I remember they interviewed a chocolate factory about it, and they said, "Oh, we have to do something with the marketing and something." It's like you marketing your product as so much grams, and then you're charging the same amount as what it was thing. So explain that to me. Like no one can explain any of that. Oh, I missed your message, movie critic. You're going to watch Caught Stealing for the 3rd time on Friday, and Wednesday will be busy since you will watch Dark Wolf, Peacemaker, and Mobland. That is a big day. Obviously enjoy the rewatch of Caught Stealing. Fantastic movie by the sounds of it. And Wednesday is going to be massive. And the Hunger Games marathon as well. So you will definitely enjoy that. Alright, I've been talking for like 10 minutes, so... Made some more Dying Light 2 progress as well. How's it gone so far? How is, Dying Light 2's progress reached? Hopefully Dying Light 2 has gone well. Alright, let's just get into the game, shall we? Because I'm wasting a lot of time, and I mean, it doesn't really matter anyway, but... Let me just load into the game and we'll start doing some stuff while we're waiting. Yeah, I would like to know how you went in Dying Light 2, because you started stream, I think, at like 4 in the morning, so I wasn't up at that point in time. Collected my nightmare, but it's going well so far. How is the new guide? How is the new guide still accurate? Haven't found any problems yet with anything. Hopefully the newer guide is working. I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicious action was. Which means this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue. But even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. It's still accurate? That's good. That's good. Actually, you know what? Is there any new information about the beast? I don't think the trophy list is out yet. I've been checking every day. Oh, great. I just wake up... I just check... The first thing I see when I load up my screen is, neo-Nazis gate crash at the press conference of our premiere, which... Oh, a major news update as well. Please, let me know of the major news. Let's see. Dying Light the Beast trophy list. Anything new yet? Still nothing. Still no Dying Light the Beast trophy list. I'm checking every day just to see, because I want to, you know, I want to make sure that, like, if it appears, I want to get your thoughts on it, because obviously, like, we always talk about trophies and stuff all the time. What is the major news update? I am curious to know. All about the news. Alright, then since we're in the game now, I can talk while I'm doing this, but I want to get a whole bunch of other things out of the way. Plus, I need to wait now for OBS to start officially, like, letting me know that everything's working, so I can do stuff. Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. In fact, alone has raised enough to suspect him. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I was saving this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. You had your first appointment for your film school study yesterday, and they referenced me to someone else this Thursday, so it's possible I can start that as soon, for a whole year at least. That is massive news. Yeah, I hope that you're able to get into the, hope that you're able to start that as soon as possible, because I want you to achieve your dream. I want to be able to say that as a, you know, that someone, I want to be able to say, like, hey, like, this movie was made by someone that I know. I want to be able to say that. I'm going to be able to say, like, this movie was made by a friend that I met through streaming. And I hope that you're able to get that, get that, done. Plus, I'd hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. You can say a friend worked on Marvel Eternals, because you did? Wait, what did you do for what did you do for the Eternals? I mean, I hate the Eternals movie, but what did you do what did you do for the Eternals? I hate that movie. Like, that's the worst, to me, that's the worst MCU movie, Marvel Eternals, but what did you do for it? What did you do for it, Kat? I need to know. Maybe that will improve my liking of the movie if you tell me what you did on the movie. You were film security. Oh, you were film security and you did Tenet as well. Interesting. Eurovision Fire Saga as well. You work security for films? That is actually kind of... That's actually pretty fun. You'll do everything in your power to be a writer and director. I hope that you achieve that dream. I hope that you achieve that dream and become a director and a writer, because, like, I can tell your passion for films and movies and shows and stuff, and it's like, we need people that have that passion still, that are willing to just make things that they want to do. Oh, pre-COVID you were security. That's actually pretty interesting, because I'm sure you probably would have, like, had people walking past you, or you would have had, like, conversations with. Here, take a look at this. That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Photo of Frost, Gusto, and their sons. Gusto's son visited his father daily up through the semi-final. Yeah, I guess that would make sense for pre-COVID, but now I'm wondering, like, because if someone works security, there's chances are that someone would have, like, walked past you, or, like, you would have, like, let someone in the door, or something. There has to be some funny stories, or some fun stories about meeting, celebrities, Kat. Like, surely, you can't have just been a normal security person. You would have had to have been, like... Gusto stuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, you told Regina George off, wow. Once you're allowed, you're going all the way to... If Hollywood can't make good movies anymore, you have to take the matter into your own hands, so we'll keep you updated about it. Met a previous Bond. Welcome in, Fox. Thank you for stopping by. I hope all is well. I hope that you're getting better. Get rid of that. Hope that you're able to get better. Nobody likes being sick, but, which James Bond did you meet, Kat? Which one? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned that the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under suspicion. Pierce Brosnan, yeah. Everybody wish Fox a speedy recovery. She's currently sick at the moment. But she'll pull through. She'll definitely pull through. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. You're so tired of it? Yeah. Again, nobody likes to be sick, so... Maybe with the combined power of everyone, we can, get rid of it. Gusta's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. So they're going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you're quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk, I'll give him something to be getting on with. I don't think I've met anybody famous. I don't think I've met anyone famous. Apparently, when we were walking through the street one day, a TV chef walked by, but I didn't notice. I wasn't paying attention at the time, so... What do you mean she's famous? Famous how? I mean, I guess she's famous in this stream, because everyone knows, well, I guess everybody knows. Everybody knows who she is, but, well, not everybody, but... What did we do, Mr. Reed? Mr. Tangarella's finished, we can't figure something out. You met Sean Astin? I'm trying to think if I've met anybody. I don't feel like I have, personally. Like, I've seen people, but, like, I've not, like, gone up to them and actually physically met them before. Actually, you know what? There was an author at school that came, I don't know how well known he is outside of, Australia? I've never been to a Comic-Con, no. Because, when I was a kid, I don't think Comic-Con came to Australia. And we had, like, smaller expos, but I've never been to one. I don't think I've ever been to one that I can think of. Like, I've been to concerts, but I haven't met the people. That doesn't really count, right? I've never been to a Comic-Con. I don't even think they do actual official Comic-Cons in Australia. They do, like, different events. One thing, my sister, I think if COVID didn't happen, there was a chance that, my sister would have made there was plans for a Mila Jovovich movie to be made in Australia, and she might have been able to work on that. But plans fell through because of COVID. Mila Jovovich is the, main character from the, Resident Evil movies. Hopefully you can go to one of the local ones. Yeah. I've thought about doing something like that. It's like, I'm not... It's fun to see people at cons, like that's the, you know, even if you don't buy stuff. I just haven't really gone and done it. I can't think of anyone that I've actually physically met off the top of my head outside of like an author, and that was when I was a kid and... No. I should go and check to see if there's anything. That would be... Because I saw what Havoc got. Havoc got, well, Caddy's got Havoc, Sean Shammel's signature, and Brian Drummond's signature, who are voice actors for Goku and Vegeta, and it's like, that is, like, amazing, like, to me. I know that they sign stuff regularly and things, but it's like, I'm a big Dragon Ball fan, so... I was glad that, you know, they got some actual, like, signatures for merch. That's actually pretty cool. Prosecutor means to pursue Mr. Tangaroa. Surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? You took too long to decide if Macca's is closed. Well, you go over to that. You go and write that handwritten letter. You write that handwritten letter to Macca's personally, and you tell them that they were not open long enough for them to get your order in. And everyone in chat will also write a handwritten letter to McDonald's and tell them personally how upset they are that you could not get your order in. So Fox, how did you meet Sean Astin? Was that just at a signing? Was that like, did you meet, were they just in the area at the time? Was it a, because I found out today that Kat worked film security before, pre-COVID, so I'm wondering now how you met, how did you meet Sean Astin? Missing something important. Mr. Moncama has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. Yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. He was at one of your local cons. You got him to sign fellowship extended. Ah, I see. That's pretty cool. Every minute that you wait, you have to pay less. Let's see how fast it's done then. I don't know if Macca's does that everywhere. Can I think of anyone else that I've met that was even... No, I don't think so. Like, I've done some event thing. Like, I remember as a kid going to buy, like, the Harry Potter books the first day that they came out, but it's not like locally you were going to be able to meet, like, someone from that. I do have a box set of the WrestleMania thing signed by Vince McMahon, but it wasn't officially signed by him. It was like, but it's still 1 out of 1,000. It's probably like the rarest thing that I own, which is just weird that, again, two things that I like are associated with certain people. I haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. Guy's probably got a hand in that too. The Rock lost all of his muscles? Yeah, I saw that as well. He's trimmed down. And I saw that the movie, The Smashing Machine, someone said that that's an Oscar-worthy performance from him. You almost got to meet Mankind. Oh, you mean Mick Foley? Yeah. Yeah, The Rock's lost all of his muscles as well. He looks so much more slim. And apparently they said that that movie is Oscar-worthy. Which is weird because I don't associate The Rock as like a... Oscar... He's more of a comedy guy, but I mean, I guess we'll just wait and see. Wait, so Fox, are you a wrestling fan? Question mark? I didn't know that you watched wrestling. Or do you just know who Mick Foley is? In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. I guess there's one... I know that, Oh, you used to when you were growing up. Ah, I see. Yeah. Taking a look at the scene in front of us, detective. Like, I remember my mum telling me that she used to work for a suit company, and the suit company would always do the suits for, like, football players here. And sometimes, like, you know, it wasn't, like, necessarily, like, thing, but sometimes people would come in and try stuff on, I think. Yeah, A24 is a good studio. Like, I'm not a big UFC fan, but, I mean, it's a different movie. It's an actually more serious role for him, but... Very conspicuous pool of blood that should be here is clearly missing. Yeah. Another victim's blood found in Tangaroa's room. Right, don't remember anybody mentioning they'd removed the blood along with the body. Evidence that turned up not in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost's. Frost's blood was stuck in the water of the fountain. Yep. I think I've only been to like one wrestling event. I don't remember it too too well. It was during the dying days of WCW though. Like 2000, I think it would have been. Maybe around that point. Because they started traveling internationally to try and, like, make up for a lot of their money loss. I mean, maybe it's an Oscar-worthy performance for The Rock, because The Rock isn't necessarily known for being, like, an Oscar performer. Like, I can't think of many movies, if any, that The Rock's done that were, like, super, super serious. They've either been action movies or comedy stuff. So this is kind of like a documentary biopic kind of thing, which obviously has its own, you know, he's not playing himself in an action or a comedy movie, he's playing an actual person, so I guess that's something to credit him for, is like he's at least stepped out of his comfort zone, I guess, and decided, you know, like, I'm gonna make something a little bit more serious. So I mean, it could be worth it just to see how he does. Found some in the fountains. Even he said stuff about, like, him being, like, he's tied more to Hollywood than he is to, like, being a great actor, but maybe if he's given a chance, he can do it. Because he already has a certain charisma to him. He already has, a presence on screen. Simu Liu. Is that the guy who played Shang-Chi? I think that's the guy who played Shang-Chi, if I'm not mistaken. Another character that's supposed to be in the movies, which that's going to take up that's going to take up a lot of time. Alright, we're going to connect the blood in the fountain with the blood, and then we connect that to the autopsy report. I mean, I want the movie to be good, but at the same time, I understand why there's skepticism with it. I don't know how you complete a movie. I don't know how you complete a movie without the script being finished. Because that's also just going to lead to unnecessary reshoots. That'll absolutely lead to unnecessary reshoots. Let me close this down real quick. There is a trophy coming up that I need to remember, so... I mean, there were a lot of people that played Ken and Barbie. You gotta go, playing game with the husband for a bit, then going to bed. No problem, take care, Fox. I saw you were playing In Zoe, actually. They're actually doing an update, for that game, but, enjoy the game time with the husband, and then get some rest, and I hope that you feel better in the morning. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the chats. Have a good rest of your night. Oh, you were playing it a minute ago, yeah. I forgot to mention that, because I know that you played it before. But they did, like, a massive update, or it's coming up, I think. Playing SOT for a bit. Nice, nice.
Who's that Pokemon?
Havoc, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. I go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered. Why only the blood? Surely the body would have also been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get to the blood? Alright, now we connect these two together. So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. We've learned plenty about the murder weapon and the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far has been that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. What if that assumption is false? Now, we were all just talking about, like, if anyone's met anybody, like, famous. Like, Kat worked film security, so she'd met a few people, or seen a few people, I guess. I couldn't really think of anyone for myself, so... Have you met anybody famous, Havoc? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report? Going to bed for the next appointment. Hopefully you'll have a good stream till next time. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. I guess we'll find out what happens with the film school stuff. If you're able to get into that, I really, really hope that you can do so. I want to see you succeed. Have a good sleep until next time. Thanks for the chats as always. What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? The question isn't why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? It's did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body hasn't been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E, we've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff. What's that got to do with us right now? We'd never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I've tried my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears he may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own ends. Twist the truth? You mean he's been playing dirty? Theory might have been, and still is. I'm about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Yes, what is it now? Havoc, did you get the stuff with OBS sorted out? I know, I saw that you weren't able to stream yesterday because of, some OBS issues. Hopefully you were able to get that figured out. Because, I've not been having problems with OBS, but, for some reason, now there's like a 2 to 5 minute delay of it telling me that I'm online. Sorry, that I'm, offline. And I have no clue why. It never used to do it. I'm assuming it's got something to do with an update on OBS, because I do the exact same thing every single time that I stream. So I don't know what OBS is doing, if there's just something that they've changed, but... A few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact you've been keeping from us. Really, you mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation to question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma. It's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of a crime is? What foolishness is this? I have no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or not, or is not with the likes of you. What ended up being the issue? Because you said that you were right about it, so you've obviously at least figured it out. When you uninstalled the latest Windows update, which everything... Oh... Hang on a second. Uninstall the update. Uninstall the latest, which everyone needs to do. It's reset your firewall. I mean, Caddies was setting up for stream. On her PC, she was just clicking whatever firewall. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, what's the? I don't know if I've installed the latest Windows update. What does the latest Windows update do? Because I haven't looked into it. Have they done something bad again? What have they done this time? Because usually for me to stream properly, I have to install Windows. Or at least update it. It can fry the SSD. Oh, great. Great. Let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. I might have to uninstall it then. I don't know if I've done so, but maybe I'm probably just at this point probably just hoping that they'll fix it if that's the case. I didn't know that it did that. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable cases.
Objection.
How far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? And I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now that you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence, if you check under tech in Discord, he posted a good YouTube video about it, what to do. Ah, okay. I can look into that then. I think I did see that video, but I didn't watch it. So I better probably check that out. Then I didn't realize it was like, I thought it was just like another, because I feel like every Windows update is like, this is why you shouldn't install it, but it's like, nothing ever goes wrong for me, so I just... Problems occur when I don't do Windows updates. That's always been the way it is. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. So I guess I'll look into it and see if there's an actual proper workaround. Or at least until they fix it, because you'll have to update it eventually. What are you talking about? Didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. Doesn't have the body? You're normally saying, but it can happen quickly or over time, is what the video was saying, so I wasn't taking. Ah, okay. I see. You're clutching at straws. Like, I thought it was like some sort of like, instant thingy, I guess, is the best way to put it. I thought there might have been a problem with that. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. Yeah, for some people it was. I mean, I remember that was happening with console stuff as well. Sometimes PlayStation would release an update and people's consoles would legit just brick. So that's why whenever there's an update for certain consoles, people are like, should I do it? Should I do it? And they usually wait until they see someone else has updated it before they do it themselves. I'm afraid you'll have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection.
As you must have seen for yourself, a piece of bloodied chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear and where did it go? What does that matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found, so what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. If the body was still at the scene of the crime, when the police got here, removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment that the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. What is this petty obsession with the bloodstain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? I'm assuming that they know about the problem, so they'll probably try and figure out a workaround for it, because there's going to be constant... I haven't even I don't think I've updated to Windows 11 yet. I think I'm still on Windows 10. From what I remember, I'm still on Windows 10, because I know a lot of people have not wanted to upgrade to 11. And they're trying to... Well, they're not forcing people to go to Windows 11, but they're not supporting Windows 10 anymore, but it's like, again, I was using, when Vista was around, when Vista was around, I was still using XP, because XP was just better than Vista was, and then I didn't change until 7 came out, because, yeah, Vista was terrible. I remember our school had to use XP or lower because Vista would screw up everything. They couldn't use their roll system, they couldn't use their marking system, they couldn't use several educational programs. They had to... Vista was just terrible for a lot of reasons. They were offering... Yeah. Of course, after all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangaroba's room went? It should be... this, because we have proof that it went into the fountain.
Take that.
Now you're debating on putting this tiny 11 on it. I mean, I guess the one thing is that you could just test. Like, if you're doing stuff with virtual machines and things like this, you can test all these things with Windows 11 to see if they will work properly, and if there's problems, then you don't have to worry about it, but... that's one, at least, good reason for... yeah, that's the one thing that makes it good, is like, before you do an upgrade, you can make sure that stuff works and test it on other parts. Along with traces of the chocolate from Mr. Tangaroba's room. Yeah. Believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain. Which strongly points out towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me. Why did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the water fountain. Yeah, now that you're actually running it on the other PC. No, but I do. Curse you, Bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you are officially off the case. It was getting to where you didn't like 10, is why you put the new one. Yeah, I think because I use everything for just basic needs, like... all I'm doing with my computer is pretty much just, like, watching stuff on YouTube, watching Twitch, searching out stuff, streaming, games, and, like, I just need the basic of basic, like, Word tools and editing tools. Oh, the PC, sorry, yeah. I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Yeah. We admit it. We confirm that nobody was ever recovered. It's really quite the claim, you know. One that you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I've given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court. You're about to set up and test the Discord stream on your test server? Oh, right. So you were able to figure out the workaround from tail scale to, with all that other stuff? You're able to figure that out? Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Oh, you just put the PC instead. Oh, okay. So that actually just saves more time. And the external drive. Yep, that sounds like a much easier. That's what I thought I was doing something incorrect, but it was not. It was just like certain things just being bad, I guess. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to light in the end. Intermission? Maybe? I love Von Karma. One of the best, one of my favorite cases is the one that he was in. And his character's just always just been great. Forgive me, detective, I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always gonna end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? Now, I have a NES from, like, ages ago. I feel like it's been a while. I've just not set it up. Like, it's in the room. And I do have, like, a bunch of external drives for those, but I'm using, like, a few readers for that as well. I just never gone and actually set it up. It's It's gonna be a hideaway PC? Yeah. You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am, and I'll prove it in court. Are we actually going to court? Because this is the other thing as well, is like... We've been to the court in the previous game, but we never went to court, like, the official way. Are we gonna go to the court somehow? I wonder? How's that gonna work? We never went... We were technically there, but not really there. It was like... We were there for the investigation, but not there for the, You already don't have a monitor, keyboard, or mouse on it? Well, unless you have to do something in the BIOS, yeah. I mean, that's also just fine. Like, you put it to the best use that you can find it for, I guess. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. It's also just nice to have backups in case you need them for something, if something goes wrong. Since you know I'm off the case now. It's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Bad, but there is one more thing. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie, the detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I'd prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. What is it? He's not gonna tell us. You'll find out in the courtroom. We are actually going to the courtroom, I think. We might be going to do this case, because technically we got the background of the case, kind of, but we've not actually gone and done a formal case yet, with the judge actually proceeding and... Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant, after all. With more than that, by next year, I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. Your friend gave you 16 gig more of the same RAM to put it in it. Fingers crossed it'll work, because then... Yeah, I mean, that's also just another 32 gig. Just a free 32 gig, basically, to get it to work. Not bad. Not bad at all. We can take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Well, I'm hoping we'll have freed Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do anything we can in the meantime. Yeah. Now you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it was the last thing I do. Transition? To be continued? Yep, there it is. As you know, it runs at the lower buffer speed when you mix and match. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. Although I guess you could, yeah, it would run at that, because you'd have one that's higher, but then the one that's lower can't go higher than the other one. So yeah, it would have to run at maximum the lowest speed, because otherwise one would be overworked. Yeah. All right. I think this means we're in the end game because it says ladder now. So yeah, whenever it says ladder, usually that means the end. So you got beginning, and then I think it's like middle, and then ladder. So I think we're finally, and then we're back to main timeline. April 2nd, 2:10 PM, Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Back to the present. That's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts of IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. Finally learning the truth about my father's lost case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Well, we could prove it alright. Had a decent little pile of evidence in our favor. The problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we'd feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. You have the monitor hooked up and using Rustest to remote. no lag whatsoever versus VR. That's all good. You don't want any lag. So if you've got no lag and the other ones are giving you lag, that's already an improvement. That's why it's always a good idea to experiment with other softwares, because obviously, like, the most popular software is going to be... It has a chance of getting more updates, but it also has a chance of just, like, them just not doing stuff exactly the way that you want it. But if you've already found something that was better than that, then... Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on and on. Whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. You like to always have 1 to 2 remote software set up. Yeah, it's always good to have backups for the main problem. It's April now, so... Oh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty. Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Caddies has too, so you don't have to go to the bedroom to work on it. Yeah, that was the one thing that I think you were wanting to do, right? You wanted to have it so that caddies could stream something that you necessarily weren't interested in, and then you could then, in another room, go and do something else. Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. Oh, I got another bot yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw it. The bot said the chat is so dead that ghosts have left. It was another one of those stupid Doge hype bots. You're not talking stream, but working on doing updates. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah. When Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. Even had himself a fake autopsy report, but that wasn't the end of it. And I also got a phone call mid-stream from someone trying to sell me a $400 phone in easy installments of $49.99, and they sold me on it being, oh, it's got 4 cameras. It's got 4 cameras on it, and then when I tried to get through on the thing, they said, oh, you have a private number, and then they hung up on me. You even have a hard drive hooked to your router so you can use it to update drivers of all the PCs. Yeah, because I don't play too much on, like, most of my stuff's console-based, so I don't update the drivers. Allison's had to update the drivers a couple of times, though, because of stuff lagging for her. But she plays on the PC, so... All of my stuff's console-based, so I'm not really updating drivers all that much. Maybe I should, but I haven't really... Because I'm not using it as a gaming PC, it's more so just like a vessel to stream and a vessel to thing. Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself to being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, tell her to use snappy drivers, it will even get rid of the Windows generic ones. I think she's using NVIDIA. The NVIDIA stuff. I can always let her know about that. Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. Because she was having a problem for a while where she has a screensaver and it would not show up, and I think we updated the drivers and somehow it actually... Also, her computer kept shutting down, which hasn't been happening a whole lot now. During games. So that I think it was because we updated the drivers. Same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with. Exactamundo, he knew he needed one last card to play if they squeezed confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did. He was a trooper, saved the case even after Von Karma took him off of it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old bad. They don't make him like that anymore. With this PC you just built, you were having trouble reading one of the internal drives until you ran. Ah, I see, yeah. That oftentimes seems to be the solution to a lot of problems, though. Just update drivers if there's issues. Check if there's any updates of actual Windows, because that used to be a problem on this computer. Yeah, I always make sure to update, check if there's any updates, because sometimes just some things would not be recognized. It just refuses to recognize that they exist. Anyway, Gregory presented the recordings as proof that Samson's confession was coerced. You did the torrent though instead of the light version, but the light one works too. Yeah. Still gotta be careful with the torrents though, just because of, if there's any other... If you don't get them in the right spot, or from like the right area, that can always be a problem. Yeah. It's still always best to use a VPN, but again, since interrogated an initial detective before bad, took a fall for pretty much the whole thing. This is coming from someone who started using, like, these things before, like... VPNs are so common now that you have no reason not to use one, kind of. Tom Carmen didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Like, I missed the times where there was actual, games used to have anti-piracy software on them. Some games still do. Where, they would recognize if the game was I think it was one of the Far Cry games. People were reporting that there was a certain problem happening with the Far Cry games, and they actually said that they intentionally added in certain, they actually intentionally made a bug in the game to where it would only occur to people that pirated the game. And so when people basically reported that that was happening, it was almost them outing themselves as pirating the game. You were one of the first 30 people to make a account in Napster. I was not old enough to recognize Napster. I think by the time that stuff became popular, I think Napster was already gone. I remember LimeWire though. Like early 2000s. I remember LimeWire was like the most popular software at that point. Because Napster got sued by, I think Napster got done because of Metallica. When Metallica were complaining that their music was being pirated, I think they successfully sued Napster, and that was pretty much the end of them. They were never the same after that. Which is weird because everything else afterwards just did the same thing. But I think the reason Napster was done was because it was like the first time that had happened, where there was like actual piracy lawsuits.
Who's that Pokemon?
Nowadays it doesn't exist. Like I remember when Game of Thrones was on, they were bragging about how many people were pirating the episode. I remember there was a leaked a guy who had all the episodes, and he basically tried to get a ransom out of them. He wanted to get paid so many $1 million, otherwise he would leak the episode or something like that. And then they just decided, well, we're gonna leak the episode anyway. Because of, you know, they knew that people would watch it regardless, and the attention that they would have gotten from people watching the episode was way more impactful than people just waiting for, you know, paying a ransom. No loss to them. So when that guilty verdict came down, didn't just signal the end of that day of the whole sad affair. Don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tangarol guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell how much he was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. Because that's the thing, because there's a 10-year difference between us, stuff that I would have done, like, with LimeWire and things, you would have been doing the stuff that was prior to that and a little bit further, so... You know, it's not like, oh, I still remember VCRs, or I still remember DVDs and stuff. Like, I grew up in the VCR, you know, when VCRs were still... You know, I still had VCRs even into the early 2000s, you know, before DVDs and things were the more popular method. So it's always interesting to see, like, how other people, like, experienced... You know, I wasn't around... I would have been, like, what, 3 years old when the... Like, 95 was probably the... 95, around, like, 94, 95 would have been the years where the internet started really, like, picking up traction across the world, I guess. I was 3 years old at the time, so I barely remember anything at all about those early days of the internet, outside of just hearing the dial-up connection, you know, the dial-up sound. So it probably wasn't until maybe like 1997, 98, 99 that maybe the internet started becoming a little bit more... I would say by the time I reached like 2000, 2001, I was pretty much like, sort of like more fully aware about the internet. Of it existing. And maybe by like 02, 03, 04-ish, would have been around the time that it's like, you know, fully like invested in internet stuff. And tech things. Then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy, he never got the chance. Should have left with him that day. I've always blamed myself for not doing that. Yep. This is obviously in reference to the, first game. Fourth case. I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Hope you can forgive me. No, you had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned, and that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tangaroa was convicted as the main culprit in Mr. Frost's murder. No, that's not right. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? Okay, this is where things are about to pick up right now. So Eddie thought that it was, we've got two different case files. One says he was the perpetrator, and the other person thought that it was just an accessory. We've got something going here. I mean, we already know that Von Karma was corrupt in the first place, but now we're... Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So who was the person that they said that murdered them then? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict's been changed. Here, feast your peepers on this. Alright, suspect data. Okay, suspect data. So Samson Tangaroa, age 39, organizer of confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict, convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. It's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. Then why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? My guess is you didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is to know what's what now. Statute of limitations May have run out, but the truth's still out there, you know. I believe in... Actually, you know what? I think now they've changed this. Because, again, if nobody is aware of this, the Ace Attorney games are supposed to be a play off of the actual court system in Japan, and how ridiculous some things actually are. I believe Japan recently removed the statute of limitation. Or at least they extended it for a longer period of time. Because I believe in this it was 15 years... here it's 15 years, I think. I believe in Japan it was a certain amount of time, but they may either abolished it, or they, adjusted it by changing something. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. The prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing off against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found, and Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible. Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Not without the real perp, I'm afraid. Till then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down. But Von Karma had threatened Hanson to make him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Sanson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. But he wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now riddle me this, Milesy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in the prison the day Bronco Knight died? That's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa? Bingo, Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. Didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still unduly punished day after day. Oh, heartbreaking. I've got to do something, Mr. Fender. Well, kiddo, that's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display, just like they were all those years ago. And we're going to see what we can find out. Right, Mazarina? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or your father. Or my father, sorry. Miles. That doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth, I want to know the truth behind both of these cases, and I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that that's sorted, we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case file and evidence with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts in red ink are my annotations. IS-7 incident case file, documents received from Fender, including his comments in red. Thank you, Fender. Let's have a look and see if there's anything different with that. Oh, they've reorganized my evidence as well. Sure. Okay, what have we got? Location, Sanson Tangaroa's mansion, Tangaroa's room. Date, December 24th, 18 years ago. Murder weapon, rock salt lamp. Prosecutor, Manfred Von Karma. Defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. Notes, statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. We already read that one. Artie Frost, age 38, also known as Paul Halik, under which name he was a renowned sculptor in France. Contestant in the confectionery contest, body was discovered in Tangaroa's room. Cause of death was a blood loss following a blow to the head. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. And then obviously the picture of the victim, dead and unconscious, I guess. Well, dead, not unconscious. Here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. It's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. Let's have a look now. Let's have a look now, instead. We're going to take a look right now. So I've got the cookbook. We've got the frame finger marks, which I still don't think we've discovered who left the fingerprints. I don't think that was ever investigated. So we have no clue who the fingerprints are from yet, I don't believe. The salt lamp, which we've already looked at, obviously has blood on it. And then the family photograph, which has Gusto and Frost together with their kids. Now, what's weird here is that just randomly there's just randomly a picture in the background here. I don't know why this exists. Like, if you were just gonna take a photograph, right? Why is this here? This feels suspicious to me. I don't know if it is suspicious, but it's like and like obviously he's got the candy in his mouth. It's just weird, like that there's just a random picture in the background. Maybe it's just there for show, but who knows? You know, our current case is just full of loose threads too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to be caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the ones from 18 years ago. Poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which has been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. Two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, ubiquium and asphyxium. That form a poisonous gas when mixed together. Victim of the gas attack, Carmela Gusto, who is no longer a stranger to the events of 18 years ago. Why do I keep getting messaged at length? Oh, great. You know, more crap where they're just like, oh, I'm gonna try and sell you, like, everything again. It's like, yeah, just more people selling me stuff. And just like how it's like, oh, you tell people that you're doing this for a certain reason, and it's like, oh, they still try and make you, like, think a certain way. Who is still unconscious undergoing treatment in the medical room? They don't take no for an answer when it comes to these scams. They will try absolutely anything. And finally we come to the body floating face down the fountain. Who we still don't even know who this is, by the way. We still don't know who this is. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. Events of the present day would appear to be intimately linked with the events of the past. Which means they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me. Let's get investigating. Objection. Oh, you're back. Oh, no you don't. Aren't you forgetting somebody? Could have sworn this is my investigation. This is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I am simply offering once again to do what I can to help with the investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. She isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It is only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea of who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law.
Who's that Pokemon?
Very well. Maybe it isn't just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past. If the body... Wait a second. They did say that they didn't find... The body was in the chocolate. But then they also said something about the body not being found. And so now they're also saying that it could connect to the past. So the only body that we know of that we haven't seen is obviously... Because Gusto's already in the hospital. So the only body that it could be is... Of... Oh, he's still alive. Having received a guilty verdict, he's now serving at his... So he's still alive. I think that's because they mentioned that prior to the... I think he's not dead because... I guess he's not dead because they didn't find him... sorry, it was before they changed the law. Because originally, like, the law was like, oh, if someone's found guilty of murder or whatever, they get the death penalty. I guess this was before he, unless they're doing the whole thing about for his role, because they had him as an accomplice, but then the things say he was the perpetrator. So the only other person can be is Artie, which means that the body's resurfaced somehow. But they're wearing different clothes. It's the only person that could be, right? There's no other bodies in this. I believe the body in the fountain is that of the man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. I'm saying that was poor Chili Winks. Wait, who the heck is Chili Winks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Though he was better known as Portal Leak. The sculptures on display here are all his works. And wait, he sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim of the IS-7 incident. Judge Gavel knows about the IS-7 incident? Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. According to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say, but the records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? And while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, this is Winner. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We've got an ID. Some sculptor called Frost or something, so I guess Edgeworth called it. Goddess of Justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavel, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you'll admit that I might be of use to this case. More than a certain junior prosecutor, anyway. No fair, you're trying to steal the win. I'm afraid I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened to you, we need to work together. We do not need to do anything, and you do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern. Why is she getting super aggressive now? She wasn't like this before. Usually she would like kind of let us do stuff because like basically Winner would get like how do I put this? Winner would get like everything wrong, and then eventually she would just be like, okay, you can finally do this. Objection. Oh there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Nothing for interruptions, Mr. Fender. Yep, see, I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. But to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. And there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution. It's the committee's job to fix it, no? Who better to help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Oh. So she's got reasons to hide it, but she had nothing to do with the case previously, so what's going on? Why would she have anything to do with this case? Like, she would have no reason to hide this, surely. Judge Gavel seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, I suspect she must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how it concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He's the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well, you may both assist in the investigation. But only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The Winter Wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty, great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in, to show we're all on the same side of justice? That wouldn't be wise. Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Marcy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own things. Just holler if you find something interesting. I will. I guess we're off doing our own investigation again. Okay, shall we? Heck yeah, let the investigation commence. Also, we can now investigate this room again, because we haven't checked it since... obviously, it's changed since the past. We investigated as Gregory in the past, but we have not investigated this area in the present. So, we'll have all new stuff to look at while we're with Kay as well, because she'll have different dialogue options. So, we will go ahead and do that. We will go ahead and do that, and see what happens there. And hope for the best. I'm still unclear on two key facts. How Mr. Frost's body came to be where we found it, and the source of the ubiquium. That's also very strange too, is because I'm looking at the actual passageways of the thing. They don't look big enough to fit an entire body through. Because they found the body in the fountain. And so, you would have had to have, like, if the body had been in the, it would have floated. I think what's happened is the body has unthawed while under the fountain somehow. And that's why it's risen up into the thing. But how did they get the body through the chambers while still frozen and it wasn't able to get thawed? Because even if you put ice... Even if you put ice in cold water, if the ice is not... If the cold water is not as cold as the ice, it's going to eventually melt it. And it wouldn't take 18 years to do so. So I'm interested to see how this happened. You're right, we need some more intel. Indeed, let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. It's used in stuff like dish and paint, right? Correct. It's also bright red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Okay, investigation time. So usually what I do is I look around for everything first. That will obviously mean that we can gather all the evidence up first, and then we can start, like, putting all the things together instead of just doing it, like, the other way. There's some kind of connection between our case and the IS-7 incident, isn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? It's still too early to say for sure, but I find it hard to believe that there's no connection at all. IS-7 was your dad's case, right? And so... This can't be a coincidence. It's gotta be fate. The truth is out there, is ours for the taking. So let's go grab it and solve both cases at once. Appreciate the sentiment. I think our first order of business should be to find out where the ubiquium came from. Gotcha, the red liquid with a minty smell. Let's ask around and see if anybody has any clues to offer. Alright, we'll start with, over here. That's fine. We can... We'll start here, that's fine. The body's been taken to the lab, sir. Autopsy's underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. The water's crystal clear and kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. Seems the police have already removed the body. Why did the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? And why wasn't it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? That again, is also what makes me think that it was just because, it was preserved in ice, so therefore it probably wouldn't have been able to melt. Because if you preserve something in ice, it will stay alive or whatever, or stay intact. You know, remind you that zombies aren't real. Seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensics guy, anything to report?
Yes, man. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxium have been detected in the fountain.
I'm gonna say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wing.
In addition to these two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak.
There's sugar in the fountain. Where would it even have come from? Okay, talk to you. Let's go and look at this stuff here. I see Larry over there as well. There's Larry, there's a stain there, there's Eddie over there, there's forensics guys over there, there's a lot of stuff to talk to. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's Man's got a real pained look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Leak piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those closest to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Guess the mums shone brightest in that house. Statues of a man and a woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul Leak make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. I also see the teapot there as well, the moon teapot, and the cups. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them as ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is The Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Miss Bound's tea set is laid out neatly on the servant card. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so, the cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all of this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we'd better take a closer look. Tablecloth draped over the card is pure white, and completely spotless. And it's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh! Okay, I cannot stress enough how bad of an idea that would be. Oh, come on, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it does go all sideways, we'll just wind up with the cool tea-coloured tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather it remained white. Plus, I don't think Miss Bound would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? But there are so many other colours that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. Caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. It's a well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Bound serves. Can I, like, investigate anything outside of this? I don't think so. Why does that star thing look like something from a game? I feel like I've seen that. Maybe Mario? Did Mario do something like that? I feel like I've seen a star platform like that before. It looks a little familiar to me. This dishware, yeah, looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the hundreds, in the thousands of dollars. So let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Oh, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. Miss Bound must really be a fan of Mr. Frost, like Fender said, to still have this. Designed by Paul Leak, one of Judy Bound's prized creations. So obviously this is going to come into play with something. It has to, right? Hey, Edgy. Actually, can I investigate it? Because I think we could do it last time, but we could only do it in the past. So, any of these things that I can pick up and analyze? Because we investigated it last time. That is one swanky teapot. That's one way of putting it. I lean more towards eccentric myself. Whatever it is, it won't do for a great thief to remain so ignorant about such chic things. Actually, your ignorance is my bliss. Oh, never mind. We just got a trophy for it. Is this still the same? It is. These letters say PH, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Got a trophy. Never mind, we'll sync that up. Trophies are always good. Updates to Discord's policies. What's Discord doing? What is Discord updating? I mean, I'll probably read it later, but apparently there's some updates for Discord that are coming. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but if it's got something to do with banning bots and stuff, I would appreciate that, but I don't think we're getting that. Like, I really don't think that they care all that much. They need to do more about the Discord bots. Passing all that stuff around, pretending to be people. I actually had one of them pretend to be somebody that I've actually talked to in a stream before. Multiple times, so it's like... there needs to be something that allows for people to, like, you can report them fine, but it's like, they're just gonna keep coming and keep coming. Like, I did think of an idea of, like, because there's a lot of bots that use, like, photos of people, and I've always wondered that, like, because I don't think they're necessarily AI generated, and I keep thinking that there's something that, like, I keep thinking that something is gonna be like, is there a way to, like, let people know that, like, hey, try to find out if your pictures or something have been getting used in scams. I think that would be kind of handy for people to figure out, but I've never really, like, figured out if it was actually of actual importance or not. For examining the teapot is both Miles and Gregory in the case. Okay, good. Getting ever so closer to the platinum, but we've still got 2 more cases after this one, so... They show that the teapot was made by Paul Leak. There is initials, obviously. Right, but I thought his real name was Artie Frost. It was, thereby making this a piece by the victim of the IS-7 incident as well. And his work seemed to be everywhere here in Zodiac Hall. What is it? Be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? There comes Judy. 100 guests. I can pour you a cup if you like. Miss Bound? Oh, Judy. I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. I love the music that plays for this as well. It smells great. I feel like I wouldn't want to be drinking tea during an investigation, just because, like, we just never know who may or may not be involved, especially with, like, poisons and stuff. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes, is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh no, not at all. It's just that the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. Oh. Is this where the minty aroma comes in? Because remember they mentioned before that there was something about a minty aroma. So maybe the tea earlier in the day was minty, and then this one's citrus. So either 2 different people have made it, or the same person's made it, but they've intentionally tried to... Something's up. That's odd, I used the same exact blend both times. Can't see what could amount for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will you? What's gotten under your skin, Larry? Nothing, you're just rude, that's all. You didn't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurice the Nim. Dang it. You know what, I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish, even for him. Wow, what happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Bound is more of a priority right now. We may not even have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. Okay, that's a lot of discussion. Do we talk to Judy now, or do we go... Oh, I just realized, Larry just ran away. Sure, we'll go and talk to you. Get at least some information out there. Also, Edgeworth's twerking every now and then. Where were you before you rejoined us earlier, Miss Bound? I had to go and tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Because I wanted to talk to Larry, but I didn't realize by interacting with the tea set it was going to progress the story. Yes, a few things actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. Poison gas incident. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How did you manage to recreate them? You know about what happened back then. In that case, you might also know that I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on these photographs for the current exhibit. Why go through the trouble of creating replicas? This Frostodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I want to see if it completed at last. Or rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place, after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings, look so similar? Oh my, I really think they look alike. Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one of the other by accident. She's clearly lying. Don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Okay, so we have to come back to her with some evidence then. Can I go inside the... I'm wondering if I can go inside the room now, because Larry was blocking the way originally, so maybe I have to do that to get into the thing, but... We'll interact with the door anyway. From the colour and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilt tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Ceramic fragment found in a puddle of tea. The design looks familiar, so this is one of Paul Leak's ones. Guess somebody must have broke something. I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something too. There's the tulips by the door. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, it leads to the spring wing. Ah, spring. A popular time to move house. Which makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking's a little beneath the great faith, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, we can't go into the rooms. I'm wondering if we get to see every room, because I think there's one room that we haven't seen just yet. I think we've been in 3 of the 4 rooms. Hey there, Mazzarino. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too, then. The 2 incidents. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melting statues in the winter wing, and even the murder weapons, the murder weapons body. Absolutely the murder weapons body was found. The murder victim's body. How did nobody ever figure out that body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him around. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's son too. Him and his best pal from school both just up and disappeared. They were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end though. Collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. There's no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out that they didn't have it. They filed their fake autopsy report, nobody said was any the wiser. Well, almost anybody. I still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. They put sunflowers by the door, nice. Fitting adornment for the entrance to the summer wing, I suppose. Summer is almost vacation time. Every great thief knows that means tourists with bulging wallets. Pickpocketing, Kate. Isn't that a little beneath a great thief? Yeah, maybe you're right. Is this what's gonna happen? Every single conversation with the door is just gonna be like, oh, I can pickpocket. Oh, I can, steal. This is why each season is ideal for stealing things. Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. Top of the platform seems to be wet. You know, I've got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. You mean like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. Must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. It's one of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angle. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Used by Frost to transport ice 18 years ago, the top of the platform is wet. Just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with that case. So, a selection of trophies run by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, he was a very well-respected artist. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. So it's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some feeding contest to enter. Oh, you could set something up. Something with a nice ceremony at the end of all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Mr. Winner was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate in this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. Wouldn't make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. But we all know that a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir. Yeah, I actually sounded kind of scared of you. Just what kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Seems the elevator is only accessible to select individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. Wait, they're treating him in the... They're treating him inside this area. You would think that they would want to rush him to the ER immediately. Although I guess the solution would be a little bit more easier. I mean, he got gassed, so I'm assuming that he was able to, like, do something. I'm assuming he was able to at least do something with, because usually they would just need air, I guess? Or at least to try and wake up. Maybe he's alright. Got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore other avenues in the meantime. Yep, and they're blocking the door as well, so... Oh, Larry's over there instead. Never mind. I'll reread this, okay. This has changed up so much since the 18 years have gone by, because it's a museum now instead of a... Do you mind, Mr. Winner? You're in my way. I do mind, actually. I'm not going anywhere. You just have to go around me. Well, we just thought you might want to move to a better spot, that's all. A better spot. I demand you to show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Door here is marked with a nice, autumny-looking tree. And yet it leads to the winter wing. I suppose it's all part of the deception. You can steal the leaves if you like. Makes things a little more wintry. I think you'd better leave them alone, Cam. Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to do, Judge Gavel. And we'll do the same. You are the self-styled Great Thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the feeding community. Looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate Kay. This thing in front of the door is a fir tree, right? Yes, they're usually associated with winter, but this door leads to the autumn wing. Suppose it's all part of someone's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for that autumny feel. Evergreens stay green all year round, Kay, hence the name. Sure, I knew that. I want to investigate... Cause what happened before, I want to talk to the... I want to do the other stuff first in case it, like... The sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. I don't want to miss out on anything. Did Paul Leak make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragic, yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable. Should I talk to Larry or should I talk to Delicia first? I feel like I've got to put logic together anyway, so I won't miss out on anything, but I was wondering if... Because Larry moved before. I guess it should be fine no matter who we talk to.
Hello there, dearie. Still investigating away, are you? Found anything interesting?
No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway.
Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment, that was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you're being sympathetic, of course, and treasure is for when you're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not that keen on, and petal you use when you're trying to get someone's attention.
Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edgeworth, petal, I hope you're getting all this down.
Don't even try it, Kay.
Oh, dearie me.
So she had nothing to say either. Okay. Going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so tell me what it is.
Whoa, quit it with the glare off, you two. It's weird.
Oh, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring, I was struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until you tell us what it is you're hiding. Quit it, I already told you, I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again. Starting now. This is getting me nowhere. Suppose I'll have to figure it out what he's hiding first before I can get the whole truth out of him. What are you hiding? Come on, Larry, what are you hiding? Not saying. Thank you, Flip, for the lurk. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We are currently trying to make our way to the end of this case. It's taken me 3 streams, I think. 3 or 4 streams. This might be the 3rd or 4th stream. It's either the 3rd or 4th stream of me in this one case. And we've been playing for like 2 hours almost. And we've still got like multiple end sections. So we might not even finish it today. I have about 5 hours to finish it, so we'll see.
Look, you two, this is no time for kids' games.
Well, I certainly wasn't playing.
It's pretty clear that Reese isn't going to talk to you.
Oh, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. Need to know what Larry is hiding, and I think I might have an idea of what it is. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean. We'll do that when we've finished investigating. I think we've already talked to everybody, so I guess now it's like, do I put the logic together first, or do I present him with the evidence? Because, we've already investigated, I think we've got everything that we need. The trophy's done. Yeah, trophy's already finished. There shouldn't be any more this time. I also have stuff to present to Eddie as well. Yeah, trophy is done. I've got to present to him the fragment. Wait, that's the wrong person. Yeah, no, we talked to Larry and presented the T fragment. Yeah, that gets him to talk. Because he was around that area, and he was starting to freak out as well. He was starting to be like, oh, I didn't do anything. I promise I didn't do anything wrong. When he totally did. Or, well, when he thinks that he did something wrong, he more so thinks of like, he more so thinks of himself as like, he puts himself into a situation where it's like, oh, he either gets blamed for a murder. He puts himself in a position where it looks like he may as well be the murderer by admitting things and he gets things wrong all the time. He's always in trouble. And this time he's probably going to be like, oh, I spilt some tea, and he's thinking that that's bad, and, yeah. Do you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is it about Miss Bound's tea set that got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you'd prefer to explain to Judge Gambit. Wait, don't make me look bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. Or he's just trying to hook up with a girl, and he doesn't want to get her upset by saying that he broke the tea, teacup. Don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. Not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. If you don't want her to think that badly of you, best thing you can do is talk to me. Alright, I'll talk. Yeah, what are you hiding? Alright, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is there any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is this any way for you to treat yours? By lying to him? Hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. But I got distracted and my hand slipped and smash. I broke the teapot, a priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far I saw this coming from.
You really messed up this time, Maurice.
See, Edgy, everyone's gonna think less of me now. Judy's never gonna forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. Literally on his hands and knees, just like begging for. Oh. This is why, like, this is basically what Larry is like. Just apologizing constantly, trying to hook up with pretty much any female possible. He likes every female character, pretty much. Getting caught up in murder plots. Over-exaggerating things that have happened to the point where it looks like he's committed a murder, but he's really just like done something really simple. I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dunham, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there was a broken piece of ceramics on the floor? This would explain the teapot, though, because remember, she poured out tea, and, Edgeworth said it tasted different, so maybe the tea that Larry was going to drink when it got smashed, maybe that was the different one. Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that it's safe to dispose of. Teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand that it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. But of course, all things break eventually. As luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? Can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. That's all the teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. And that's when I saw that other pot under there, so I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Larry thought the pot he broke with a... Okay, that explains the different tea taste. So the one in the bottom had the minty tea, and the other one had the citrus one. So we got served two different teas from two different teapots. If I'm guessing this correctly. I see. And she knows about it. She knows something about this. Because she seems like... Larry doesn't understand, like... Larry doesn't get that she's trying to hide something. But she's clearly trying to hide something. That's everything I have to tell you. I'm extra careful not to break the other one, I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make her as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models, after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect she's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a long while? But I will be keeping out of her way, because I sketched her and the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Wanna see?
Interested in Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time too. Yeah, because the previous case, in the final case, he drew
he signed and drew a sketch for Edgeworth as the Steel Samurai, and it was not great. Unusual details. Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet.
Really? Now I want to see them too.
Oh, you're a sweetheart, Kay. Alright, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? Suppose we might as well take a look. Yeah, let's have a look at the sketches, shall we? So these sketches of yours... Seriously, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. Alright, what have we got? That is actually surprisingly really good. Alright, so what have we got a picture of? We've got a picture of, Judy pushing the cart with the sweets on top of it, but there's no tea or anything on it. Delicia is doing something with the fountain, and then Gavel is just standing there. What am I looking at here? Told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know. There's Verity and Judy and, somebody else. God, I nearly... I hope I'm not losing my voice. I think I'm just, like, speaking ism too much.
Why didn't you draw them all on the same page?
Well, I meant to draw the room at first, just something to pass the time. Then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So, interesting to see that she's pushing the cart. I think the cart had the blue covering on it, I believe, but I can't remember exactly. But it looks like Delicia's doing something with a piping bag, I think. So these were all drawn at different times. Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page, though.
Wow, you did?
I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Nope, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. Okay, so the one thing we have to take into account here is, this was drawn by Larry, whose drawings are accurate to what happened, similar to what happened in the previous game. But the difference here is that these were drawn at different times. These were drawn at different times of the day, so that means that at some point in the day, Judy was pushing a trolley that had chocolate sweets on top of it, and Delicia was doing something at the fountain. So the colors are accurate, interesting. Much as it pains to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Could I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Okay, Larry's sketches dotted down. Sketches of exactly what he saw. Yeah, okay, we can have a look at the picture itself. It looks like Delicia's putting something into the fountain, which, again, they mentioned about, they found blood, they found the chemicals, the body, and also a lot of sugar. It looked like a piping bag, so that means to me, I'm thinking that, there's a chance that, she was piping in confectionery or something.
Who's that Pokemon?
Something or other, I guess. And how they were able to get to that point. I don't think we have anyone else to talk to at the moment. We have just things to present. Yeah, also, you can see here, the cart has a white cloth. In the sketch, however, it has a blue cloth. And yet, she is piping something into the... She's definitely putting... No, she's either piping something in, or she's putting something into the... She's putting something into the thing and she looks quite panicked. So... Which is also weird because you're saying to me that, like, you did this while someone was painting, and you weren't watching at all, what was going on. Okay, so now it's logic time, I think. So we want to connect the tea and the pots together, and then connect that with the fragrance. Any more trophies coming up? Not yet. Because we will have to reinvestigate again in some other areas. I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed is due to the teapots having been switched. You do? Can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound, just to be sure? Miss Bound? Difference in aroma we noticed. Do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? Suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent. Much like Uva tea. Just remembered I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Tea's... yeah. Could that really be it? And then these two together. Tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint.
Wait, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday.
Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one.
You're right, you'd expect it to be the other way around.
I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart.
But why?
One of Ubiquitium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot?
In the teapot?
It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winner, any luck finding that Ubiquitium?
Oh.
My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. And what about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea.
I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of useless... What? You do know where it's come from?
Yes.
Where?
Miss Bound's teapot.
Well, a nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner.
It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence.
It's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensics people check it out.
Judy's moving as well.
Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot?
Possibly, the minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas.
But, Mr. Edgeworth?
Surely you don't think that I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set up that except you.
That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac all ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time, Delicia for one.
So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it up at all. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. Besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So if you did find some Ubiquitium in my teapot, I wouldn't have had any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Spat claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. We need to find a way to prove that she's lying. I was about to move. Edgeworth speaking. Sir, it's me! Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found out. You really shouldn't be sharing information about the investigation. But after the past week or so, I'm not about to stop him now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. All that's left in the display cases is some stuff at the bottom. More of it is in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Oh, yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it.
But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were... sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood?
What is salt and blood doing in the Gemini case's sample? Can't imagine those, whose blood it could possibly be, but... I'll get it tested right away, sir.
Please do, Detective.
Oh, and I also spoke over the radio with the forensics guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid.
How would you match that? Could you still do that? I have no idea. I'm assuming that if blood can be compared, you could compare sugar, maybe? I don't know how that would work. Could you compare other liquids? Like, comparing sugar together? I thought sugar was just sugar, but... yeah. See, that might well prove to be a significant development. Results of the analysis conducted on the melted contents of the Gemini case. Anything else to report, Detective? Can we actually look at that? We can. Sugar composition matches that of sugar found in the pale blue liquid in R.D. Frost's room 18 years ago. Sugar detected in fountain water also seems to be a match.
Yes, sir, we found one of those light-emitting devices here in the winter wing, too.
There were a few of those being used in the autumn wing to disguise it as the winter wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this.
Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood.
Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that gummy? Seemed like it had a lot to say. You did, and all of it very useful. I'm going to prove that Miss Bound claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false. I'll need to talk to a certain somebody else who was here 18 years ago. I guess now we have a couple of people to talk with now. We also have them move. Has anything changed? Who else do we have to talk to? Eddie can be talked to. Judy can be talked to. Actually, Judy's finished. Winner's got nothing new. You've got nothing new. Delicia's got stuff. Okay, so we can talk to Delicia and we can talk to Eddie. What was it they wanted to do though? They said it was for the... I mean, technically both were. Does it matter which one I talk to? I mean, I'll talk to both, but I don't want to fast forward too far. Because I don't know if there's anything else left that we have to investigate. We've already done all the logic puzzle stuff. Okay, it's Scone that we're supposed to talk to, so I'll talk to Eddie first to get his thoughts. Yeah, okay, we have to talk to both anyway. That's completely fine. I guess we also have to investigate the trolley, but there's no everything else is just story. I thought we had to only talk to one, so we'll just go and do the next thing. Any more trophies right now? No, nothing at the moment. We'll wait until we get to the next part. Can we investigate this? I don't know if we did. Okay, no, we can't yet. I was thinking we could investigate the bottom part, but we can't at the moment. We'll just talk to both. It's fine. Okay, Judy Bound. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you got a thing for her, Milester. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking your chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jude's? Well, she's a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years just like she has for Sam's? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. They threw her out? Yep, Jude wasn't technically a part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, and no job after Samson took the fall. She had no choice but to take what he'd taught her and make her own way in showbiz. She's retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She'd finally made enough to buy the old place back.
She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it, was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back. All of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight, but from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa's for herself. That is true. And she also, even back in that, back in the day, I think she was mentioning, even when, like, Tangaroa was talking to him, she was mentioning, like, oh, do you really want to give away the secrets to the success or whatever via the cookbook? So maybe something else is in the cookbook? Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Of course, dear, fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy, and dear sweet little Tooth Decay. I'd appreciate if it was just last time you called me Milesy Smilesy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Oh, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Well, I guess we tried. Okay, gallery decorations. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? They seem to be pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Not everybody understands, of course. That had better not be a dig at me, Delish. Told you how kind I thought I was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, what happened to you? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So those decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabric, light-emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the auto wing, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in the bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What is she looking for? That's not it. That's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Maybe I should jog her memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. Making poison gas. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who's ever handled Infesticide Ultra would know for a start. After all, it says it right there on the label. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. But what about a layperson? It's unlikely they'd know, wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they'd had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook, anyway. Priced in the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making Infesticide Ultra, along with that not mixing with ubiquium bit, isn't in there, you know. So you're familiar with the contents of the book? Oh yes, dear, I know it inside out. Because I work for the Tangaroa Corp, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. After Sammy Poopa was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. They only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. Do I have anything else to talk with you about? Because I do have some logic I can pair together now. They did say we have to present her with something potentially, so we'll just put this together and see if that brings us any luck. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the ultimate gas, or the poison gas, sorry. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean? I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. I guess we have to talk to... we have to present something to Judy, and we have to present something to... Delicia?
So if I present... Who do I present what? Because I think the cloth we presented to Scone, right? We present Scone the, I think we present Scone with the... Yeah, we present it with the cloth to get an extra little tidbit, and then we... Yeah. So we present the cloth. Because they did mention about presenting the cloth to her. Yeah, present the cloth to her, and then that gets us the next trigger. Was it this? Or was it duty bound that we did that for? You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? It would be a somewhat grimy one. Grimy? How rude! You don't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. So I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you'd used it to wipe up some sort of spillage. A spillage, he says. The cheek! That's a hot piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Probably shouldn't have told you that. Think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Yep. Okay. Why didn't you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Well, I suppose there's no point in hiding it now, is there? If you must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is of when she was trying to retrieve... Oh, that was what she was doing. That picture was her retrieving the cloth. And I thought it was either her putting something in or her taking something out. At first it looked like a piping bag, and I thought, did she put the sugar in the fountain? But then if you had a piping bag, that would be thick, like, creamy sugar, I guess. First I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly, but all 4 were being used in the auto wing, weren't they? So I realized it must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. One of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed too. Well, I was going to look guilty as sin, wasn't I? So I kept it hidden in my bag and hoped for the best. I see. Does it feel good to get in of my chest, though? Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one that the victim was wrapped in, just happens to be to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body. So now I think now we've got to present something to Delicia. Sorry, to Judy. Where's the Judy stuff? I guess we present it with the cookbook? What kind of pharmaceutical recipes are in the Ultimate Cookbook? There are so many. It would take a while to go through them all. If you really want to know, well then let's start the show. Come join me as we sing this song. It's a nifty 52 hours long. Now one by one we'll sing the things that the world's best little cookbook brings. Do you think Mr. Edgeworth want to listen to the rest? No, that won't be necessary. Wasn't that... What am I going to present to her? I have to present something to move this along. What am I missing? I presented the... Is there another logic that I missed? No, I got all the logic done. Logic is done. I can't examine this. Do I talk to Eddie more? I've already talked to him though. What am I missing here? There's something there's one choice that I'm missing. I think I have to give Judy some evidence. I have to present her something. What am I actually missing? I'm missing something. What have I forgotten? All the logic is done. So there's no more logics to grab. I've already... I did the stuff with Larry, that's done. I'm missing something. Already done the logics. Talking to Judy, I've already talked to her. Examine the fountain, already done that. Already presented the cloth to Scone. Talk to Eddie. I've already... Oh, if I'm gonna read this again? There's something missing. I'm missing some sort of evidence here. I've done all the logics. I've talked to everyone. I'm pretty certain I've gone and interacted with everything in this room. And it's all got tick boxes. Even the characters have tick boxes. I'm missing something, and I don't know what it is. To get to the next segment. I think I've got to present Judy with some... I've got to present Judy with something. I think that's probably what it is. Because you don't have anything else to say. You don't have anything else to say. You don't have anything else to say. There's something that I'm missing in this part, and I don't know what. Let's go through one thing at a time. All the logic is done. Ceramic fragment. We examined. Oh, is there any evidence I need to examine? Maybe. I think I've examined everything here. Oh, I didn't examine. Oh, I didn't. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, I didn't examine the cart when I picked it up. That was what it was. Okay, never mind. That was my mistake. I examined the teapot, and then it's like I didn't examine the actual lift cart itself. That's what I was missing. I thought we had to actually I didn't realize that the lift cart became a piece of evidence. I thought it was just a picture of the lift cart, not an actual thing that you can examine, so, it's actually something that you can examine. I thought I saw something yellow. Don't know whether I examine I guess I just examine the top. Top of the platform is wet. Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around. Yes, but the question is who and what. Is there something else I can examine? Oh, there we go. Looks like this pedal lets you adjust the height of the platform, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed, let's give it a try. If you would, Kay. On it. Oh, there we go. Ta-da! A single person could transport quite a heavy load using one of these. I'll say. I bet I could even cut gummy off of it. And for what purpose exactly, may I ask? Can we investigate inside? Oh, never mind, we just investigate the top of it. Top of the platform is wet. Maybe someone used it to move something liquidy around. Yes, but the question is who and what. There has to be something else to investigate here, surely. I thought that there was going to be, some blood or, something, but... I feel like I've been... Why is this case, so weird? I think I've done everything. There shouldn't be anything else to investigate. What am I missing? What am I actually missing? I guess it's got something to do with this. This is the cart. Because it's got the same handles. It's got the same handle, it's got the same thing. There's something that I'm missing. I've done all the logics. I've investigated every possible, source here. There's nothing else that's on this cart. I've examined it already, and nothing else is popping up. I didn't see anything on the wheels. Nothing's on the wheels. Nothing's on the... Nothing was on the side. We investigated the teapot already. That's already done. That's just the picture. Is there something on the cloth that I didn't examine?
It's dark shade of blue. Being around such a calming color from time to time just might do me some good. It's also just the right color for sneaking around in the dead of night. I'd need something a lot brighter if I wanted to make a big splashy entrance. Can do both with this cloth through the power of buttons, though. Oh yeah, in that case, I'll take 5. Something is missing. I haven't examined evidence. I haven't, Something is definitely missing. So I'm going through everything right now. These must be the switches that change the color of the cloth. Let's see if they work. Oh, the cloth has certainly changed color. This cloth went missing at the time of the IS-7 incident. So this is the cloth that was used on the thing. It absolutely was. We know that I can connect the lift cart with the T cart. I can connect the luminous flag cloth. So the luminous flag. The luminous cloth can be connected to the picture that Larry sketched. So I think that's what we're trying to get at the moment. That's probably what it is. That's honestly what it is, but I'm missing something in my evidence. Only to be found 18 years later floating in the Zodiac Hall fountain. There was another one that was all lit up and draped around the Pisces statue, right? It seems these cloths may have a connection to both cases past and present. Something is absolutely missing. I'm gonna just investigate all this evidence in case I... So I've looked at every piece of evidence in terms of the physical analyzation of it. I need to either talk to somebody else or present them with something, but I don't know what I'm supposed to present. I've already investigated the teapot, I think, already. Cause yeah, I've checked that already. So I think that's all done. So something is missing somewhere. And I don't know what. I might have to look up a guide. Because I've got, everything's ticked off. Everything's been examined. I've presented all my evidence. It's something to do with Judy, but everything's ticked off is the issue. Like I've done something is not. I'm gonna look up a guide. Something is not right because it tells me that I finished talking with Judy, but I've already presented her everything. Something's actually not like. I've got no logic to connect. I've got nothing else to explore. I've got unless Kay knows? Maybe I have to talk to Kay for something? I already asked him. Okay, let's get a clue, because there's something wrong here. Like, there's something that's not right. They find ubiquitous in that teapot. Is that it for Miss Bound? Seems way too nice to hurt anybody. Mustn't judge a book by its cover, Kay. Though I too have my doubts. I should talk to Fender and Miss Scone and see what they have on them. So we have to talk to them again? Even though it tells me they have nothing else to talk about. Okay. I've heard a lot about our case and about IS-7 too. Perhaps, and yet the truth remains shrouded in impenetrable mist. We still don't have enough evidence to pierce the fog. In that case, we'll just look for some more. That won't be necessary, Kay. I have all the information I need. Now it's just a matter of logically piecing it together in order to illuminate the truth. Sounds good to me. Have at it, Mr. Edgeworth. They're saying that I have to talk to Scone again. Or Eddie, maybe. You've already got 3 things, so you're done. You're done because I already talked to you. Something's missing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Nothing here suggests that I have anything to do. I've done all the... I've done all the evidence. What is it that I'm missing? There's something that's just straight up missing. I'm gonna have to go through this I'm gonna have to do this. No matter I want to do it, but, like... In this situation, like, I think I've got everything. Like, we presented the thing, that's fine.
Examined the tea cart, we examined the teapot, that's done. We got the logic for that. Examined the stain on the ground, got that. Presented the fragment to Larry, got that. We talked to him twice, got both of those things. Examined the service card again. Oh, that's what I missed. I forget that this game doesn't remind you about the deduction. That's what it is. I forgot that if the game doesn't, even if you've explored everything, I forgot about the deduction part. Even if the game shows that everything's ticked off, if there's a deduction, it won't show up as anything that you're missing. That's what I forgot to do. We forgot to deduce the, we have to deduce from Larry's sketches about the tablecloth being different. That's what I was missing. That's what I was missing to progress it forward. But the game wasn't even hinting towards me having to figure that out, so that's what we were missing this entire time. I feel silly now. I didn't think about, I completely forgot that deductions exist. I'm a bad prosecutor. I completely forgot that those existed. Never mind, we'll do that now. Okay. I feel silly now. I completely forgot that deduction existed. I was like, I've already looked at everything, but it's like, I have the deduce, yeah. So we can deduce from the sketches that this is a different tablecloth. So I mentioned it, but I just forgot to deduce that there's two different things here. Apologies about that. Larry, could I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of the great Maurice Dunem, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth, you painted that exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you. Everything is exactly as I saw it. But the tablecloth on the cart here in this room is white. Well, it's so full of crazy theories, the simple stuff just passes you right by, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the cart, with the tea set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I guess I forgot about that part, because the very first thing that I did was I examined the teapot, the tea cart. One of the first things that I did, so I did everything else around the room after that. All the stuff with Eddie, Delicia, the fountain, Larry, all the other stuff, and I think I just completely forgot about the fact that I could deduce extra stuff. And I mentioned it several times as well. I mentioned several times that, the color of the cloth is white here, but then the picture shows blue, and I just for some reason didn't put two and two together, and I think I just forgot that deductions existed. I forgot that when you have a deduction to do, it still shows up as a tick box on the item. You have to actually, progress it forward yourself, so I guess that's a boo-boo on my end to figure out what went wrong. I don't want to get busted for breaking the pot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Band came out of the winter wing? And she's got the chocolates as well, so that's the... Yeah, and she was pushing a cart, a different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it I drew. And what did she do with that second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing, but I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you can lift stuff with. A lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it just goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? We'd better check with Miss Bound. Alright, now we can progress. Finally, we can do something. I feel silly, the deduction is gone. Okay, good thing to know. If I see a reminder for future cases.
if I am looking around and I see something that has deduction on it, remember to come back to it, because if it has a deduction, it can disappear. It disappears, and that means that you've done it. So that's a reminder for myself. Reminder for myself to remember if there is a deduction on something, to go back there at some point and do the deduction, and not just ignore it, or forget about it, until later. Now we can actually do something. Now we can do something. We can talk to her. 2 cards. Are there 2 serving cards here at the gallery, Miss Bound?
Well, yes. Why do you ask?
A certain so-called artist showed us this sketch. Couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue.
Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. And they use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched.
Like the perfect wrinkle-free one in the cart here in the fountain room, right?
Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away.
Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea of what you might have been doing when this sketch was drawn, sorry?
Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties.
I'd like to ask you a little bit more about these duties, if I may. Okay. Finally, what exactly were you doing when this sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it.
I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers.
You know, I'm jealous. I love chocolate.
Well, there are a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them.
Thanks, Miss Bound.
Well, why not? They're a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in your pocket. I like chocolate as well. I love me some chocolate too.
Handmade by Bound, slightly melted after being kept in her pocket.
They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it.
They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Have we finally moved on? Finally, we did it.
I feel so silly. I feel so silly that I forgot about the deduction at the card, and that was the last thing that we actually needed to do to progress. It makes a lot of sense now, because I saw the 2 cards, I saw the 2 tablecloths, I saw the lift cart and the thing, so I think they've been, like, I think they've both been, like, swapped, or potentially both are lift carts. And that's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. Finally we made it. I think we can finish this case today. 4 hours is a decent amount of time. I've already gone through 2 segments in less than 3, so I think we can finish this case today and then get on to the 4th one. Okay, April 2nd, 2:33 p.m., Zodiac Hall, Fountain Room. Test results have just come in, sir. Traces of ubiquitous were found in the teapot.
They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you, you better not think that this means you beat me.
You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winner. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth.
What? But first is best. Everyone knows it's better to be a winner than a loser.
It's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway.
But I...
Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention.
But Gavel... Oh, alright.
Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim.
Yeah, good idea. I'll be right back.
Excellent. We shall see you shortly then. Mr. Winner's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel, on the other hand. Now...
Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquitous were found in your teapot. I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps it's one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use. Oh, they mentioned that... Wasn't there a mention that the dishwashing soap can... Where's the mention for the dishwashing soap? Someone mentioned that before. There should be a mention somewhere with dishwashing soap. I don't know if we have proof of that in evidence. I do remember a character mentioning dishwashing soap. That if something's mixed with dishwashing soap, maybe it makes something? I do remember them, a character mentioning that. So that's gonna come up later. I guaranteed something like that's gonna come up later. So you are telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquitous in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea that it could even be used to make poison gas. You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar. What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? A book that just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact that I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid of one of the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquitous. You see... He locked himself inside the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself, wouldn't it point to being a suicide attempt? So she's not willing to admit to anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it. You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week or so ago. And that very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Alicia, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been any number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that definitely it was Miss Bound who stole it. Judes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you just come clean? We all know you'd never hurt somebody for no reason, so... Not you too? You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? We got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. And it's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. It still doesn't go by my theory of, like... Usually, if there's gonna be two cases, they're trying to do one of two things. It's either the killer is the same person in both cases, and by solving one crime, you solve the other one. Or one crime and the other crime are attached to each other in the sense of that someone might have wanted revenge from the previous killing, so they did something in the present. So maybe the person... Maybe Gusto was responsible for killing Artie, and so in response to that, someone tried to kill Carmelo. So it's either the same person is responsible for both events, or one is trying to get revenge on the other for a past one, potentially. Or it could be even more complicated than this, because there's been a lot of complicated cases in Ace Attorney. But I've been loving this game so far. It's fantastic. Every case so far has been, like, top-notch, I would say. The best, potentially the best tutorial opening case in any Ace Attorney game, outside of maybe the third one. And even then, it's pretty close. And then, like, two very, very, like, long cases that have been really, really fun. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. Some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected. But yeah, if Capcom are listening to this video, please make a new Ace Attorney. And please, or if you're not making a new Ace Attorney, at least for next year, announce the crossover for the Layton crossover game. Like, give me that. Especially since New World of Steam is coming out next year. Because New World of Steam, they have not made a new Layton game in so long, and I intend to play that at some point. I love puzzle games. I love mystery solving. If I do that on stream, that would be a lot of fun, to be honest. Like, I really, really like those types of games. And it's also something, like, that even people that are viewing can, like, have different ways of solving puzzles. Because sometimes there's multiple ways to solve the same puzzle. And I'd like to spend hours on just, like, trying to solve a puzzle by just trying different methods of practicing and seeing what other people might be able to figure out as well. I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Well, you're practically asking to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. Your great faith could have a field day in here. Don't think she's joking. Actually, it seems that Mr. Gusso did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time for you to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. What technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years ago back, yeah? Since we're not getting anywhere by focusing only on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. A turnabout in thinking, so my father used this method as well. Alright, let's run this through the old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet his sculptures are here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Don't thank me, thank your Pops. Now take it away, Milesy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound? You say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creations to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was young and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. Yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, no? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you are going to ask such questions, perhaps some formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall, and about why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Miss Frost's work. Very well. If you believe it to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'd do whatever it takes to prove that I'm innocent. And please, if you could give us some background on Zodiac Hall and the piece on display here. Alright, let's go. Took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Leak pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm being honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavel, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. As you surely know, the value of that testimony cannot be evaluated without due process, without due cross-examination. Due process is not what we're doing here. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do what you must. Okay. Obviously, I press every statement anyway to get extra, stuff. 18 years? You must have gone through a lot to buy it back then. Buy it back, Miss Bound. This home, this place, such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. Oh, she's singing. I just forgot what. Samson, I did what I had to do. To see that home was waiting here for you.
How does she make it look so easy?
I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. If you could continue with your testimony, Miss Bound, minus the singing, if you please. You managed the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound. Yes, well, we only opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day, after all. So she really got the house back for him. So sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more, it's me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson. Oh, I skipped that one by mistake. Sorry. Come back to it anyway. Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance. A gallery of song. A gallery of gaiety and candy all day long. That was the idea, anyway. And here I thought art was to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of the Goddess of Justice. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No, Samson he's innocent. That awful prosecutor refused to listen in it, but it's true. He'd never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. Two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they? Sculptures in the winnowing weren't replicas. They're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Alright, I skipped this one by mistake. Paul Leak. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. See, I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically... how you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptors. Still no, I don't think we're getting any more trophies this round. No, there's no more trophies, I don't think. Until we get to the end, I guess. I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures you made. Really? Perhaps you could go into some more detail on that. Yeah. Okay, this one we can press, because it's the new statement. Usually when there's a new statement, presenting the evidence on that statement is correct, so... Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. What I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. Hang on. Can I skip... Which is the new statement? Hang on a second, where was the new statement? Is this the new statement? This one. This one's the new statement. Went to the end. These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took in Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes, you certainly know a lot about what happened back then, Mr. Edgeworth.
So those statues in the winnowing were just copies.
I didn't even get to see them before they melted. Hang on a second. That guy in the background there. That statue in the background. Does that look a little familiar? I don't think it's him, but it looks like the guy from, I just noticed this now. It looks like the guy from, which game was it again? Was it the second Apollo Justice game? I can't remember what it was called. I don't remember what it was called. It looked like the guy. It looked like the It looks like the scholar guy. The scholar guy at the play at the college or whatever. I can't remember what his name was. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas, which means that Miss Band is lying. You know, it's such an awful shame, and after we went to trouble to recreate them too. Sculptures in the Winter Wing weren't replicas, they're the very ones from 18 years ago. Okay. So this is the... now we go back to the... It should be this one that we present the evidence on. Afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie or you're lying, but you can't deny the results of the tests conducted on the sculpture's remains. Those tests leave no room for ambiguity. What you have on display weren't replicas, they were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. You could probably help explain how they worked out if you like, dear. It's the sugar, you see. You might think sugar is sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues, but the sweet secret of their chemical makeup, no chance. Thank you, Miss Scone. I don't recall asking for your help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because I'd melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. She kept a pair of favorite ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox. Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've always learned that much. Should I take that to mean that you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. You haven't proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't yet know exactly how you do it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. Then I'd better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. Alright. More time to press. What I did that day. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. Before I could take the camera back to Samson, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later around, when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. Those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in her story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. Question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If you can pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to. Duty Bound, you love the chapter. Is this my favorite case so far, in the game? I don't know. I feel like it is. But this game has been so solid so far. Every case so far has been, like, if I had to judge the games just based on the first 3 cases, I think this might be the best game of the series, just at the first 3 cases. It's got the best tutorial, outside of maybe the maybe the 3rd game. But even then, it's pretty close. This case so far is fantastic, and I love prison escape, prison stuff. So maybe there's a bit of bias there, but the second case was also really, really good. And so far, I've liked the tie-ins between all. I like the tie-ins between the 2 cases, and then this one here is like 2 cases in one, so you can't beat 2 cases in one, right?
I love sweets, I love cakes, I love all that stuff as well. So to me, this game might be the best one so far at the 3 case mark. No cases have been bad, they've all been very consistent and just very fun. What were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see. Bacon Bop? What kind of show was it? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Wow, that sounds awesome. I hope you're doing well today, Ace. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. I don't know if I'll finish this game this week, but I would like to finish it this week. It's been a long journey. These cases have been incredibly long. Not a bad long, but just like taking a long time to finish. Hold the phone, Mars. You used to watch it. I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. A lot of long cases and a lot of long streams, but we're progressing good through. It's the start of spring, I believe, this month, so we are hopefully it's gonna get a lot less chilly because it's been cold. And, yeah, just enjoying some video games and enjoying this game. Enjoying doing the voices, enjoying all the shenanigans and the comedy and references and... My father introduced me to it, I may have watched an episode, so Miles, you cannot hide your fandom of children's shows. Mr. Steel Samurai, expert and Steel Samurai fan that he doesn't ever want to admit that he's the Steel Samurai fan. You can't hide your secrets from anybody. You cannot hide anyone. So, Miss Bound passed the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routine. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? No. No. Are they gonna ask me... Wait a second. Are they gonna ask me this question every single time? Are they seriously gonna ask me this question every single time? Because, if that's the case, I'm pressing all the statements to be incorrect. Like, there's no bad endings in this game. There's no bad endings in this game, so I have to hear out all the statements, if this is the case. I can't just press it on any old statement. We've gotta press it... We've got to let it play out. It can't be the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Now, we have to hear out all the statements that are pressed. We can't just ignore. We can't just say, oh, it has to be this moment. Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so... hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? But I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me. I wouldn't have had time. So changing the film and the camera was requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when it was thing? No. I'm just gonna say no each time because it probably... One of them has to be the right answer, but we wanna hear her out. We wanna get some more information. I'm not gonna jump right in. You went to the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, and I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson, are you in there? That would have been the... Also, I love this case because of all the chocolate stuff. Like, an entire chocolate pirate ship with chocolate treasure chests and chocolate barrels. I do love me some sweets. An entire castle made out of, well, it was supposed to be made out of candy and whipped cream. Ice sculptures that are flavored ice. Like, I love me some sweets.
And that pirate ship was just glorious. The chocolate pirate ship. Sound of the chocolate ship falling over after a certain summer took a bite out of one of the supports. Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when he found the body. Yes, I'm fairly sure that was the case. He was judging each room in order and he liked to take his time. So the point at which he discovered Mr. Frost's body... Was this the moment? No, just hear her out. Just hear her out with all the statements. We're gonna hear her out and we're gonna let her, let them decide about what's going on instead. Just as you did today. Yes, I went around and offered everybody working in the investigation a cup of tea. Present company included, I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little card of yours. Interesting. And did anything strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and... I think he mentioned his saucer was old. Old? Cold. Old. Yeah, he's, definitely his, saucer was old. Yeah, I thought I read old, not cold. That would have been something different. Yeah, I thought I read old. Great, I mean, it's... Maybe you could argue that it was 18 years old. But... Cold was what it was... Because I think they mentioned something about, I think they said the saucers had, inbuilt, like... heating source or something on it, I think, from what I remember. That was mentioned, like, ages ago. That there was something with that. Something about the sources had, some sort of... Yeah, exactly, that's what I was saying, like... I think there was, like, one time where the saucer was hot, and then one time where the saucer was cold. So the only way for it to become cold would be that it had to have been transported... Oh, ads, yeah. I was supposed to pause them. I'll just wait for the ads so I can get my theory out of the way. It's only gonna be a minute. At least until, sometimes it's shorter for others than it is for thing. Exactly, did you see Mr. Gusto entering the victim's room? And while your father and the others were investigating the room where the body was found. Gusto said he went in there to get a photo back of him, the Frost and the kids. Because he didn't want anybody to suspect they'd been working together, right? Alright, I think ads are over now. They should be over, from what I remember. Is this time that they're over? Yeah, what I was saying was, if... The only way the sources could get uncold... Well, you live, yeah. The only way the sources could not be cold would be if they were transported into an area that was also cold. And we also have two different instances of characters drinking tea. One teapot had minty aroma in it, and the other teapot had citrus aroma in it, so we know that the teapots at some point have been swapped. Which might also mean that certain teapots might have been cold and certain sources might be hot or cold. So, and we also have the two different carts, because the carts look exactly the same. They have the same handles, and could easily just be sabotaged as things, so... Pretty sloppy of him to get spotted, though. Definitely not great thief material. I think Mr. Gusto could live with that, to be honest. So the moment when Mr. Gusto snuck into Mr. Frost's room... Was this the moment when Mr. Mountain... I think the cultures... I think that's the last statement, isn't it? So we'll just say no for now. And then we'll go back through them. I forgot when Miss Bound would have been able to steal the sculptures. What was her best window of opportunity? I think a great thief like me would have an inkling, but I'm drawing a blank here. If you're going to get to the bottom of this, you need to grill her harder. So get to it, right behind you, big man. Alright, let's go and have a look and see when the best point in time would have been. When was the best time that she would have been able to steal the sculptures? So, first statement is... she was waiting upstairs in the living area on standby, so probably not the best place to, probably not the best place to do so. Then the second part, she went to go changing the film cartridge during the judging. Probably, again, not the best place to do what she was doing. She discovered the body, which means that she would have been inside the room with the body, so that, again, probably wouldn't be a good option. This would have been the only other option when she began to make the rounds, because this is when, this fifth one is when she saw Gusto entering Frost's room, which means she would have been observing in one particular area, so she would have been seen, but she would have had plenty, she didn't mention specifically where she was making her rounds, so she could have gone anywhere and everywhere if she was making her rounds, is what I'm thinking. So it has to be this one here, so I guess we press this again, and then say, yeah, we think it's this point. And also, since we know about the lift cart and the service cart, that would also make sense, because she was making her rounds with the different, and that would also probably help with the saucer, right? Because if the saucer was hot, and then she went into a room that was cold, it would then become cold. So let me just skip through the text, because I've already seen this one. So this would be the moment. Let's say this was the moment. Let's see if we're right. Miss Bound, I believe this was when you stole the sculptures. Hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. You suggesting I somehow got the sculptures out of Miss Frost's room, right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bound stole those ice sculptures, and she did it by by hiding them here. It had to, the only place to hide an ice sculpture that big, and especially since we know how big they kind of are, would be the card. It could only be the card. Like, what else does she have with her that could be... Plus, this is in the past, so... Yeah, it has to be the card. She can't carry them out on her back, so she can't hide them anywhere else. Although, I will say this. There was actually a time, no joke, where someone was caught stealing a 24-pack of cans of soft drink in between their legs. No joke, they had a dress on, and they were actually like holding it in between their thighs, basically. In their knees, as they were I wish I was joking, but this actually has happened. They tried stealing a 24 can, or like a 48 pack or 24 pack of soft drinks in between their legs, and they got caught. They got caught because they dropped. They got caught because they dropped it. Yes. I wish I was joking. Some people will go to absolutely extreme lengths to try and steal, to try and steal from supermarkets. Because it wasn't just a tea set you were pushing around, Miss Bound, but a hidden ice sculpture on a glass case. Surely such a thing would have been impossible. Ain't no way. They tried. They tried and failed, but... yeah. How would a case of that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately. Who said anything about a serving cart? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you suggesting she used instead? Suggesting this man use this as a... use this to transport the sculptures. We have the cart. This. And you could make it look like a lift cart as well. And this is... the cart that Miss Bound used to move the flavoured ice sculptures out of Miss Frost's room 18 years ago. And it would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in the fountain room. Yep, there it is. We originally bought it for use in the contest. And you're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures into this cart and carried them off. I am. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its... oh, that's how it got cold! That's how it got cold, never mind. I was thinking for a second, like, oh, they could have moved the tea set into a room that was cold. No, just... They would have just had the tea set resting on top of the cold ice sculpture. And that's how it would have got cold. For some reason I was thinking she took the tea set into the room. Which could have also been a plausible way. So, yeah. And it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculptures around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course. That's why these saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Yep, she's sweating. Judes, how could you? Impressive. Has she changed her demeanor now? Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. Should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it. You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room. Yes, I do. I took these sculptures and their glass cases out of that room 18 years ago. As Mr. Edgeworth correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it, and slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everyone. In the end, I'd removed not only the sculptures, but the flavoured ice zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Yes, we have in the exhibit. It's a huge block of ice on display here, in the present day. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not, what with it being hollow on the inside. If the Winter Wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac blocks must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the 2 ice sculptures and the 2 Zodiac blocks out, I took 2 fresh empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original 2 had been. Only the sculptures had been kept in glass cases, you see, to prevent them from being damaged. Blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavoured iceworks in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it had come from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the Winter Wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, and I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do about it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? Oh, Here we go with the statute of limitations again. Which they somehow always find a way around, usually.
How'd you figure that?
Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much, given we're at a crime scene. I suggest you memorize the various statutes of limitations outlined in this book. Statutes for dummies. Okay. Statutes for dummies.
Statutes of what?
Statutes of limitations book. A book explaining the statutes of limitations of various crimes. Yep. In other words, how to exploit the legal system, and why Japan had to change a whole bunch of stuff. That's basically what the statute of limitations is. These books, these games exploit all the possibilities of the Today you learned statute of limitations is state-dependent and crime-dependent IRL, the more you know. Yeah. It's also country-dependent as well. Which is also, I think that's why, it's very similar to sentencing, you know? Texas has different laws for, you know, armed robbery, for example. Versus, like, in other states. That's, I guess, where there's different death penalties and things like that as well, so... Yeah. It actually makes a whole lot of sense why certain states are more harsher with crimes than others. But yeah, the statute of limitations, a lot of exploitation. Simply put, game. So if we let's look at see what some of these laws say. What have we got? Okay, so theft is 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate timeframes apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Murder is 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of the trial. So, something's going to come up in this situation, I have a feeling. I have a feeling that something's going to come up with this. So, they've said that 15 years from the date of the crime. However, if you flee to a foreign country, it gets suspended, which means any time that you leave, if you've got 10 more years on the statute, and you leave a country for 5 years, it's paused until you get back. So now, and also the suspension of any... Yeah, something with this is going to come up later, I have a feeling. Theft, maybe? But if there's something to do with the murder, then something's going to come up. Something's going to... This is going to be important for later. They wouldn't give it to us if it wasn't going to be important for later. This has come up a couple of times in other cases where they've tried to use statute of limitations, namely the actually in the same case, I believe. I think the same case, the Von Karma case from the first game. I think they tried to use the statute of limitations at that point to try and get off of stuff, saying that too much time had gone by. Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on trial for a given crime. So we're not only investigating... This is going to come back, surely. It has to. Referencing the Von Karma case. Probably one of my favorite cases in the entire series is Game 1, Case 4. Von Karma's introduction, excellent. Von Karma, if he got more time, he would be like... Oh... You know what would have been really, really good? Imagine if... I know it would have ruined Edgeworth's... Actually, no, it wouldn't have. What if they did Game 1, Case 5? What if Von Karma was the prosecutor there instead? And in both cases, you were able to not only stop Von Karma, but you were also able to stop the other guy as well. That would have been
That would have been a crazy case. You would have taken down, like... You would have taken Von Karma down the first time in, like, so many years of all of his corrupt dealings, and you would have then taken down the head of the organization, you know, the head of the law, basically. It still works for having them as separate cases, but I could only imagine, like... Imagine if Von Karma and that guy were working together in the one case. It would be, like, almost impossible. It would have been almost impossible to stop, but you would have had just enough information to stop them both. But I'm glad that they had them as two separate cases, because you got to have two awesome cases. They did a fantastic job with both. I shouldn't complain. We got two cases instead of one, but imagine if they combined both cases somehow together. You would have gotten Miles exonerated, you would have gotten Von Karma incarcerated, the other guy would have had his epic breakdown like he did. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Okay. They're reading it anyway. So it's different for every crime. Murder 15 years, theft 7 years. Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. Don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for her crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculptures isn't my principal interest here. I find the body that reappeared 18 years ago after the theft to be of considerably more interest. You're suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. But how do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? While hiding it in a very unusual way. Now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has already told us. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well, if you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden? It would have had to have been the display case, right? Because, well, actually, could it have been hidden with the ice sculpture? Because there was blood on the ice sculpture. They did mention that there was blood on the ice sculpture. I do remember that. I do remember there being stuff on the on one of the ice sculpture. I think it was the Gemini sculpture that had the blood on it, from what I remember. So the evidence that we would have would be... Where's the... I guess we don't have an individual, like, sculpture we can present, so I guess we just present the wing photo, and then say that we think that it would be the Gemini statue, because that one was the one that had blood on it. That's probably all that it would be.
Take that.
Photograph of Mr. Frost's work. And of the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? Victim's body is hiding right here. Oh, Why didn't I think of this earlier? Why didn't I think of this earlier? Like, I know that they said this is Gemini, right? But, like, if you think about it, like, this sculpture is, like, super detailed and colored differently. This one's also kind of colored differently, but this one here is like, oh, I'm getting it now. I'm getting it now. This is what it was. Okay, so now I'm guessing that this is the body, right? The body is here, and maybe this is the luminous cloth of some sort. Like, maybe there was an extra luminous cloth somehow that was able to... Because, again, it's also kind of colored that way, too. And it would explain why it's so hidden. It's that. It has to be the Gemini statue. Because this is the one that had the blood in it. I remember them saying that there was blood. And there was also the blood that was on the ground as well, the thing. So it has to be this. Right? The Gemini sculpture? Yes, it may look like a sculpture at first glance. But it is, in fact, Mr. Frost's corpse. Yeah, this is a pure insanity right now. Like, The cloth has been used to cover up the body, but the body looked like the statue, but there was blood with the thing, and then the melting of the statues, and this is an amazing case right now. This is a great, like, I love, like, going back and forth between things to try and solve it. Surely you can't be serious. Don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim. This is another thing as well. Usually case 3 of these games is usually one of the weaker cases. This might be the best case 3, potentially, as well. This may very well be the best case 3. I'd have to have a look and see what cases were the third case, but this is a strong case 3. To think that this game was... This is what is insane to me as well. This game, Investigations to Prosecutors Gambit, was never released in the West. This game was never released in the West. There were fan translations, there were all these other things. This game was not released in the West. You're telling me that potentially the best game in the series was not ever released in the West. Or at least so far. At least so far, that's what it is. This game is the best game so far, I would say, from the first 3 cases. And this was never released in the West until last year. What piece of evidence might that be? What demands that you present what was used to conceal the body? Yeah, the cloth. Because it changes color. So where's the... You get it now, you understand their frustration. Did something go wrong? Was there what was their reasoning for not actually releasing it in the West? Like, was there an actual legit reason? Because if they just decided never to release it in the West, that is weird, but if they had an actual legit reason for doing so, like, I can understand if there's an actual reason, but to me, like, this game may very well be the best game in the series. I'm not even kidding. Like, I love pretty much every one of these games, to varying different degrees. They hadn't thought it through. I don't know, I love this game. I loved Investigations 1, but it felt like, I think Investigations 1 for me might have been one of the weaker games of the series. It might have been the weakest. It wasn't a bad game, it was just a weaker game in amongst a bunch of great ones. This here, I'm looking at, like, this is everything so far that a sequel needs to be. I have very little, if any, complaints about this at all. The cloths from in the Autumn Wing, like, this may very well be one of the best games. I'm not overrating it either. When it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Oh yes, dear, but you can make it look like just about anything, really. Even blazing fire. The right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact. Is it not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate those colors, though? If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the Winter Wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there is a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display case. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice.
Gotta slow down. This can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us in the winter wing? Yes, we were standing right in front of the body. The body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the winter wing disguised as a sculpture? Because there wouldn't have been no mystery as to how the body had been hidden if we had found it as is. Miss Bell needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the scent. Ridiculous. I don't recall her sneaking around behind our backs to throw a body in a fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that had proved so useful in executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the other wings and floated it down the stream to the fountain. The frozen body, being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way, which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards, once it had thawed enough. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But, can you prove that it was me? Seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusations without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you have someone who might have spotted her when she was moving the body? We do. Yeah, Larry. Larry has the thing, because remember what he said? Larry said with his sketches, he's like, I drew these sketches as I saw them happening. They weren't done at the exact same time. He drew them as he saw them. So one is of Delicia Scone, retrieving the luminous cloth from the fountain. And the other one was of Judy Bound taking the sweets to, taking the sweets around. So the answer is yes. As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in the piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegation? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please, present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claim? That we have this. Should be this.
Take that.
More drawings. Is that me? Oh no. Yes, Mr. Butts drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. Is Larry gonna get into trouble? From Gavel? I wonder if he's... I wonder if he's gonna get into trouble here. I wonder if he'll get into trouble. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. He always, what do you call it? He always, like, incriminates himself in one way or another. But, he either gets accused of being a murder suspect, he accused of being the murderer, he incriminates himself, or he does some wacky thing, like he has a really good memory, or he remembers something, or he does something, if you get what I'm saying. There's always something, right? And always, like, him remembering events exactly, or him putting down the sketches, or him, saying something, it always ends up leading to the murderer. It always ends up with him getting to the murderer, and it always ends up with him getting to, like, some sort of conclusion. So Laurice is definitely coming in clutch right now. And also, these pictures are really detailed. Like, say what you will about Larry, but it's like he is definitely coming in clutch with these pictures and this evidence. But what I'm interested in is in the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's serving cart. What about it? You don't see it. She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Yeah, his art's not bad. I could not... Look. No one wants to see me drawing. I could not draw this. I could not paint this. This is not, like, nobody wants to see me draw, nobody wants to see me paint. I could not draw this in my life. Like, I could not draw this. I would have to, like, trace it, and I would have to, like, think, and it still wouldn't come off nearly as genuine as this. This actually looks like, kind of like, looks like concept art if you think about it. It's honestly concept art. Okay, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. If I may, don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he assured me that that couldn't possibly be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yes, a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. The shape of the card is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious if the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body. Not if the body had been placed inside one of the hollow zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and it'd easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of Justice. Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago. Didn't expect you to do all that from a single simple sketch. But that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You needn't worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butt's artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more. Which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without a serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. Chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty, though. Why did you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you no longer had a serving cart to put them on, that's why. One moment, please. You've explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But, what about the tablecloth? Where did it go? Indeed, if stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bound had the time to dispose of an entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have an answer for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us. Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? In the fountain, not in this room, or on Miss Bound's person. Well, it's not in the fountain. It's not on her person either. It has to be not in this room. Think? Wait. Let me think. What were the options? Not in this room? Hang on a second. No, I can't even see. Because that's the wrong option. Wait a second. Did the fountain, right? Was she taking it out of the fountain, or was she putting it in the fountain? She was taking it out of the fountain. It can't be on her person, surely. Like, is it? Because it's not in the fountain. It can't be in the fountain. It can't be in the fountain because it was taken out of the fountain by Scone. So if it was taken out of the fountain by Scone, it can't be there, but then... Oh, I didn't... Oh, that was... I didn't remember this! I do not remember this! I don't remember her doing that in the Oh, is that what it is? I don't remember her doing that in this scene, so it is on her person then. I forgot that she did this. Okay, that's what it is then. I feel silly, but I forgot I forgot about that. I forgot completely about that. So it has to be on her person then. Because it's not in the fountain. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person. And in plain view, in fact. Oh, yeah, now I see it's like actually tucked in, I guess. No, surely you don't mean... Miss Bound? It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? Given that the Zodiac blocks weren't kept in glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need to do is confirm my theories to test the cloth for trace of the sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. Jig is up, as they say. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I stole Delicia's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. It was me. It was all me. Delicia, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. Just Larry in the background, just like etching away. And then I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he had tried to do it himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected that. How did you do that exactly? How do you leave only one person's fingerprints? This part hurts you? Yeah. Judy, you? Oh gosh. But Judes, why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side, all fighting together to free Samson? You were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Yeah, she has a purpose of doing this. Not until I'd finally proven that Samson is innocent. Always planned to give myself up in the end, I swear. That would have just... That wouldn't have done anything, though. Because then she would have just been separated from him, and he would have been found innocent, but then she would have been found guilty, so it's like... They still would have been separated, you know? No, it's easy to say that now, but... Why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along, ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? Yeah, she only wanted him out of false conviction, but by doing so, she's now put herself in real conviction. Like, they're still gonna be separated, but one of them's gonna be doing real time and the other one's gonna be free, but are they really, truly, like, back together again? Like, it's just one of those things, like, you pushed a little bit too far for the truth and now it's just gonna be the roles being reversed. Only this time you may never get out of it. I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. The moment Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's artist. Couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. That meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. But what I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures. Samson is a kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me, and yeah, this is so much, like, essentially, like, her actions to find out that, to get him unfalsely convicted actually ended up being the stuff that put him away. It's like, she tried to help, and then was able to, but then it's already like, she's gonna get him off of this conviction, but then she's also the responsible party for why he was thing in the first place. Unknowingly, I should say. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body, been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of to make things right. Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake. Hey, what are you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it sucks all around. It's just, it's bad. Like, for someone to do such good, but also to end up, for someone to do such good, but then to, end up having it, like, backfire. And we're still not... something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not use a more reliable method? And why disguise the Autumn Wing as the Winter Wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Yeah, I wonder what she had in mind. Have we still not solved the case yet? Is it not over? She was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent. Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to confess to her crime, find the real killer, and ensure the body was found. I think it's to find the true killer. Because she was already going to admit that she was going to confess to her crime. She had no idea about the body being found, so I guess the only actions that she was doing for this reason was to find the true killer, like, which just makes this even worse, because we still don't know who the true killer is yet, but I guess by exposing some of this information, we can, like, maybe figure out who the true killer is? Because the other two options wouldn't be the case, I don't think. Like, her ultimate goal would be to find out who really did it. Because, obviously, Samson getting framed would then mean the real killer was out there, so she'd want to find who that is. Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And that would also imply that if he was going to be cleared of all charges, they would have to have somebody to find that was the killer. So if she found out who the killer was, then he'd be free of all charges, the killer would then be sentenced, and then she would probably be in trouble. But this is still a sucky situation for her. But at the same time, like, she's at least got good intentions. And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the iceberg. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might have even have to be able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? I see what you're getting at. You're saying that's why the Autumn Wing was all Winter Wingy. I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had so carefully disguised as the Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No. But that would mean the real killer was... Enough. Not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you were saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you were clearly about to make? Miss Bounds set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? If we want to get to the truth, we have to make the accusation. There's no point in bumbling around on it, like, we have to do it, like, we have to. We want the truth, right? No matter how hard it may be, we have to accept, we have to make the accusation. My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed, and to do that, I need to seize the moment. Yes, Judge Gavel, I'm prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident. Well, it can only be one person. Who was the person that the trap was set for? Or, like, who was the person that triggered the trap? Obviously, the only person that we know of out of this list of suspects that triggered the trap can't have been Samson, can't have been the victim, can't have been any of the people from, that weren't here at the moment, can't have been Kay or Gumshoe, can't have been Judy herself, can't have been Larry, can't have been Eddie, can't have been Delicia. It has to be. There's no one else that fits this profile. The person who opened up the trap, who triggered the trap in the first place was, yeah, Gusto themselves. The victim of the poison gas attack was the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident. Gusty! Mr. Gusto? Miss Bound? As we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. And you set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth, just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. And then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors of the various rooms, and found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer was on the other side of the door. Thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left was for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Jude, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? You could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. But I'm the one who created this mess, and so it was up to me to try and clean it up. Didn't care what it took, as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said that it reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery, in front of as many witnesses as possible. So sorry, Judy.
Who's that Pokemon?
You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Fender, this can't be easy for him. Yeah. And again, this case had so many other implications as well. This implicated, like, again, this case also is what caused Gregory to be killed. And it can't be easy for Miles, it can't be easy for Eddie, it can't be easy for everyone involved. That, like, it's like what people say, like the road to, I mean, even though it wasn't necessarily evil, it's like, the road to evil is paved with good intentions. Judy planned to do, you know, yeah, DL6 spawned from this case, basically, which then spawns a whole bunch of other things, like,
it's... And like... Judy's intentions were good, but it caused so many things to go wrong in the future, and honestly, like, again, if these incidents don't happen, the characters aren't the same characters they... Yeah. Basically, the road to evil is paved with good intentions. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. And whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. Please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected, to say the least. Like, I thought already, like, Game 1, Case 4 was really impactful for the characters. Like, again, it's what makes Edgeworth... It's what made Edgeworth who he is, and also allowed him to push forward in the rest of his life. The DL6 incident. And now this case is tied to the DL6 incident, and also a bunch of other stuff as well. Like, this is just like... These games have such great character development. And when they want to make someone truly, like, unforgivably evil, they can do it. And when they want to make someone, well-written in terms of, like, sympathy, like, sympathetic moments, like, they really hit it out of the park. Like, Von Karma has no redeemable... Manfred Von Karma has no redeemable qualities about him. They make you want to hate him. This case just makes you want to hate him even more. The fact that this is, what happened, the fact how ruthless he was with the investigating. And also they made a character like Judy so sympathetic in her reasoning as to why she was doing things. And yet it only set us down a path towards an even more shocking end. That's why I want these games to have, if they do make a new Ace Attorney, I would love it to have an option for voice acting. Because I want to hear these characters voice these lines and do it in such an impactful way. I would have it be an option, because I know that there would be people that would want to just do their own voices. At least have it be an option. Don't make it so that they have to listen to the voices. Have two options of the game to be played. Have one without the voices and have one with the voices. Because I think these types of cases, if these are voiced nowadays, we're talking like... with this peak writing and vocal performances, as well as all of the fun gameplay and comedy and stuff, I think that would, like... You're potentially looking at an Ace Attorney game that is, like, the best of all time. Especially with the voice talent that we have access to now. Like, there's no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse. Oh, and we're still not done yet. We've still got to try and... piece everything together to get Gusto. We've got to get Gusto on the thing, so we're not done. We are not done. We are still not finished. I'm hoping we can finish this case today. I have about 3 hours. April 2nd, 3:11 PM, Zodiac Hall Fountain Room. Miss Bounty, feeling a little calmer now. I don't want to rush the case, but at the same time, I do want to have this case finished so I can at least see what the next one is. And also, so much to talk about. Yeah, exactly. You can only imagine... especially the voicing for Judy in this instance. Like, that's why I think that they should definitely, like, these games deserve voice acting. Like, Danganronpa has voice acting in it, and it's impactful as well. These games, I think these games are better than Danganronpa, because they allow you to have, like, just... this game speaks for itself. I can't do this game justice with the voicing. I can't do this game justice. Good, then allow me to get to the point. Regardless of your intentions, you broke the law. Yes, I understand. Nevertheless, I understand that you did what you did in order to prove Mr. Tangaroa's innocence. It's just like how, like, there's just as much, and the music as well.
These games look great, the music is fantastic, the comedy timing is fantastic, the gameplay is fun, it's expansive, with all the different gadgets and things that they can do. The characters are great, the looks of the characters are great, the cases themselves are fun with well-written stories and well-written characters. If this had voice acting in it, I feel like it would be like these games would be like absolute like. I think we'd be talking like. I think we would be talking about Danganronpa 2. I think Danganronpa 2 is my favorite. Danganronpa 2 is definitely my favorite. It is the first game is not bad. Danganronpa 2 is well and truly better than Danganronpa 1, I think, for me. And there's still great stuff that happens in Danganronpa 1. And then V3 V3 had every case that wasn't the first case and last case were all fantastic. Danganronpa 3, I did not like the end. Danganronpa 3 had such a poor ending, it ruins the other games. Danganronpa V3 might be one of the worst, like, endings for any game that I've ever played. I hated the ending. I despise V3's ending. It is the worst ending to a video game that I have ever played. I'm not even kidding you. I do not like V3's ending. I do not like V3's ending. It was basically just an insult to being like, okay, all the stuff that happened prior and all the stuff that happened up until that point meant basically nothing. It was basically just for views. And it just felt like, no, just a terrible ending. It was an interesting twist, I get it was interesting, but I think it was a bad twist to do. Because it made me feel like that everything that happened to the other characters was meaningless, you know? Danganronpa 2 has some meaningful character deaths in it. Chiaki's death in Danganronpa 2 is very similar to this. And then you mean to tell me that it was all just acting? Like, that's what annoyed me with V3, is like, you mean to tell me that Chiaki dying and sacrificing herself for the sake of trying to find out what happened was just acting, and it was for a TV show. It didn't mean anything. It meant absolutely nothing. That's why it's bad. That's why I'm saying that it's bad. Maybe I can understand why it's interesting, but it's like, you take something like that and then just tell me it means nothing. If I played V3 on stream, I would be, you know, I would have been, like... It also takes away from Kaito's, you know, it takes away from the stuff that happened in its own game. Kaito, you know, the whole, Kaito and, the ultimate, villain guy, you know, it took away from that. It took away from so many moments in the show, and, from the games, and just made me feel like, what was the point of me playing this if this was going to be the ending? That's why I think these games work better, because it sticks to the, yeah, Kaede as well. There was nothing to suggest that anything nefarious took place in the official IS-7 incident records. Like, I could rant about Danganronpa V3 all day. It does have some great moments in it, and it does have some great, really fun cases. But it also somehow ruins the rest of the games for me, at least a little bit, because of knowing that that's how they decided to end it. Right now, there is nothing to suggest that we should take Miss Bound at her word either. So our first order of business should be to arrest the culprit of the case before us, Miss Bound herself. That's why I think these games stick to their guns. If they're going to... They're not going to unravel this stuff with Miss Bound. I think she's... They've done this for her. Like, she has... She's done her, like... she's done her stuff, you know, like... So I think they're gonna stick the landing with this case. Official records cannot always be trusted, Judge Gavel. Especially since there are those prosecutors who would think nothing of twisting the facts. And we have proof of this as well. Are you suggesting that the committee at the time overlooked just such a prosecutor? That's for you and your people to figure out. However, it is a fact that the autopsy report was faked. Seeing as Mr. Frost's body was only found just now. Yep, someone in the committee has been doing some bad things. And also, Eddie pointed this out to us as well, so... is this going to be another game, where the top of the committee, or like that's also another problem. That one big problem that I have with these is that you kind of already know... If you've played enough Phoenix Wright games, you know... It's similar to Persona. If you've played enough Persona games, or if you've played enough Phoenix Wright games, you know that there's certain elements that will always happen. Phoenix Wright games, it feels like whoever is always, like, the head of something, or the head in charge of the law, or, like, some sort of authority figure, you just know that somebody has something bad about them. They're going to eventually be the villain. Because Gavel's hiding something. Persona, you always kind of know that there's going to be some sort of, like, god entity slash thing pulling the strings. And so that's a problem that I have with these games. And I wish that I could go back and play those games without the knowledge of all the previous ones. Because I feel like my feelings on them would improve, because I would get the twist every single time. Oh, wait, this is what they're doing? But I think the advantage that these games have over the Persona ones is that they always find a different way to point out, like, how the law and how the head of the law is, like, different. I'll say. Really is something of Mr. Von Karma in you, Mr. Edgeworth. How so, exactly? By continually defying the will of the committee and bending the truth to fit your needs, that's how. Perhaps it is time you understand how I know the committee sees this case. I just noticed that they misspelled committee in that previous one. Committee is with 2 M's and 2 T's. They had committee spelled with just the 1 M here in the previous one. Alright, I guess we're not over with yet. Hopefully I can get this case done in like 2.5 hours. I would like to. Okay, what's the committee's view? What have they got to say? Committee is willing to accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified Mr. Frost's autopsy report. So she's just openly admitting this right now, that they've decided that... Yeah. Which again, we already knew Von Karma was corrupt. Now we know that the committee that allowed for them to do so was corrupt as well, so... That also means Gavel herself is probably corrupt in some way. Even still, Mr. Von Karma only managed to have Mr. Tangaroa convicted as an accomplice. Personally, I've come to believe that the real culprit behind the IS-7 incident is Miss Bound. The plan to poison and kill Mr. Gusto today was her attempt to frame him for Mr. Frost's murder. So there are some small little storytelling problems that I have with this series, but for the most part they're consistent. Some cases are worse than others. Obviously, there are some bad Phoenix Wright cases that just don't really hit it for me in the same way, but they're not necessarily like awful, like gameplay wise, or like awful. Like I don't really think there's a truly like bad case. There's just some that are worse than others. Or just certain aspects of certain cases just don't hit it. It's kind of like Danganronpa. Danganronpa's the same thing, where every case is not... every, like, situation is not, like, truly bad. There are redeeming factors for everything, but some just have parts of them that are just not really... Like, even I'll defend Danganronpa V3 Case 3. I really liked V3 Case 3, however, my biggest problem with that one is they made it too blatantly obvious who the killer was. And so, it took away from the mystery, but I think the actual explanations were very well done. But it was just... It's kind of like the Goblet of Fire for me. The Goblet of Fire Harry Potter movie is the weakest of the movies for me because they make it so blatantly obvious who the villain is. And the book didn't do that. It kept me guessing until I found out who by reading who had done it. So sometimes the cases can be so blatantly obvious that it takes away from the mystery. Which I could say is a problem with the end cases of each Phoenix Wright game, however they do it in such a way that it just works super well. And they also do it with the tutorial case as well, but I forgive it for being the tutorial. They want it to be a tutorial and they want you to kind of thing, but you can do it in a way that also works really well. This game, for example, has a really good tutorial case. Is it Trials and Tribulations? That's the third one of the Phoenix Wright games. Has a really good tutorial case. So, it's more so about how you do it, more than not doing it. You can do it correctly, and in a way that it isn't too, thing. Again, this game has a this game probably has the best or the second best tutorial case in the game. In all of the games, I would say. And I don't think that I'm lying when I say that. I think that can be, definitely be argued. So Reza acts solely in service of law and order. It sounds to me like all she's doing is acting in service of the committee and covering up the truth. If I can't change her mind, there will be no saving Mr. Tangaroa or Miss Bound. Alright, let's hear her out. Press every statement, obviously, get some extra info. If you accept that Mr. Von Karma falsified the report, then why won't you reinvestigate the case? Because the Goddess of Justice is never wrong. The verdict remains true, despite Mr. Von Karma's. Despite blatant evidence tampering, you sure your precious goddess is into that? Yeah, we're starting to unravel something here. Although in the third case, super weird that they're doing it now. I thought they would do it later. I almost managed to think the committee might have other reasons for not wanting this looked into again. Further investigation is simply unnecessary since the Goddess of Justice has already spoken. Is that right? I believe it was a confession that sealed Mr. Tangaroa's fate in the end. Confession secured by Mr. Von Karma, which should surely cast doubt on the final verdict itself. Samson Tangaroa confessed to the initial investigating officer, one Detective Ian Sideman. Really? That's the name of the investigating officer? The Ian Sideman? Inside Man? I see what you did there, game. I see these puns. Inside Man, I get exactly what yeah, the Inside Man. The official records state it was his interrogations that led to the conviction. Therefore, all I can say to you is the Goddess of Justice has already spoken. Unbelievable, she won't just budge at all. These committee guys really that big of a deal? In many ways, they are the prosecutor's worst nightmare. So kind of like how the police are to a great thief, huh? Funny how you don't seem to have a problem working with the police when it suits you, though. I love Kay as well. Kay was my second favorite character, I think, from the previous game outside of Lane. You suggesting that Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bound killed Mr. Frost together? Why not? You could even imagine they split their roles as thus. Mr. Tangaroa could have been the one to commit the act itself, while Miss Bound was to remove the body. Thought that we could even ever kill Mr. Frost. You stole his corpse and hid it for 18 years. Is it really so surprising that you might be considered a suspect as a result? Miss Band has freely confessed to all of her crimes. Now is not the time to speculate about what else she might have done in the past. Very well, then let us pass judgment on what we know she did in the present. Why would Miss Band have chosen to frame Mr. Gusto for the murder? No doubt because he suspected her of being the real culprit. He may have entered what we thought was the Winter Wing simply to see if the Gemini statue was genuine. Little did he know that he would be greeted by a trap designed to silence him, a trap that nearly worked. Do you have any evidence to support that line of reasoning? Unfortunately, Mr. Gusto remains in critical condition. Well, we're gonna have to get him out of that critical condition soon, I guess. It will be difficult to prove anything until he regains consciousness. In other words, there is little we can do for now. On the contrary, we have plenty we can do. You still have not grasped the situation, have you? Then allow me to spell it out for you. More statements. All the evidence you need. In the matter of the IS-7 incident, we have a body, a murder weapon, and 2 suspects. As for the poison gas attack, we have the sources of the 2 chemicals and Miss Bound's confession. As for you, Mr. Edgeworth, we also have enough evidence to see that you yourself will have to answer to the committee in a formal hearing. That doesn't sound like a good time, going in front of the committee. The corrupt committee, by the way, who a spokesperson for the committee right now, Gavel, is admitting to having falsified evidence. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Don't worry, Mazzarino. If nothing else, you're always more than welcome at Edgeworth & Co. Your Honor, I'd greatly appreciate if we could stay focused on the matter at hand. Of course. Now, where was I? You really mean to assert that there are no loose ends left to investigate? Not at all. All of the evidence has been examined at length, and there is nothing more to be learned from you. Therefore, I see no need to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant Miss Judy bound. Your Honor, I'm certain there's something that still needs to be examined. The hammer is about to fall, Mr. Edgeworth. Only hard evidence can stop it now. Present what you think requires further deliberation now, assuming there really is anything left, that is. This isn't over yet, not by a long shot. There's still one thing we don't have an answer to. And it's up to me to point it out to Judge Gavel. Alright, well, now we've got to go and start presenting some evidence, because, well, that's what we're going to go and, you know, obviously you've got to present some evidence on, probably, it's going to have to be one of the statements that we've pressed, because that always seems to be the case, that always seems to be the case, that it's always connected to one or the other, let's see what we can connect. Let us see. Well, we have additional evidence that we have not presented as of yet to Gavel, so I guess we should start there. Because we have this here to present. So we should present her with the information that we do not have as of yet. Afraid there is still one question concerning the IS-7 incident that remains unanswered, Your Honor. Would you mind taking a look at this? What is it? Their test results carried on a liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case in the Winter Wing. As you can see, traces of blood were detected. Question is whose? Until that question is answered, I hardly think you can claim to have all the evidence. There was blood in the Gemini case. She didn't even know. Again, just gonna find everyone guilty immediately. No investigating happening, so something's happening with the committee here. Her boss or herself are just corrupt. I'm thinking more the committee than her, because she's at least helped us out in 2 other cases. Why did I not hear about this from Eustace? Oh, probably because Eustace is useless. He gets everything wrong. Because Detective Gumshoe informed me of the results directly. I was planning to tell Mr. Winner about it myself, of course. You kept this to yourself until now, despite having no jurisdiction here whatsoever. Mark my words, the committee will hear all about what you have done here today. As ever, my interest is in the truth, and if mistakes were made in the past, they must be rectified. If you must report me to the committee, then so be it. But in return, we must be allowed to investigate this case to the very end. That is not my decision to make. You will need to discuss it with Eustace.
Guess who's back, losers? And good news, too.
Oh, he's up and walking. Oh, joy.
Now we can confront him. I guess now he can talk, so, I hope he's ready for a long line of questioning, Mr. Gusto. Like, that's... Look who decided to turn up after surviving the gas attempt. Definitely, we have a lot of questions for you. Let's see what, happens. Let's see what you have to say, Mr. Gusto.
It was a close call for a minute there, but Carmelo Gusto was alive.
Gusto? He made it?
And he's still blowing, You're the ones who found me.
He's still blowing, sugar as well. Yep, long time no see, Gusto.
You're the attorney's assistant. You've grown. And you have an assistant of your own now.
Now you hush? That makes me think that there's gonna be something coming up. I mean, obviously there's gonna be something.
No,
He hasn't got the gig just yet. This is Gregory Edgeworth's son.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, at your service. Fate moves in mysterious ways. I'm in your debt. If you hadn't found me in time, I wouldn't be here to thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. After all, if you hadn't lived, we wouldn't be able to ask you what really happened 18 years ago.
What are you talking about?
You figured out quite a bit while you were out cold. Including the fact that you're probably the guy who offed Paul Artie Frost.
I just hope we have enough time to do it.
We've already been here for like half an hour doing this, and then
Is this true?
Miss Bound set up a very elaborate trap to catch Mr. Frost's murderer. A trap that involved rigging the Pisces case with poison gas. Perhaps in light of that fact, you could tell us in your own words what happened back then. Or perhaps you'd rather exercise your right to remain silent. It's not that. Gusto here's a fan of the old meditation. You know, Om and all that jazz?
Wow, sleeping while standing sounds pretty cool. That's one heck of a talent.
Except there's no sleeping involved in meditation, okay? Hey, Gusto, old pal, how about you snap out of it and tell us what went down way back when?
I was caught in the girl's trap, so I must be the killer. Is this your idea of a joke? I'm the victim here.
Wait, how does he know that she's the... How does he know that she's the one who set the trap? He must know some. He just mentioned that he knew. That's what he said, right? He just said, yeah, I was caught in the trap. Like, the girl's trap. How did he know? Did we just tell him? Oh, we just told him. Did we? We told him that there was a trap involved, but we didn't tell him who did it. I don't think. Looking through this, we didn't tell him that it was a she. We didn't tell him that it was the girl. Oh, right, there you go. There it is. Oh, there. Never mind.
Never mind, I just paused it. Okay. I thought for a second that he didn't. I thought I was onto something. I'm like, wait a second. How does he know that it was a she that did it? And it's like, oh, that's why, because I actually just tried to mention it. Indeed you are, Mr. Gusto, and there is no evidence that you have done anything wrong yet. Mr. Edgeworth and Mr. Fender are merely speculating. Rest assured that they have no authority here, and that you may pay them no heed.
At least somebody here seems to be on my side.
Judge Verity Gavel, it's a pleasure, Mr. Gusto. I will assist you in any way you may require. Perhaps you could begin by explaining what actually happened 18 years ago to Mr. Edgeworth.
Fine. You want me to prove I'm innocent, Mr. Prosecutor? I'll be happy to.
So this is how you mean to play it, Judge Gavel. You're hoping Mr. Gusto will help you to hide what happened instead of trying to correct the record. Believe only in the infallible judgment of the goddess of justice. Except it is us humans who make the actual judgment calls in a court of law. And so long as there are those who would use the law to their advantage, our rulings are fallible indeed. If you would use your position to further obscure the truth, then neither she nor I will forgive you. We shall see about that. This reminds me of the stuff from Spirit of Justice, where like Kurai In was basically just like, oh, we believe in the well thing and the predictions and that stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but this is what it reminds me of, where it's like she's just, yeah. It's not to the same level like as the magic in that one was, but it's a similar concept. Similar concept.
What do you advise, Judge Gavel?
It would seem that you are under suspicion because it was you who triggered the poison gas. Specifically by opening the Pisces case lid. Would you be so kind as to share why with us?
Understood. I came to see Frost Sculptures, simple as that. Made a mistake with the opening times and arrived half an hour early.
Miss Bound, was there no one at the reception desk around that time? I had left the main entrance unguarded and unlocked, just in case the killer made an appearance. I was also busy making preparations elsewhere, all the way up until the gallery's opening. So no, there was no one here on the first floor then. But I did make sure that all the wings were locked up tight, all except for the auto wing, that is. I see. She did all that just to steer the culprit into the auto wing, which is precisely where Mr. Gusto went. Sneaking into a building's pretty suspicious, however you slice it. Silence in the courtroom. I will permit no objections or interventions unless there is some evidence of the witness's lying.
Courtroom? You know this is an art gallery, right?
Mr. Gusto, if you could please continue by explaining why you opened the Pisces case.
I wanted to see Frost work up close. So I went up to the Gemini. Sorry, guess that was supposed to be the Pisces statue.
Freudian slip? Is that what it's called? Where the thing that you say first is the thing that you actually mean? Question mark? Because there is such a thing like that, where it's like the first thing that you say is actually the thing that you were intended to, is the truth or whatever. I can't remember if that's a Freudian slip or if that's a... There's some sort of thing that people have found with that. Where you say something and then you immediately, like, correct yourself. Unless, of course, you know that you've made a mistake, but...
I saw that the lid was frozen on tight, so I grabbed a blowtorch from nearby and tried to open it. When I finally got it open, gas came pouring out.
Fascinating. His is the sort of flawless testimony attorneys can only dream of.
Yeah, everything sounds like a lie, kind.
I am none too satisfied with Mr. Gusto's explanation myself. Alas, there is no evidence to refute it.
Come on, there must be something.
It's Brown's story you should be questioning, not mine. I'm not the one who set up the gas trap. She could have killed anybody with that thing.
She turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was gunning for the killer and nobody else. That killer being you, old pal. So you believe that self-confessed criminal? Mrs. Bound is far from blameless in this affair, and she will have to pay for her crimes. But so will Mr. Frost's killer. You seem determined to pin Frost's murder on me. But I had no reason to kill him. And you have no evidence to prove otherwise.
Can we really not prove that he's the killer, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Gusto fell victim to the poison gas. That much is indisputable. Yet no matter how suspicious his actions in the present may seem, they prove nothing about the past.
Yeah, but then what about you, Mr. Fender? There must be something we can do.
You're right. We may not have evidence, but we have plenty of intel. Let's see now. If Gusto killed Frost, he must have had a reason. He claims not to have a motive, but can that really be true? Gusto insists he has no reason to kill Ivy Frost, but if he did it, he has one. Not many people commit murder just for fun. In fact, your old man had a little back and forth with Von Karma about a probable motive too, remember? How can you possibly say that with any certainty? If their relationship had broken down for some reason, Gusto helped Frost in the final, but the favor wasn't returned. Cooperation ended? That could very well have been the motive behind this murder. I'm so glad we got to play as Gregory in the past. That was a fun little like case to do, especially since obviously that he has a tie into the original game as well, and with Miles, who again is like he's basically the secondary protagonist, I would say, because they swap all the time. Well, Karma wouldn't let us talk to Gusto back then, but we can now. If we can put the pieces together, I think the picture we've been looking for might just emerge. Could you imagine if Francisco was here? Oh, that's a missed opportunity there. Could you imagine if they had Francisca here, but because Francisca still helps us, she still acts like Von Karma, but she's way more helpful. I can only imagine if Von Karma and if Francisca and Eddie meet. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be something. There's gonna be some like friction there, because he hates the Von Karma way, and it's like he's kind of forgiven Edgeworth, but like, could you imagine if Francisca and Eddie meet up? I don't know if they would do it, but if it would feel like a missed opportunity if they didn't. They have to do that. Yes, I think you might be right. We need to think back over everything we know about the IS-7 incident, especially the questions that never got answered. The finger marks. Were you the one wearing the gloves? Miss Scone denied that the finger marks on the frame were hers. But what if they were Mr. Gusto's? Perhaps he had wanted to take a look through the Ultimate Cookbook for himself. Wanted the cookbook, had Gusto's goal been to look through the Ultimate Cookbook all along? Which could be a possibility. Absolutely could be a possibility. So he asked me to go put on in a new cartridge. He seemed to think that there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected. Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. Remaining exposures, more film had been used up than Tangaroa expected. Did someone else use the camera? I thought maybe he'd just lose track somewhere along the way. My father noticed these things for a reason. I just need to piece them together correctly. In the absence of evidence, it's the only way to the truth. Yep, that is indeed true. Logic time. Alright, let's break down the logic. So, let us compare everything and see what would connect with one another. More film had been used up than Tangaroa expected someone else use the camera. That tie in with
That wouldn't tie in with the murder motive. Maybe it ties into the cookbook? So maybe the remaining photos that were taken were... Because if he wanted the cookbook, right? Stealing the physical cookbook would have caused, like, someone to notice. But if you took photos of the cookbook inside, there wouldn't be any evidence to show that the cookbook had been seen by other people, so you would have gotten the hold of the cookbook in that way. So you kind of would have cheated in that sense to be able to think. So I think these two belong together. Photographing the cookbook's contents would be the perfect way to steal its secrets undetected, yeah. And what if Mr. Gusto did just that? What if he used Mr. Tangaroa's camera to photograph the book? Be the perfect crime, so much better than stealing it and getting chased by the cops. Sneaky snapshot of 20, huh? That could work. The only question is, when would he have done it? Good question. What about during afternoon tea? Didn't Alicia say that Gusto and Frost had missed out on the little tea party they had? Frost and... yeah, so they missed an afternoon tea. Which brings me to that next question. When do we know for certain that Mr. Frost was still alive? Then, after the contest began, nobody saw hide nor hair of Frost as he had secluded himself in his room. And the only person capable of entering his locked room was Tangaroa, possessing as he did the only key. Miss Scone? Were Mr. Tangaroa's works the only ones you sample? Oh dear, I couldn't help myself. When I'd finished my afternoon tea, I tiptoed over to Chillywink's room for a little taste, too. Mr. Frost had kept to himself inside his room after the contest had started. But he was gone by the time Miss Scone stuck into it to sample his work. Meaning there's a good chance he was murdered before the end of afternoon tea. Okay, so now we have another tie-in, which we can do. I'm guessing now we need to... if we think that they were collaborating together, and the favor wasn't returned, so we've got a motive, and the motive for the murder could be that Gusto and Frost did not... Gusto helped Frost, and then Frost did not help Gusto, so if we think Gusto killed Frost, the motive would be that the corporation was over, so that would be another motive, because I don't think afternoon tea connects to any of these either, so I think these two things connect. The motive and the motive was the corporation being ended. Mr. Gusto, you and Mr. Frost conspired to create works for the contest together, did you not? So you know my little secret. Mr. Fender was kind enough to inform me. Mr. Frost was in charge of the designs, while you were in charge of the flavor, is that correct? What can I say? I still had a long way to travel on the road to becoming a master confectioner. You only collaborated up through the semi-final. Something changed after that. We both wanted to show what we could do. Show that we were better than Tangaroa. Then why did you help Mr. Frost with his entry for the final? What grounds do you have to say that? Your own statement made to Mr. Von Karma 18 years ago. You told him that you had been working together right up until the day before the final.
Who's that Pokemon?
Mr. Frost's entry is carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Whose flavors were therefore would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return? I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead. So why didn't Mr. Frost help you in return, I submit that your relationship broke down for some reason.
and that became the basis of your motive for murder. Uh-oh.
That's not how it was. Sure, we stopped working together, but it was all perfectly friendly.
Stop working together in a friendly way? Kinda hard to imagine, but okay.
Besides, how do you think I did it exactly? Do you think I just strolled into Tangaroa's room and killed Frost? Couldn't have killed the man while Tangaroa was in there working on his chocolate pieces, could I? Or could you? So you see, it can't have been me. Or could you?
That's the other thing. Could you have done that, Mr. Gusto? Wouldn't be so sure. There must be a window of time when Mr. Tangaroa wasn't in his room. If I can prove that, I can prove that Mr. Gusto had the opportunity to kill Mr. Frost. Which we do have proof of that as well, because we know that they did not attend afternoon tea. Both of them did not attend afternoon tea, which means that the timing could have happened where Gusto could have been killed in the room. We have the perfect timing with this. Like, we have the perfect timing that it could have happened. We can be sure that Mr. Frost was alive until the beginning of afternoon tea, making tea time the only window during which Mr. Gusto could have killed him. Are you satisfied with Mr. Gusto's story now, Mr. Edgeworth? Sadly, I'm afraid I'm still rather unsatisfied. But things are finally starting to become clear, and the truth will soon come to light at last. Do you mean to say that you have uncovered new evidence? Evidence? No. I was hoping I might convince Mr. Gusto to open up to us about it instead. Is that mind game time again?
It is. Mr. Gusto, I have a question for you.
I guess we're doing mind chest time now. Not my favorite minigame of this, but it's okay. I said I have a question for you.
What is it?
You chose to make your entry for the final on your own.
I told you, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to prove I was the best in the world.
If that were the case, then surely you wouldn't have chosen to cheat in the first place. So tell me, Mr. Gusto, why do you feel the need to team up with Mr. Frost? Yep, mind trust time. 18 years ago, Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost collaborated in the confectionery contest. But why did they work together? And why did they enter the contest in the first place? That's the information I need to get out of my opponent somehow. Oh, he has 4 pieces. Mr. Gusto seems to have a habit of pretending to be asleep when things aren't going his way. Let's start by focusing on why he chose to work with Mr. Frost. By my hand, now is the time to dig up the truth that was buried all those years ago. Alright, mind trust time. Why did you collaborate with Mr. Frost? Mr. Gusto, what inspired you to collaborate with Mr. Frost?
We were acquaintances before we were contestants. He was interested in entering the contest, so we decided to sign up together.
And your decision to pair up with a sculptor had nothing to do with your lack of faith in your skills.
You don't know me. We joined forces because we wanted to make the most of perfect creations possible, that's all.
Bide out time is usually the better option because he's angry. I think the idea is you bide the time and whenever they're angry so that they have a little bit more to say. And then you start like breaking them down, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Frost's son and mine were in the same grade at school, so we got along pretty well too.
So you were just 2 friends who happened to try for the title of World's Greatest Confectioner. Wake up. Yeah, he's sleeping right now, so since he didn't answer. Pretend to be asleep when the going gets tough won't work on me, I'm afraid. Just sleeping in the middle of his conversation. Imagine, you're just talking to somebody, they don't like what you have to say, so they start just falling asleep. Right in the middle of it. At least when people fall asleep in my stream, they don't mean it. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe I am a cure for insomnia. Mr. Frost was a sculptor, Mr. Gusto. Daddy cared much about winning a title for confectioners. In which case, he probably had a different motive for taking part in the contest, wouldn't you say? Fine, it was me. I wanted that title. Frost was only in it for the prize, the ultimate cookbook. Yeah, wanted the title. I see, and since your objectives dovetailed so neatly, we decided to work together. But then something happened. A breakdown in your relationship, perhaps. If so, I want to know why. Mr. Prosecutor, I'm still quite unwell after my brush with death. Pushed me too hard. And I'll be on my way back to the medical room. No, wait. Then you'd better wrap this up quickly. I'm already dangerously low on patience. Mr. Gusto is trying desperately to make his escape, but he's not going anywhere yet. Not as long as he's still keeping things from me, so let's figure out what he was really after next. There's no time to lose. I need to pick the right line of questioning and fast. Did you want to appear on Bacon Bop, or did you want more than just the title? I'm assuming that he wanted more than just the title. Like, I don't think his objective was to be on Bacon Bop. He doesn't exactly strike me as the kind of, character that would, like, want to be on a dancing and singing show. He kind of reminds me of Machete, and also that guy who does the salt thing. You know, the like an older version of that. The guy who does that salt, that salt meme thing that apparently, like, is trademarked, and if you copy him, he actually, like, can sue you. That's what he reminds me of. After all, I'm not so sure the title of World's Greatest Confectioner even counts for that much. No, you're inside the way of the confectioner. My only goal was to win that title. I didn't care about anything else. You have no idea how much it would have meant to me. Bide our time. Because he's angry. Look, my sense of design may not have been up to snuff back then, but you should see me now. So you've improved. You bet I have. I didn't have all that training in Shenfar for nothing. Bide our time again, because he seems angry still. I looked up to Tangaroa, you know. Spent hours poring over the designs of his work. Even used to watch his show with my son. Sounds to me like Mr. Tangaroa's work was especially influential in your early studies. And with his recipe book, you might have even become the best someday. Maybe. The book was a real treasure, no doubt about that. Any confectioner would have wanted it. So you were interested in the book too? Claiming your only goal was to win the title, and then yeah, now he's just admitted that he is interested in the book. Yet you also seem to have had an interest in the contest's prize, the Ultimate Cookbook. Yep, that's 2 out of 4 done. The greatest collection of recipes by the world's greatest confectioner. Can't say I've had absolutely no interest in it. Even if I did, what exactly is so wrong with that? I think we can maybe get this hopefully done in time. Only the book contained recipes for medicines, not desserts, yeah, so that was the other thing as well. It's like, again, the Ultimate Cookbook doesn't even have... the Ultimate Cookbook doesn't even have desserts in it. It's got, medicine stuff. And everyone who went to the contest supposedly knew that. I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. I can't let him slip from my grasp now. Just need to stay calm and keep the pressure on. Thankfully they give you more time, because I feel like that would be bad if they didn't. Next, let's find out why he wanted the cookbook. Do you know what the book was really worth, or did you need it to help you make sweets? Did you need it to help you make sweets? So your plan was to win the cookbook and use it to help you with your own creations. Also, usually I've noticed in these parts so far is,
you usually have to ask both questions, so it's just a matter of asking which one. Probably like asking them in the right order. Which probably actually makes some difference.
What else? A book like that could have improved my craft tenfold.
You could have made a lot of money if you sold it.
I don't know much about what was actually in there. But it was worth more than money, I'll tell you that.
You know more than you're letting on. Come now, Mr. Gusto. I think you know more about the Ultimate Cookbook than you claim.
They told us a little about it at the start of the contest.
And you know what kind of recipes it actually contained, didn't you?
And that they weren't dessert recipes at all. I see you did your homework. Fine, so you know what was really in there. The Ultimate Cookbook, or the Angel's Cookbook, to give it its proper title. It's a collection of chemical formulas and ways to synthesize new medicines nobody has ever heard of.
So he did know that the cookbook actually contained recipes for medicines. This could be an important clue. Did you know what the book was really worth? Because that also will make a big difference, because obviously if someone had a cure for cancer in a book form, for example, that would actually be worth a ton of money, regardless of what ended up happening there.
What kind of question is that? It was a collection of Tangaroa's recipes. There wasn't a confectioner in the world who wouldn't have wanted to get their hands on it.
Time to deploy my clue, which is obviously, this. Your designs may have improved thanks to your training in Shangfa, but you clearly didn't do enough work on your skills of deception. You've already admitted that you knew the Ultimate Cookbook was a collection of recipes for medicines. Thereby making your interest not gastronomical, but pharmaceutical in nature. You were trying to become a pharmacist. You needed medicine. I'm assuming that he needed medicine for something. Because why else would you... You're a confectioner, Mr. Gusto. You had no professional interest in revolutionary new medicines. Which suggests that your interest must have been personal.
I underestimated you. Fine, you're right. Winning the title wasn't the only reason I entered the contest. I needed one of the recipes in that book. It was for my son. He was sick.
He was... Tell me more.
That's none of your business. I've told you as much as you need to know.
He looked rattled, but I can't let him get off the hook. Let's find out what this mystery illness was. Almost got to the bottom of this, I can feel it. Just a few more moves. What was the name of your son's condition? Was the book necessary for him to get? We already know this. The name of the condition isn't necessary, I don't think. Tell me more about your son. Tell me a little more about your son.
He was my pride and joy, my biggest fan.
And you entered the contest in order to help him?
You clearly don't have any children of your own. Any father would have done the same. I would have done anything to help him. Anything.
Bide our time, because he's angry at the moment.
He would come see me here at the contest venue too, right up through the semi-final.
Really? He didn't get in the way? He didn't get in the way of your work? If you were trying to beat Santa Tangaroa, surely you didn't have time to look after a child.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do what I could for him. Said he wanted to always be the first to try my creations.
So he wasn't too sick to join you? You said your son was sick, Mr. Gusto. And yet he was able to come and join you for the contest.
It wasn't that kind of illness. Nothing life-threatening anyway. This feels like it could be an important clue. Was the book necessary for him to get better? Maybe?
Yeah, nowadays you can get the medication needed anywhere. But back then, that book was our only hope. Which is why I didn't dare waste my time on fancy tea parties. I had to give my all to my work.
And what about Mr. Tangaroa's work? Surely that tea break gave you the perfect opportunity to go steal a glance at it.
And what makes you think I had the energy or time to care about what the others had made?
But you care about Mr. Tangaroa's work? I think you made it abundantly clear how much interest you had in Mr. Tangaroa's work. What's more, if you were that determined to win the ultimate cookbook, I seriously doubt you would have passed up on a chance to take a peek at your competitors' entries.
I had plenty of chances throughout the contest to see and sample my rival's work, you know. But each time I did, nothing seemed to have any flavor. Must have been nerves or something.
Nothing Mr. Gusso tasted had any flavor. Wait, this relates to that same thing Samson was saying.
What's that?
I think it's got something to do with that, because I remember them bringing that up, like, eons ago. Like, it feels like an eternity since I've gone and talked about the non... Again, this case is so long. It's taken me so long to... We've been streaming for 5 hours and we're still not... We've been streaming for 5 hours and we're still not finished. And we started, like, what? Maybe around, like, the half... It feels like the halfway point. We only just got to the end parts today, so... It seems like it could be an important clue. We've already asked these two questions, so what was the name of his condition? Could you tell me the name of the disease your son suffered from?
You're a real cold customer, Mr. Prosecutor. Isn't it enough that he was seriously ill? Why would you force me to tell you more?
Time to deploy my clue. But it wasn't life-threatening, was it? You've already shared with me that your son's illness wasn't life-threatening. So why are you so reluctant to share any further details?
It may not have been life-threatening, but that doesn't mean it hadn't been life-alerting. Altering, sorry, not alerting.
Definitely a life-alerting illness. Which just sounds like that sounds like having a spider sense. If you have a life-alerting illness, you probably have the spider sense. I see, that must have been very hard on both of you.
Of course it was. That was why I did everything I could to find a cure. We were desperate. He couldn't taste anything, not even his favorite desserts.
Did he have a taste disorder? Was he overweight? I feel like that's overstepping the bounds here. I don't think we should be discussing weight. That seems like it's not important. As I understand it, the Ultimate Cookbook contains the recipe for a very particular medication. One that Mr. Tangaroa used to cure himself of his own taste disorder. I wonder if that actually works in real life, if you can cure people of that or not. I wonder if that is the case.
So we had it too.
Two, you say? So your son has a taste disorder then, am I correct?
How did I let that slip?
You've been asking me to believe you, that you needed to win the cookbook in order to cure your son. You did search after this case, it has a thing depending on the severity. Ah, okay. Yeah. But was that really the case? Because I have no idea if they have, like, obviously there's no cure, you know, they don't have a cure for complete blindness, they don't have a cure for complete deafness. But, like, a lack of taste? A lack of taste, it probably seems like it's one of the more easier things to fix. Out of the senses. Sense of smell, I have no idea. I know that,
Of course it was. What are you saying?
saying that I'm not so sure that's true based on everything you've told me. It does make sense that they've done some research into this, because, these games tend to have real-life, like, implications of things that actually do exist. Time to deploy my clue. You were sick yourself, weren't you? Taste disorders are difficult to live with. It isn't easy not being able to enjoy your food. You should know. After all, you just told me you'd experienced something like that during the contest. You said that nothing you sampled had any flavor. Those were your words, correct? Which would seem to suggest that you were suffering from a taste disorder. A confection without a sense of taste? Not exactly ideal. You sure it wasn't actually your own condition you were seeking a cure for, Mr. Gusto?
I've had enough of your speculations. I managed just fine in that contest. Made all my own entries, no problems.
Or did you? Yeah, we already have proof that you were working with Frost. We know that you were. Absolutely we know that you were. Got my time nearly drained. Sorry, but I'm afraid you're contradicting your own testimony. You already admitted that you and Mr. Frost had worked together during the contest. It's too late to claim that you did this all on your own now. You would have us believe that you were a man of principle, a dedicated student of the confectioner's art. Yet you abandoned those principles and conspired with Mr. Frost to rig the contest. Also, you could cure your own taste disorder.
You got me, Mr. Prosecutor. As you said, my sense of taste was shot. My son's was fine. I'd kept it hidden for so long. 18 years and nobody knew.
Said that you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. Both Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entered the contest hoping to obtain the ultimate cookbook. Cookbook! Not the other thing. Cookbook. Don't know why I was about to say... Don't know why I was just about to say something else. That was... That is for another type of, book. For the medicine that would cure Mr. Gusto's disorder, and the money it would bring in for Mr. Frost. Thus, an uneasy alliance was forged. And that, I believe, is checkmate. It's a cold lie. Is that a pun? Because we've been dealing with ice sculptures and things, and now I feel like you just, yeah. You just gave an Ace Attorney level pun there. Yeah, a cold line, of course it's cold, because of ice sculptures and... I'll admit it. You're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it out anyway. It's true. 18 years ago I developed a how do I pronounce this word? Agusia? Aguasia? Aguisia? It's not Adrusia, that's certainly... I don't know how to pronounce this word. Aguisia? Aguisia? What's I'm gonna have to keep repeating this, aren't I? It's a taste disorder that makes it so that you can't taste anything at all. A confectioner's worst nightmare. Mr. Fender, is this what Mr. Tangaroa had as well? No, the big man had what they call disassociated taste disorder. Basically, some things he could taste just fine, while others had no flavor at all.
So he suffered too. Kind of been easy. Not when there wasn't a way to cure it on the market.
Which is why you needed Mr. Tangaroa's cookbook. May you post a link? Yeah, you can post links. You can post links in the chat. Do you bet now that that was the real reason you entered the contest? Oh, you clipped it? You clipped that? Diabolical. Diabolical.
It was only one of the reasons. I wasn't lying when I said it wasn't. I wanted the title. When I put my mind to something, it gets done. And I won't lose to anybody.
Might not have been able to taste it then, but I still knew my stuff was good enough to win. So you went into the final thinking you stood a good chance of winning. Of course. What was it that Mr. Fender said about what Mr. Tangarola thought of Mr. Gusto's creations? Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up and through the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry for the final was subpar on both counts. We were told that your entry for the final was far from the prize-winning taste sensation you described. What happened, Mr. Gusto? What went wrong that day? Fine. You want me to talk? I'll talk. But you're not going to like what I have to say. Frost and I were working together right up until through the semi-final. I handled the flavor, he did the designing. But I wanted to face Tangarola in the final on my own. No help, just me and my skills. So I helped Frost with his entry, but mine I did alone. If it didn't taste good in the final, that's on me. What can I say? I lacked training. And that's all there is to it. Happy now? There didn't seem to be any obvious... There don't seem to be any obvious contradictions in his testimony. Yep, but I thought it'd be easy to get anything real out of him. He's managed to not let slip what really happened for 18 years after all. Why don't you try pushing him a bit, Malzarino? See if you can't shake something loose. I think I just might have to, Fender. Alright. Obviously we're gonna go impress him. Oh, and you clipped it. Oh no, what have I done? This is why I need to slow my words down, because if I don't slow down, I'm gonna pronounce things incorrectly, and then that's gonna happen. Oh well. Alright, so... I think we're getting very, very close, probably, to finishing this. Can I get it done in an hour and a half, is the question. Can I get it done in an hour and a half? I hope so. I think we can, but we've been here for a while, so we're just going to press these statements. Frost was in charge of designing the work you both submitted while you handled the taste. Yeah, he was a sculptor, a craftsman, and his sense of design was second to none. But he was clueless about confectionery, which is where I came in. We each did what the other couldn't. Boy, did you not have an eye for aesthetics. Not even for the simple stuff. Oh, he's finally actually making some creations. Okay, that is impressive. How do you like me now? That is an impressive looking, that looks like a phoenix, actually. That looks like a phoenix to me. That's actually a very impressive sugar work. If someone presented that to me, I would be very, very proud. If someone presented that to me. That is a work of art right there. An absolute work of art. It's a symbol of Shangfa.
Who's that?
Oh yeah, that's a phoenix. That's awesome.
I'll say, pretty different to the stuff we were pumping out 18 years ago. Behold the fruits of my training. I've dedicated my whole life to my craft. But back then we both needed each other's help, so we joined hands until the final. You were serious about winning the title then? Of course, the art of confectionery is my life. Why wouldn't I have wanted to be crowned the greatest? But I still had a lot to learn back then. Guess it's no surprise my work wasn't up to scratch. But the title wasn't the only thing you wanted. there was the cookbook too. And you wanted the book even more than you wanted the title, isn't that right, Mr. Gusto? I really want to finish this case today. And I keep looking at the time, and it's like time just keeps getting by and by. It's like this case is still going, like after 5 hours, nearly 5.5 hours. Mr. Edgeworth, you are badgering a witness who is still suffering the effects of today's attack. I cannot allow this harassment to continue. I understand your honor, but ignore him, Mr. Gusto. You need not answer that vile prosecutor's questions. Please, do continue your testimony in your own time. Like, I don't want to rush it, but at the same time, I just want to, you know, I'm really enjoying this case, and it would be a nice cap to finish this at the, near the end. Or at least get started on the 4th case so we can get something hyped for the next stream. So you're saying Mr. Frost didn't help you at all? But he'd helped you up until then, correct? It's a bit strange for him to stop so late in the contest now. Strange or not, it's the truth. Could he have had his reasons too? I wouldn't know. If he's lying, it's gonna be a headache to prove. 18 years is a long time. Not unless that gizmo of yours has a built-in lie detector, okay? But dude, I've stolen the show from Mr. Edgeworth long before now. Don't worry, Fender. I can tell when he's lying. No doohickeys assistance required. Please, Mr. Gusto, continue your testimony. I'm also extending it by, like, pressing every statement, of course, but, that's just because there's extra. One extra information, right? Yet I heard your creations prior to the final were scored highly for their flavor. So what went wrong? Was there some kind of cooking accident on that day? No, nothing like that. It was, I told you, I had a taste disorder. My sense of taste failed me. It's as simple as that. But Mr. Frost's entry was complimented on its flavor. Your sense of taste hadn't failed you then. Did something happen overnight? I don't think he's gonna spill any more beans, Mr. Edgeworth. Then perhaps I should ask him about something else. Ask about the semi-final, ask about Mr. Frost. Staying the course isn't gonna make any difference. We're already asking about Mr. Frost. I don't think we have anything more to ask about that. So maybe we need to ask about, like, why the inconsistency. So why was the semi-final the way that it was? Did something change between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto? Not really. We can press this. The only difference between the semi-final and the final was that Frost wasn't helping me. We can press this statement now. So you really completed your final entry without Frost's help. I may not have had his design something, but I knew I was still solid when I came to flavor. So the visuals were the only thing that changed between the semi-final and the final. You sure, Gusty old pal? Gonna have to call you out on that one, I'm afraid. It wasn't just its looks that got a big thumbs down come judgment time, it got trashed on flavor too. Doesn't sound like much of a winner to me. Despite its confidence, Mr. Gusto found on flavor too. The lack of Mr. Frost's assistance shouldn't have affected that, so why was there some other difference? An 18-year-old mystery and a key to unraveling it is finally in my grasp. Just need to remember everything Fender told me about what he and my father discovered. Well... we have... it'd have to be something on this. And I'm guessing what... the reason as to why they weren't... This. Gusto's son visited his father daily up through the semi-final, which means that he didn't visit him on the day the final was taking place, so therefore that would have been the difference. Which would actually make sense, because that would mean that you weren't trying as hard, maybe, if your son was there, because you saw, if your son was there, you would have probably wanted to try harder. That might be what it is. Because that says through the semi-final. It doesn't say through the final, it says through the semi-final. So that would mean that at the final point, he wasn't there. Maybe. Think of one significant difference between the semi-final and the final, Mr. Gusto. Your son. This is him in the photograph, correct? You told me he was here with you up, through the semi-final. He was... what of it?
What indeed? He was here with you until the semi-final, until he suddenly wasn't for the final. Yeah, he might have been sick? Maybe? Maybe he was sick? There has to be some reason. And just as suddenly your work went from being lauded for its flavor to being lambasted for it. Unless he just didn't want to try it because he was around his son. Is that what it is? Don't think that's a coincidence, do you? Wasn't just spending quality time with his father, he was playing a much more pivotal role than that. Wait, are they saying that he was involved in the crime somehow?
I just wanted him to see me hard at work, to show him I was trying my best for us. Who knows, maybe it was him being here that helped me do so well in those early rounds.
Talk's a good game, but nothing about this guy screams super dad to me.
Indeed. Thankfully, we would only have to give such an idea credence if his story were true. After all, how much could the encouragement of one small boy affect the taste of a grown man's work? Mr. Gusto prided himself on the flavor of his creations, but then he lost his sense of taste. He must have had a tough time maintaining his high standards after such a devastating loss, unless... I'm sure your son was here to cheer you on, but that wasn't all he was here to do, was it?
You're a very suspicious man, Mr. Prosecutor. Why not try answering yourself for a change? What was an elementary school kid doing here other than to support his father?
To taste your creations, to steal other people's creations, to make your creations for you. Well, I don't think he's making his kid go through unpaid labor. I don't think he's wanting his kid to break the law. So I'm guessing the only other reason why a kid would be at a convention for confectionery would be to taste food. Because that's why I would want to go to a confectionery thing. That's my reasoning for wanting to go to... That would be one of my reasonings for wanting to go to one. To taste the creations. Your son knew the taste of your work pretty well, I imagine, Mr. Gusto.
He was my biggest fan. Of course he knew it.
In which case, he would have been a good judge of whether something tasted on brand, so to speak, no?
What are you implying?
You've already told us that you were suffering from a taste disorder.
I'll admit it, you're good. I never told anybody any of this, but you figured it all out anyway.
It's true.
18 years ago, I developed a whatever.
I don't know how to pronounce that word. No one knew about your condition. Indeed, I doubt Mr. Frost would have wanted to continue collaborating with you and had he found out. After all, it was your job to make sure his creations tasted good. This is such a bizarre case. He had to make sure that the stuff tasted good, so the guy brought his son to make sure that it tasted good? That seems to be what we're at the moment. Oh my goodness, I'm tired. Please, let me get through this case. Please. Even if we only do a little bit of the next case, like, I really, 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 really want to finish. I want to... Oh. Therefore, your son wasn't just here to support you. He was helping you by tasting your work. Dang, now it all makes sense. For us, the stuff tasted good because it really was finished the day before when the kid was still here.
You have a vivid imagination, Mr. Prosecutor. But do you seriously think I trust a kid to tell me how to adjust the taste of my masterpieces? I have some pride, you know. Even back then.
Did you now?
My designs may not have been much to write home about back then, but I always knew my work tasted better than anybody else's. You think I'd risk everything by putting my reputation in the hands of a child? This is just more speculation. That's all it is.
In that case, I ask to speak with your son this instant. Let's see how much of your story he can corroborate.
Sadly for you, my son is no longer my concern.
What?
As soon as I got my sense of taste back, I went straight to Shanghai to start my training. And cut off all ties with the kid. What? Excuse me? Excuse me, what? What a terrible person! You did this? Oh, I'm just gonna become a confectioner. And then I'm gonna train, and then I've abandoned my son. That's basically what, that's what I got at. At least. What? What? Why? Come on now. Come on now. Okay, this guy has to be guilty, right? Like, at least guilty for abandoning his son. You abandoned your own child? That ain't half of it. No one knows where he is, even now. The cops have looked all over for him, but no dice. So, still think you can prove your asinine theory? I'd like to see you try. You think I care about anything besides confectionery? Think again. I got my sense of taste back. What do I need to have a son? Yeah, this guy is, like, absolute scum of the earth right now. We need to pinpoint, we need to get him finished. Silence in the courtroom. While Mr. Gusto's words and actions may demonstrate a certain lack of humanity on his part, the goddess of justice cannot judge him for that. Therefore, Mr. Edgeworth, I believe it is time for you to admit defeat. Yeah, give it up. 18 years is a long time for anything to serve us now, proof or otherwise. Mr. Edgeworth, we have to do something. If we don't, the truth might be lost forever. Where are you, Detective Gumshoe? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. That's the last piece of the puzzle, I'm sure of it. Once we know whose blood it is... Hey, Miles, sorry to cut in on your mind palace time, but I was pondering something myself. Our friend Gusta didn't come here just to check up on the body, did he? You mean because he tried to open the case? Exactamundo. Think we have anything that might explain why he tried to do that? We might, if Detective Gumshoe can make it back in time with a certain piece of evidence. It's quite enough idle chatter defense. Now if you... Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Sorry to keep you waiting. Just in time, Gumshoe. Like, we were probably just about to be... removed, whatever, all the other stuff that happens in this game's probably about to be, like, completely, like, disbarred, have our licenses removed. The killer would have gotten away. Not only for murder, but for not paying child support, abandoning his child. Speak of the devil. Come to save the day, Gumshoe. I take it you have the test results, Detective. Where is he? Oh, he's top right, I guess. There he is. Yes, sir. Just go back to me. Alright. Detective, please. Court is in session. Now then, am I right to assume that you are bringing us the evidence Mr. Edgeworth is speaking of?
What? Hey, no fair. Why didn't anybody tell me about any of this?
It is indeed the evidence in question, Your Honor. It needed testing, so I asked them to carry it out.
What the? Why is everybody always helping you? I'm supposed to be the one in charge here.
Mr. Winner? I'm sorry I didn't involve you, but this is important. Can we at least hear what the detective has to say?
Who's that?
Well, alright.
So, Detective Gumshoe, what did the test have to tell us? You're not gonna believe this, but the owner of the blood we found in the liquid at the bottom of the Gemini case is Carmelo Gusto, the victim of the poison gas attack.
What are you talking about?
Thank you, Detective. You've been very helpful. Well, it looks like my suspicions were correct.
Do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, what do you mean? Explain yourself. What is the significance of this blood to this case? It's only the very thing the perpetrator of the IS-7 incident has been trying to hide all these years. The fact that your blood was found inside the Gemini case, Mr. Gusto, is as good as us finding your blood lying right next to Mr. Frost's body. Why would there be traces of your blood there, of all places, Mr. Gusto? If you won't answer, Your Honor, Mr. Gusto, then I will. There wasn't just blood in the liquid form from the Gemini case, there were traces of salt and sugar too. There were. And if you remember, one particular part of Mr. Frost's work was allegedly very salty indeed. Oh yeah. You're talking about what Delicia told us back then, right? What was it again? I've never tried ices so scrumptious in all my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit? It's in the other photo you've got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Gemini's liar. Yes, the liar and only the liar tasted as if it had been flavored with salt. There were no traces of salt anywhere else in Mr. Frost's entry. Very interesting. Then perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Edgeworth. Where did the salt on the liar come from? The only place that we know of that has salt, is the salt lamp itself. Yeah, salt lamp. It has to be the salt lamp. There's nothing else that has salt on it. This is the lamp from the IS-7 incident, and it's got blood on it as well. Indeed, and I believe that the salt that gave the liar its flavor came from just such a lamp. Mr. Von Karma had established that both salt lamps were in Mr. Tangaroll's room at the time of the crime. One of them was used to kill Mr. Frost. And it was stained with his blood. But no corresponding pool of blood was found in Mr. Tangaroll's room. Right, because the culprit had took the piece of chocolate with that on it into the little string. Furthermore, aside from the liar, no traces of salt were found anywhere else in Mr. Frost's room either. And come to think of it, the lamps we found in Delicia's room were both broken. The lamps appear to be broken. Bulbs smashed both of them. Maybe they fell and broke on the floor. We never did figure out how the one that was used to kill Frost got busted, but... Are we thinking maybe it had Gusto's blood on it at some point? Anyone whose blood was found on one of the lamps would have been a person of interest to the police. So the killer needed to hide the blood somehow, and in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And you were seriously suggesting that the liar was used to do just that? I am. I suspect that the bloody salt was somehow applied to the liar so that it could be hidden inside the case. Because unlike the fountain water, the sculptures wouldn't have needed more time and care to test properly. And so he waited and waited for his chance to dispose of the liar undetected. Then the reason he's here today is... 18 years ago, Mr. Frost's body and the evidence pointing to his killer were taken away together. This, of course, was not part of the perpetrator's plan, and thus a new dilemma arose. The possibility that the body, the incriminating evidence, or both would resurface one day. So back he comes 18 years later, sneaking in bright and early to try and cover his tracks. Well, Mr. Gusto, are you finally ready to admit it? That you were the one responsible for the IS-7 incident? Mr. Gusto, it's all because of you that Samson... Oh. Gusto.
So I finally got caught, huh? All these years later. Nobody came close back then. Not even the big shot prosecutor, or the attorney. That's some impressive work, Mr. Prosecutor. I have to hand it to you.
You admit it, then, that you murdered Artie Frost?
Sure I do. I did it. I killed him. But he only had himself to blame.
What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that?
He agreed to help me. We were supposed to help each other so that one of us could win. And whoever won was supposed to let the other use the cookbook. But on the day of the final, the rat finally showed his true colors. Seriously, Frost made a deal.
Sorry, I'm not helping you in the final. Our little agreement is over, Gusto.
But I helped you! I spent all day yesterday making the ice for your pieces.
Did you? And you can prove that, I suppose.
What do you... Wait, you were planning to betray me right from the start, weren't you? After Frost double-crossed me, I had to make my piece for the final by myself. And like you said, my son wasn't there, so I didn't have any help with the flavor either.
So much for the pride you claim to have in your ability to make delicious desserts.
Go ahead and judge. You have no idea what it was like for someone like me to lose my sense of taste. I gave up everything to become the best. Everything. I take pride in that. Something someone like you could never understand.
You're right, I don't understand. Do you take pride in the fact that you resorted to murder? And also abandoning your son, that's also another thing. Or that you abandoned your son? Why would I want to understand someone who could do such things?
A man can't afford to rely on other people. I learned it the hard way 18 years ago. My son never showed up on the day of the final. And in hindsight, I wouldn't be surprised if Frost was the reason why.
Why would you think that? What exactly happened to your son?
How am I supposed to know? I told you, it's none of my concern anymore. And according to you guys, nobody knows where he is now either.
You don't care? You're horrible! So with his disappearance, so too went your chances of winning, correct?
Yeah, I had to find another way of getting my hands on that book. That's when inspiration struck. I decided to skip afternoon tea and sneak into Tangaroa's room. Should have been so easy. All I had to do was photograph the formulas I needed and get out of there. But then Frost showed up.
Thought I might find you here. Stealing recipes from the famous cookbook,
Frost!
What's this? A cure for taste disorders? Oh no, that's just too tragic. I'm not saying that Frost deserves to, I'm not saying that Frost deserves to die, no one deserves to die, but still, like, Frost is just as bad as, like, in some ways as, Gusto here, like, they're both, like, pretty bad people, I guess. Like, he's not doing himself any justice by, having, like, confectioner can't taste anything. What will people say? If you tell anybody, I'll... Yeah. I'm not saying that Frost deserved it, but he definitely also seemed like he was someone that was not a nice person either. You what? You can't even hit me, you miserable worm.
Why, you... Frost shot me hard when I went to punch him. Knocked me clean off my feet. I crashed into one of the lamps. Must have been when my blood got on it.
So Mr. Frost wasn't the first to get hit.
When it was all over, I realized I had to get rid of that blood somehow, so I scraped off all the bloody bits. I dissolved those salt shavings in some flavored ice mixture and brushed it all over the hole.
That's how you made the evidence linking you to the murder vanish. That also would have gotten somebody potentially sick, which is also bad. That it would have gotten someone sick, especially like if you mix blood with salt and then someone ate that. That would actually be really bad. But then again, he doesn't care about his son, let alone anybody else's well-being, so...
Frost was going to blackmail me. It would have made me give him money to keep quiet about my condition.
So you decided you had to kill him.
Yeah, I guess I did. Why would I let him live? Would you want someone holding something like that over your head? Besides, he's the one who drew first blood. Makes for a solid case of self-defense, don't you think?
So that was the impetus behind it all.
Anyway, I initially took Plat to Frost's room.
God, I'm still got an hour to go and I'm losing my voice. This is, granted I'm just voicing this character all the time, but...
Went straight there once I'd figured out how I was going to hide with the bloody parts.
Inspired by the ice sculpting tools lying about the place, I guess.
Not as dumb as you pretend to be. Yeah, I figured I could use them to chip it off and grind it up. Once that was done, painting the stuff all over the harp was easy.
Why, Samson? Why did you have to frame him?
I never meant for the cops dependent on him. That was your fault. You and the rest of them. Why do you think I went to the trouble of placing the lamps and cloths back in Scone's room?
There's only one reason to plant the murder weapon in the room of another contestant, and that's to cast suspicion on that person. You tried to frame me, Gusty Pants?
Yeah.
But why? Why poor old me?
I respected Tangaroa. He was the best, a true champion. Would never have wanted him to take the fall. But you're a fraud. Your work wasn't even real. You had no respect for our craft at all. You deserve to be punished for what you did.
Gusty, how could you?
Had you refrained from eating Tangaroa's work, Foster's body would never have been found. My plan was to wait until Tangaroa was judging your room. That's when I'd sneak the corpse into Frost's room and freeze it. But thanks to you, Bound here found it before I had a chance to retrieve it.
Don't understand. Why did you need to freeze his body at all?
Why, indeed.
Mr. Edgeworth, surely you must know. Why did Mr. Gusto need to freeze Mr. Thing's body? To pass it off as an ice sculpture, to obscure the time of death, or to hide the true crime scene. I think it would be to obscure the time of death, because freezing bodies would change the, would change it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious target.
Bingo. Freezing Frost's body wasn't simple. Preparing everything took time. So I decided to put my body his body in the chest. In Tangaroa's room while I got everything ready in Frost's. At the time, it seemed like the perfect hiding place. Never counted on some gluttonous pharmacist showing up and making the whole ship collapse.
Still don't get it though. Why disguise the body as an ice sculpture at all? The sooner it was found, the smaller the effect of freezing it would have had on masking the time of death. Therefore, he needed to disguise it, at least until it had been fully frozen. How awful! Using Mr. Frost's own work to help you cover up the truth behind his murder.
Ironically, Tangaroa would have been just fine if the body hadn't been found before he got it out of his room. If only things had gone to plan, he wouldn't have even had been arrested, let alone convicted.
You mean it was my fault? Everything that happened to Samson? It was all because I found the body. Don't let him get inside your head, Judes. None of this is your fault. If it wasn't Samson, it would have been Delicia instead. She would have been the one they arrested. Either way, there's only one person to blame here, and that's Gusto.
It didn't help that the initial detective was so bad at his job either. He never even told the prosecutor that the body had vanished.
So then, Mr. Von Karma had unwillingly placed Mr. Tangaroa under arrest in the absence of a body. I mean, I guess it would explain why he was so keen to wrap things up. Still, you'd think he'd notice something as big as that if he'd taken a look at a few reports, right? Not if someone had been deliberately distorting the facts of the case, though. Either way, it seems that Mr. Von Karma didn't know about the body until after the arrest had been made. But admitting that would have spoiled his perfect record. So he kept it to himself and proceeded to prosecute Mr. Tangaroa regardless. Can this really be true? You don't feel bad at all? Somebody's been 18 years in prison because of you!
Sticks and stones, girlie, sticks and stones.
Yeah, this guy has like no... He only cares about himself, only cares about being a confectioner, doesn't care about his son, doesn't care about killing people, doesn't care about if someone else gets the blame for it. Definitely one of the more despicable, definitely one of the more despicable, like, characters. What a jerk. I'm gonna arrest you right now, pal. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that, detective.
So you noticed, huh? Glad somebody did. The judge is right. You can't lay a finger on me.
What? Why? You just confessed to murder.
No idea, huh? Then I guess I better lay it out for you.
Press time? Okay, why you can't arrest me? Why can we not arrest you?
I killed Frost 18 years ago. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years. You do the math, you can't arrest me. Do you think I'd have confessed otherwise?
I just realized something myself. We can. I don't remember if he mentioned how long he spent in Shangfa to do the studying. If he spent considerable amount of time in Shangfa to study for the confectionery stuff, the rules of the statute of limitations, as according to what it says here, is that it gets suspended if they flee to a foreign country. Shangfa is a foreign country, so we may also have a way out of this. We may just have a way out of this. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. If this is indeed true, we might be able to figure out how long he actually spent in Shangfa. If we know how long that is, we might still be able to get him on something. That's gonna be the key. That's gonna be the key, I think. I knew that this was gonna come back at some point. It just has to.
Is this really the end of the line, Mr. Edgeworth?
Once the statute is expired, he can't be charged, so... And remember, somebody else did this as well. I think, was it Von Karma himself that admitted to killing stuff, and he was using the statute of limitations in that case as well, and we ended up figuring out that, figuring out another way? But... How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm afraid that both Mr. Gusto's confession and your deductions will have to be struck from the record. And that Mr. Tangaro's conviction will remain in place. But we've finally proven that the police never had Mr. Frost's body in their possession. Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gusto, surely Mr. Tangaroa has grounds for a retrial on that basis. Does he? I wouldn't be so sure. I'm afraid that the goddess's judgments are somewhat harder to overturn than you might imagine. This is also what doesn't make any sense as well. It's like, we've also now, even if we found proof that someone else has committed the crime and they can't be tried for it, we've now found proof that because someone else has committed the crime, that the person's been wrongfully imprisoned, so there should be a way out of this too. So the committee means for the verdict from 18 years ago to stand no matter what. Bad luck, Mr. Prosecutor. There must be something we can do, something to bring Mr. Gusto down. Alright, obviously we'll press all the statements, see if we've got anything. The passage of time doesn't diminish what you did, Mr. Gusto. It sure diminishes one thing, though. Your ability to arrest me. Oh, we can arrest you. We can arrest you real good. I could have had you in cuffs before you even blinked, Belle. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? This issue isn't as open and shut as you're making it out to be, Detective.
You can't touch me, it's too late for that.
Hold it.
Never say never, Mr. Gusto. Nothing is impossible.
Really, come on, give it up. Your father couldn't catch me. What makes you think you can?
He would have solved the whole case if it hadn't been for Mr. Von Karma obstructing him at every turn. And now the statute of limitations is threatening to enter the truth of this case forever.
Don't listen to him, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't give up. Not now. We're doing this for your dad, and we have to see it through to the end.
Okay.
The truth is right there for the taking. What kind of great thieves are we if we don't grab it for ourselves?
Yeah, you tell him, Kay.
Not a great thief, Kay, but you're right. Camilla Augusta, I won't allow you to make off with the truth.
Do your worst.
That was the only reason, because you knew the statute had expired.
Why else would I do it? Why would anybody? Not that I planned on it ever coming out, of course.
And why was that?
Because I'm finally the world's greatest confectioner. And petty stuff like this only gets in the way of me and my craft.
So you're more concerned about you and your rep than the fact that Samson's still rotting in jail. I've seen some pieces of work in my time, but you're just flat out unforgivable. This, I'm gonna put this out here right now. Gusto? Top 5 murderers? Or top 5 like would he be top 5? Top 3 maybe? Like I don't know, like would he be up there? Would Gusto be up there in terms of like just the actual like, because I've got to try and really think about this, like who would I consider as like the top like Dahlia would have to be there, Matt Lagarde, Gusto, the girl from Spirit of Justice would have to be there. The judge. Gusto might be one of the like the actual best culprits in these games. He could very well be. It's a very, very tough list, and to put it to at least put him in the list would actually be.
Who cares about forgiveness? I did what I did. I don't need you to understand any of it.
Right, Mads, it's official. Uncle Eddie's mad. That doesn't happen often. Not the only one. But don't worry, we won't get away with this. Not if I can help it. Mr. Gusto is no ordinary opponent. He's gone 18 years without his crimes being exposed. I think, Mr. Andrew, there must be some way for us to arrest him. Guy's probably watched a few legal dramas before, but he's no lawyer, not like you and me. There's gotta be some loophole somewhere we can use. There's just gotta. He's right. Mr. Gusto is just an armchair attorney after all. Alright. How is this going? Depending on your actions over the last 18 years, the statute may not have expired yet.
This ought to be good. Alright, I got nothing to hide. If there's something you want to ask it.
Very well, tell us where you've been and what you've been doing since the incident.
Sure. Not long after the contest, I was able to cure my taste disorder thanks to the formula from that book. And not so long after that, I went to Shangfa to really buckle down and hone my craft.
That explains a lot. We tried to contact you after the fact, but I guess you were long gone by then, huh?
Could be. I left, let's see, around a year after the murder. It was before Tangaro's last day in court. Going to Shangfa was the best thing I ever did. Flavor, design. I'm the full package now.
That's an amazing looking wolf as well. And all on the backs of those whose lives you've destroyed.
What's an omelet without a few eggs? Nothing, Mr. Prosecutor, nothing.
You're evil!
Sticks and stones, girlie. You can't arrest me, and that's all that matters.
Need more to work with. There has to be something I can get out of him. Maybe I can push him further on the statements he just made. Is there anything I should follow up on? Considering this is the only pressed statement that's actually given me something, I think it has to be about the training, because, nothing's gonna come up from his final day in court. The training in Shangfa is probably gonna matter. That's what will matter the most, I think, because I guarantee. But since they're talking about the statute of limitations, since they're talking about a few other parts, since they're talking about a bunch of other things, it has to relate to something with Shangfa. It just has to. I'd like you to tell us more about your training in Shangfa, if you don't mind. Is this the statement? Let me... Oh. Hang on, maybe we press this now? I guess we can press this one now. Later went for Shangfa to train. I felt I became the best in the world.
Hold it.
Shangfa, and you were there for a while, I imagine. I am... God, I am actually losing my voice. Then again, it's been 6 hours since I actually, like, started. Hopefully I don't... Hopefully it doesn't continue on to the next stream, but... We'll see.
I left some time after the investigation wrapped up. I'd been meaning to go there and start my studies for a while. And thanks to the hard work I put in.
Okay, that's a cool one.
My designs are now world class.
Looks like the dragon from Dragon Ball Z. That's amazing.
If you like it, it's yours.
Really? You're right. So he spent some time in Shangfa training. Can we know how much time you spent in Shangfa? Because remember the statute of limitations says that if you left, it gets suspended if you've left for a foreign country, which Shangfa is a foreign country, so... if you fled, you might be in trouble right now. You might be in trouble. If you've been there for longer than, what, 3 years, or longer than, like, than that, I really don't know. I often wonder if that's gonna be something of note. Tomorrow the Bone Temple trailer releases. That's good news. Because that now comes out in January, so that should be good. Also, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get a good sleep. My voice is dying. I've been taking a break. Well, not really, but we can at least maybe finish this case today. Get a little bit done in the next one. Ugh. Hopefully it looks. Hopefully it will look good though, because it does have a bit of expectations on it. So I guess we'll just wait and see how it looks. Statute of limitations for murder is subject to the following condition. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. Which means that the time you spend abroad doesn't count towards the total time under the statute. Yeah, hopefully it's a good trailer. Because, I mean, I know that life's 28 years later.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one iffy part about it, is the Marvel's director, but everything else is done by them. So it's like, the direction is done by the Marvel's director, but everything else is done by them, potentially. I just, hopefully it's, yeah, I can't imagine it being as bad as the Marvels.
Wait, so it's like someone hit pause while he was in Shangfa.
They've already got pieces of a good, you know, they're bringing back several of the cast from the previous movie. So, it's at least a good start. And also, like, it's the middle part of a trilogy, so they want to probably make sure that it's I don't think that there'll be anything as bad as Dracula. I don't want to jinx anything, but I cannot imagine anything being as bad as Dracula. At least, that you were going to watch. Like, I could imagine other things being potentially worse, but... Like, they're making the Bambi horror movie this year. I think that comes out in October. I could imagine that being worse, but then again, I don't have a major attachment to Bambi in the first place, so it's like... Who really cares? Like... I was more so just insulted that Winnie the Pooh got, like, made into a horror film. 2 of them, in fact, so... It would depend on how long you stayed in Shangfa, Mr. Gusto. Like, I feel like you would have to try... Someone would have to try to be as bad as Dracula. Like, actively try. And the only way that I can think of that would happen is if, it was something like the Winnie the Pooh horror movies, where they clearly knew that this was going to be bad, and they still went along with it anyway. So it'd have to be on that level, because at least Dracula, going into it, had some things. Even the Frankenstein movie has some things that, you know, it has something that they're at least trying to do, even if it's not necessarily good, but... 3 years? Hold on, nobody said anything until I'd done the math. The murder happened 18 years back. The statute is 15 years. Add the 3 overseas.
15 plus 3 makes exactly 18, which means no way. Mr. Edgeworth, you did it. The statute hasn't expired after all.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Flitwick is coming back. He's just admitted to the murder, and, yeah, it's Flitwick, the Wingardium Leviosa teacher. Yeah. And they've casted, they cast, Dean, they've cast Crabbe and Goyle, they've cast, they cast a bunch of them. So more castings come out now. Yeah, Professor Flitwick is coming back. Warwick Davis is coming back. I think he's probably going to be the only returnee cast member. Yeah, he's going to be the only returnee cast member, I think, at the moment. And they announced Professor Binns, who was a character in the books but never in the movies. They're making him in it as well. He's just been stringing us along this whole time.
Why is he laughing? We're good, aren't we? We can arrest him now.
Hate to break it to you, little sis, but IS-7 went down at the end of December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, it's been 18 years and 4 months since Frost's murder. If Gusto's stay in Shangfa really lasted 3 years on the nose, it's not enough. We're a few months short. I still am skeptical about the show. I really don't know what to think about it. I want it to be good, but at the same time, I look at it this way: if it's bad, I have the books, I have the original movies. That's what matters to me. I still have. It's not like the originals are going away. If they make a bad product, then it's on them for making a bad product. But you know, I still have the original movies and I still have the original books. So I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens.
What did I tell you? You can't touch me.
Hate to admit it, but he's read the board well when he made his confession. How unfortunate, Mr. Edgeworth. If only the statute had been suspended for another year. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. And you, Mr. Edgeworth, have failed. Someone gave a positive reaction to your submittal review. Yeah, I mean, not everyone's going to agree on whether the show is good or not. Did you see, I should check, I should say this, your pal on Criticless actually gave a review for Caught Stealing. He actually gave it a good score. He gave it, he didn't give it as high as you did, but he gave it, I think, a 73. He gave it a 73. 7.3 or whatever, I think he gave it. I think it was a 7.3. Well, that's why I said, ultimately at the end of the day, it's opinion. And it's just like, just because somebody else liked it, doesn't mean that that you necessarily have to like it as well. Like, it's just differing opinions, which again, like... I like the Star Wars prequels. Actually, no, he gave it a 78. He gave it a 78. 7.8. Yeah, he gave it a 7.8. But his reviews are kind of just, like, not very... like... detailed, to be honest. It's just more so just like, oh, this is, like, what happens, and not necessarily, like... not necessarily, like... It's a short review, but not like a... That's why I don't do reviews, because I feel like it would take me so long to review stuff. I mean, I go super in-depth with things, and it's like, I'd rather just talk about it, or make something, make a video review, rather than a, He actually gave Caught Stealing a good review, though. He gave it a 7.8, so a little bit less than you, but still at least a good review. But it's a short paragraph that sort of just describes the movie, but that's really about it. To me, that's not a review. That's just a short synopsis. That doesn't really count as a review to me. There must be something I can do. I knew it. Well, if the law can't bring Mr. Guster to justice, then... Dudes, what are you thinking? Or it's just stuff that doesn't make any sense, like when he reviewed, like... Star Wars A New Hope, it was just like, oh, generations of children have grown up watching this, and then this has happened, things like, that's not really a review, that's just kind of a thing, and then it's just like, when you hate on, you know, Star Wars Episode 3, talking about how it's a, you know, all this other stuff, it's like, but, yeah. Like, I don't know. Objection! There's no need to go adding to your rap sheet just yet. We're not done here, far from it, because there's still a way we can nail them. There is? Alright, Mazzarino, pep talk. I need you to think back over everything we know about the case. Gusto's overlooked one critical thing that you yourself were led to believe. Yeah. It's hard to take him seriously. Which is... He wasn't there for Samson's last trial, remember? Best I can tell, he doesn't seem to know what the final verdict that came down that day is. Which means there's still one way left to us. Crack open your statutes for dummies there and take another look. 17 years ago, they really did a number on Samson and framed him like a pretty picture. And if we make good use of that verdict now, we can make Gusto pay in full for what he's done. And I get that people have a right to their own opinion on whether they like or dislike something, but at least give reasons. don't just give generic reasons and just, you know, think, like, sometimes it's more important to just think, like, to me, like, if anyone has... If anybody has quoted Revenge of the Sith in any way, that cannot be a 0. Because you at least remember that movie. If it was a 0, you don't want to remember that movie. Like, that's the one thing that I look at it as. And to give any movie a 0 means that it has to have actually, like, no redeeming quality to it. Which is why I find it very hard to give a 0 to anything. Because usually I try and find something, but... You know, I don't even think I would give Dragon Ball Evolution a 0. It would be a low rating, but it wouldn't be a 0. Because there was at least something that I liked about it. Yeah, I don't know why he gave Nosferatu such a low count when it's like... One's made with love and the other one's made with like the complete opposite. And also like the techniques that they were able to do with the Nosferatu movie, it's like it's... You don't even have to necessarily be a fan of those movies to appreciate that someone made an entire town to build around this movie. Like, they put effort into that Nosferatu movie. And so even if it bombed or not, like, they put effort into making Nosferatu. Dracula sounded like they did not put effort into making that movie. Even the guy who directed it said he wasn't even thinking about making a Dracula film. He was talking about, like, oh, I liked working with Caleb, and I wanted to find a role that I thought he would fit into, so I decided, hey, let's make Dracula. He didn't even have any passion towards it. It was just like, what can I put Caleb into so I can make a movie that I worked with him in? Again. Those who would overturn the goddess's judgment must be willing to pay the price should they fail. Sense my client, Miles, and I can't bring myself to use the source of his pain as a weapon in this fight. Yeah, I think he's better as a producer or like a writer potentially, not as all of them. He probably shouldn't direct films. He probably shouldn't be in charge of everything when it comes to the film. I think he should only be in charge of some parts, because he at least has done some good other things, but he was not the main... Yeah, people knowing stuff for the sake of the plot just makes that a bad movie. So whether you play our last card or not, it's gonna have to be up to you. That's a bad movie to me. Especially in a mystery thing where it's like they already know how to kill him, despite the fact that they don't know what it actually is. Bringing Mr. Gusto to justice can only happen if I use the outcome of that hard-fought trial. Should I raise an objection and play that card or not? Yes, absolutely. My father and Mr. Von Karma. One sought to reveal the truth, the other to hide it. I know which path I choose to follow. The one that seeks to reveal the truth. It's just like AC Shadows, you know? Like, you can tell that when they made the AC Shadows, it's not the same team that made the original. It's not the same people that made the original, and if they tell you otherwise, they're lying. It's not the same... How to character assassinate someone even worse than Disney tutorial Dracula, yeah. Granted, Disney have that new movie that I keep seeing trailers for. It's like Disney Zombies 4. I've never watched it. It's like a damn teen high school college movie where you've got daywalkers and vampires, like, and it's like, oh, it was, it's a Disney like channel movie, but it does not look good at all. So Disney are already releasing a bad vampire Disney Channel movie this year, so I can imagine like that would somehow still be better than Dracula is. Because the thing is like, at least I can say in the Disney Channel movie, it's a Disney Channel movie. They're not trying to make it serious. Dracula, they want you to feel like it's serious, so that's probably where it's more of an insult. And yeah, like, at least the Disney Channel movie knows that it's not meant to be, like, taken super seriously. Dracula, they want you to take it seriously.
court has reached its final verdict. The record will state that Mr. Gusto has been found not guilty on all counts. No, Your Honor. Mr. Carmelo Gusto is absolutely guilty. And I refuse to let him walk away. His crimes are too unspeakable to go unpunished. Do you mean to suggest that you have grounds upon which to call for his arrest? And to show Judge Gavel something that proves the statute of limitations hasn't yet expired. We have the... This, right? No, this, where's the information? It's this, I think. Yeah.
Take that.
Except you already filmed school and show you how to make Dracula. Is there a particular page of the IS-7 thing you want? It's the suspect data. Because if we look at the actual thing here, we have proof of the Cube's convicted as an accomplice. Yeah, I hope that you're able to get into the film school so that you can start working on actual movies and get your foot in the door. Again, I want to be able to say that I know somebody who made a movie. Like, I want to be able to say that I know someone who made a movie and I can see them in the credits and be like, hey, like, you know, I know the person who did this. And I want to be able to say that, like, they were able to achieve something that they wanted. I mean, everybody has to start from somewhere, right? So... I'd like to direct your attention to the page concerning the suspect. As you can see, Santa Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice. It took around 1 year from his indictment for that verdict to be reached. It does seem to be the case. The book you gave us details certain conditions pertain to the statute of limitations. Started as a critic, became a director. Yeah. And honestly, the story is kind of like inspiring in a way where it's like, oh, just like modern movies just weren't doing it for you. Like a lot of sequels and you know, that'll also shove it to people as well because it's like there are tons of people who read reviews and it's just like, oh, well, you're just a movie critic. You don't know how to make a movie. Well, hey, if you go to film school and you make a movie, it's like, yeah, I actually do know how to make a movie. I'm actually like trained. You know, I've been taught how to do this. Like, because that's always one thing that people like to use against reviewers is like, oh, well, you don't know anything about movies because you're not in the business, for example. And it's like, well, you know, one, I'm the viewer, so I know what I do and don't like, and two, you have actual credentials to say, hey, I've actually studied this, and so I do know what is required to make a good movie. One of them, as I mentioned, is that the statute is suspended if the suspect flees the country. And another states that the statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. What? Tangaroa was convicted as an accomplice? Yep, guess you were in Chengfa when the verdict came down. That's why I want you to achieve your dream. And get that, make that movie and many other movies. And do that. Santa was convicted as an accomplice, not as the main perpetrator. Which is clearly news to you. And not good news either, am I right?
But how can that be? Tangaroa wasn't an accomplice to anyone. He was innocent and you know it.
We know it. It's what we've been trying to prove all along. In a pleasing twist of fate, his wrongful conviction will be the very thing that sets him free. You spent 3 years in Shangfa, and your accomplice Samson Tangaroa was on trial for 1 year. It means that you can still be charged with Mr. Frost's murder after 19 years after the fact. In other words, the statute of limitations hasn't expired at all. Let them wait until you see my name in the credits again. You're going to do everything in your power and beyond to get there. It's an absolute dream, and once you're allowed, you will not mess it up. Yeah. That's what you've got to believe in yourself. Just believe in yourself and know that you can do something. And you can achieve whatever you want to.
no matter what other people like to say. And you have a different take on movies, like, I get this feeling that, like, because of the way that you review stuff, and, like, how you have watched stuff constantly, how you're able to remember... You're able to remember scenes of a movie based on the soundtrack that plays, and I think that's a unique thing where it's like... That would help with making movies as well, because when you're thinking about a scene... You're also thinking about the music, and then you know how to tie that together, because you then will be like, I want to be able to remember this movie by not just what the visuals are showing and the acting, but also by the setting and by the sound. I think that also makes it... I don't think a lot of people necessarily think in the same way. They might only think of certain scenes with certain music choices, but they don't think about, like... If someone goes and watches this movie multiple times, can they remember my movie because of the sound? Can they remember my movie because of other aspects outside of certain things? And that's a different take on it. Goddess's judgment is infallible. That of her servants, it appears, is not. It seems the prosecutor in charge. Yeah. Like, music and soundtrack, sound effects... authentic look, you know, not going for CGI, going for practical effects, good, you know, good diverse casting of, like, different, with different roles and stuff, like, understanding, like, who can fit and play in the role, like, if you don't have a lot of experience with certain things, like, getting the right help and assistance with that. Unbelievably, we may have no choice but to instigate a full inquiry.
No, how could this? You weren't supposed to be able to...
18 years, that's a long time to let somebody else suffer for your crimes. It's time to pay the piper, Gusto, and not a moment too soon. Yeah, tone is absolutely... You know, you've got to set the right tone for the movie. You can't just have in the middle of it... You know, you can't just have in the middle of it a musical number... Or like in a movie, or in like a show where, you know, Twisted Metal, there's just a random prom episode. In a show that's supposed to be about death racing and killing people and doing all that other stuff, like, you can't just have a random prom scene or a random, like, just random nonsense. It needs to be, precise and fits for the tone and fits for the theme of the movie.
I'm finally the greatest. My brilliance has been recognized. Pay up everything for this. Everything, even my son.
That's the other cool thing as well, is, again, it's in the public domain. Dracula is in the public domain. So, there's nothing that says otherwise that you can't try and make your own Dracula film. There's nothing that says that you can't make your own Dracula film. It's in the public domain now, so... It's something that is actually explorable. It's not like you need to ask for permission to make the IP. It's just available for everyone to use for public use. Kojima is teasing he's working with Robert Pattinson. That sounds interesting. I think that could work. It might be for the Xbox game, because he is working on... Kojima's working on, he's working on a, like, some other Xbox title, I think. I can't remember what it's called. Although, if Death Stranding 3 is a thing, if Robert Pattinson is, busy day today, just came to say hello. No problem, George. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day at work. I think you're at work at the moment. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for that. Yeah. I'm wondering
If Robert Pattinson gets well received in June Part 3 as the villain, what if he brings Robert Pattinson in for Death Stranding 3 if they want to make it? Because we need a replacement for Higgs, right? So... Robert Pattinson for Death Stranding 3? Maybe? But yeah, don't stress too much at work. Oh, OD was the name. I think so, but if he's working with Robert Pattinson, that could be a possibility. More's the pity. But you can't run from the law forever, because the bill comes due at last. Yeah, that could be cool, because they need to replace Higgs, right? So you need to have someone that can do something, so... If Robert Pattinson's a good villain in, Dune Part 3, that might be a good sign to, that might be a good sign for the thing, you know? Who knows? It's an idea to throw out there. Kojima works well with, name actors. Dune releases next year on the PS5. Is there a release date? Because I know that you were really, really, really hyped for that one. Oh no, he's gonna break down, right? Oh no. Wait, he's making one of himself? Okay. Interesting breakdown there. Yeah, I know, that's, I guess that's your most... Actually, now that I think about it, is that both things now? June Part... Ooh, hang on a second. It said just 2026, so that's a release date. Ah, okay. Does that mean that June Part 3 and June the video game are the two hype things for the next year? Because yeah. June the game and June Part 3, yeah. That's gonna be a wild year. June the game, June Part 3... Avengers Doomsday, Violent Night 2, Werewolf, Death Stranding 2 concert, Death Stranding concert, 28, Bone Temple, Resident Evil, GTA 6. There's tons of things coming out next year. Because there's also for his trip downtown, so... Yeah, there's just a lot of things coming out that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Batman, Lego Batman, Lego Batman. Suppose so. Mortal Kombat 2 now that it's been delayed. Although, now that I'm a little bit concerned with that, but... So sorry everybody. Of course you all so much trouble. Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Gusto to justice at last. Violent Night 2, the Grogu movie, even though I'm not like super hyped for it, I mean it could be good. I think Gentleman Season 2 or 3 you said was that next year. Presumably The Boys Season 3 is also going to be next year. I think, is Batman Part 2 next year? Or is that 2027? Afraid there's no escaping the consequences of your actions, Missbound. Yeah, The Boys Season 5, yeah. Don't know why I said Season 3. Was that something else? Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, you gotta wait for all the DC stuff. That's the... Brand New Day is also next. Brand New Day is also next year as well. Which, again, I'm really, really, really looking forward to Brand New Day. Those actions were born of the legal mistakes that were made all those years ago. We all know that. So allow me to apologize in return, on behalf of the prosecution. Oh, I have no one to blame but myself for it all. Starting with those sculptures. Yeah, The Gentleman Season 2. Oh, that was another thing he mentioned with court stealing. He said if people like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, that people will like court stealing. He mentioned that in his review for court stealing as well.
So I guess it has, like, some sort of, like, Guy Ritchie kind of flair to it, maybe? Caught stealing in a way. Not some nervous newbie anymore. There's no way I'm letting you take the rap for everything.
Honored. Thank you, Mr. Fender.
Oh, she's welling up in the eyes. Second most anticipated show, yeah. And still got Fallout Season 2 is technically happening in December, but it'll happen through next year as well, so... oh, that's right, the Statham movie in January as well, that's also coming out. So, I think Fallout Season 2 is probably gonna bleed into next year.
Sorry, man, but you gotta come with me now.
Of course. Judge Gavel, why did you lie to us? Lie? What are you talking about? You implied that there was no case for a retrial, but as we've proven, that wasn't true. Surely anyone truly committed to seeing justice done would have called one as soon as the body was found. Yeah. How is it doing in the box office, actually? Let me actually have a look and see if it's... how it's improved. Has it improved since then? Let's see, no, it's still sitting at around the same amount. Yeah, we needed a good movie. That's the one thing, is like, can't wait to own it and watch it again on Friday. Is it that oh. So you're watching it again. For a second I thought it was going to streaming immediately, but it's like, no, that's too soon. I think Nobody 2 came out on streaming today, or I think it's today. We clearly have no intention of doing so either. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. As such, you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. Oh, tomorrow's Peacemaker Season 2. Yeah, Mobland, Dark Wolf, Peacemaker. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. I'm still not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I can get this video uploaded, I probably will be, but... if not, I'll probably just, take the day off and not stream. Take the stream off, I should say.
The heck, and after you caught the real killer and everything? Isn't that what prosecutors are supposed to do?
So I think there's only 2 episodes of Peacemaker right now. Regardless of how it may all play out, I will never regret what we accomplished here today. Yeah, the second. I think it was the second. It's unfortunate that the movie flopped, but again, it's like what you said, it made sense as to why it flopped, because it just wasn't as good as the first one. And I like the idea of the theme park, I like the idea of, like, the creative kills and stuff, but again, like, I can see that there's some problems with the movie. And I do... after thinking about it a little bit more, it's like, I do quite like Nobody 1. I wish it stayed a little bit more... like the first movie.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Mobland should be done so you can binge the entire season. Yeah, I think it's, it should be.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Why'd you stick your nose in my case, anyway? You weren't even on my job.
My job is to bring the truth to light, Mr. Winner. Not only as a prosecutor, but as a person.
I don't get it.
Wouldn't expect you to understand, not as long as you believe that closing a case makes you a winner.
That's going way over my head. I'm going home.
What's that all about? Eustace still has a lot to learn, is all. I still don't think I'm gonna throw this out here. I don't think Peacemaker Season 2 will be as bad as Twisted Metal Season 2. It might do as much damage as Twisted Metal Season 2 did to Season 1, but you at least liked Peacemaker Season 1. I think Peacemaker Season 2 might not be as bad as Twisted Metal Season 2. It's just going to be interesting to see how they tie it into the other DC movies, because I know that they've changed stuff, but... You'll be looking for a minute if you're not back before you end stream. Have a good night till next time. No, yeah, I'll probably be finishing in about 15 minutes or so. If not, it'll be a bit later. I'm actually about to take a break real quick. Because we're about to finish this case anyway.
Wilesy. Just wanted to say, good old Greggy Pegleg would have been proud of you today. Look at me tearing up.
I'll see how long we go. I have a lot to discuss at the end of this stream, because we finished this case today. It took us nearly 7 hours. On top of all the other time that we spent the last 2 or 3 streams playing.
Thanks for helping poor Sammy Poople.
Of course.
Yeah, it looks like you cleared everything up, huh? So, what happened exactly? It's kind of busy sketching. Wait, where did Judy and Verity go?
You really weren't paying attention, were you?
Connecting this directly to Superman's a massive mistake. I would say that is, yes, as well. I think the Suicide Squad movies and the Batman movies work together as their own separate thing. Yeah. Yeah. I think it is a mistake. I think Suicide Squad should have stayed separate, and I think the Batman should stay separate, personally, just because it's a different feel of the film. I do not want to see what James Gunn's Batman looks like. I think that is going to be a bit... eh. I am loath to admit it, Larry's sketches did come through for us on more than one occasion. Not that I'm about to tell him that.
Put up with the glaring, will you? Whatever I did, I'm sorry.
Calm down, Larry. I wasn't glaring at you.
You totally were. You're just like your pop.
He was a terrific liar, too.
He was?
Listen, I'm gonna head out. I need to fill Samson in on what went down today. You wanna come with? Yes, of course.
Great, then I'm coming too.
Okay, April 2nd, 4:56 p.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room.
So what's Mr. Tangaroa like? Can't wait to finally meet him.
You will give Supergirl a chance, and if you hated Superman, hated Peacemaker's into, and Supergirl, you've seen enough. Yeah, I'm not sure how I think about Supergirl. I've only seen the scenes that she was in the movie, and I didn't like that, because I didn't like what it did to Superman. And I really don't think I need to see a rave on the red sun with Supergirl. And apparently people have said this is how she is in the comics or something, but it's like, well, if that's the case, then Supergirl's not a great character either, so... yeah. I don't want it to be like girl boss stuff either. I just want it to be a good superhero movie. And they can't make it better than... if they somehow make it better than Superman, that actually is really weird. Even while locked up, you can't help but make all sorts of cookies and cakes for everyone. Yeah, Jason Momoa could be... he'll play a good Lobo, I think. He at least looks the part. It's by 3 p.m. Cake extravaganza is a thing for prisoners and guards alike.
Really? That sounds awesome. You think there'll be any left for us to try?
Didn't we find a few slices of chocolate cake in the prison the other day? Could they have been some of Tangaroa's baked goods? There he is.
Gummy, what are you doing here?
Heard you all were coming to see Mr. Tangaroa. That's also the only reason why you have interest in seeing it, yeah. I mean, they're gonna make a Lobo movie at least. I'm interested to see if the Lobo movie's any good, but... you're looking now? No problem. Take care. If I don't see you after I finished, or before, or whatever. Heard you were all coming to see Mr. Tangaroa, so I volunteered to escort him. Hello, new friends. I'm Santhan Tangaroa. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick, Kay Faraday.
Very nice to meet you both. Miles here is Gregory's son.
Is that so? Your father was very kind to me and fought so hard for my case. But in the end, I betrayed him. I made a false confession and... Don't worry, Mr. Tangaroa. Mr. Fender has explained everything to me. Sure did. Now we're here to tell you the truth about what happened 18 years ago. Truth? Judy did all that for me? Crazy kid racked her brain for 18 years until she finally figured out how to set you free. What can I say? Turns out she really would do anything for you. Never did anything to deserve such devotion. Come now, Mr. Tangaroa. I think we all know that's not true. The bond between the two of you has held strong for all these years, after all. Think so? Guess I better show him. Which piece of evidence is proof that the bond of Mr. Tangaroa and Miss Bond share? The chocolates. She still makes chocolates, even to this day. It's the chocolate. Those chocolates. Judy made them, didn't she? Yes, she did. They're super delicious and sweet. Miss Bound continued making them just as you taught her, even after that fateful day. So that there would always be some waiting for you when you finally came home. I bet they're beyond super sweet then, aren't they? Very much so, I'm afraid. I only wish we could hand them to you. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure he gets them later. I guess we still can, though, remember? Because, of how things are. We can still get them to do that. Which would be a clear breach of prison policy. Not that I have the authority now to stop them him anyway. Thank you very much. You know, Detective, something about you reminds me of Detective Bad. Really, Belle? Because I look up to him a lot. He's my role model. You don't say. It seems fate like just to bring people of all sorts together, huh? You hang in there, Samson. Just a little longer. Should be able to get you out soon. I'm sorry it's taken so long. Nobody should have to wait 18 years to get justice. Don't be silly, Eddie. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Or rather... Thank you. Truly. Samson? Well, I guess it's my turn to wait for Judy to come home now. Better make sure there's something delicious on the table for her when she finally walks through that door. Don't let me down, Eddie. Leave it to me, big guy. Is this the end of the case? IS-7 incident. It's been 18 long years, but this case we'd inherited from my father is finally coming to a close. Hey Miles, thanks for today. Sorry for forcing you to make the final call like that. Not at all. I simply made the call that felt right to me. What are you guys talking about? You know how Samson was wrongfully convicted? We had to pretend that he wasn't in order to nail Augusta. To use his false conviction against him, even to save him. And as his lawyer, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Yeah, I can see that. And now that Augusta's behind bars, I can finally start to get that wrongful conviction overturned. I'm sure that you will. Wait a minute, does that mean that even if you were only doing what's right, if the false conviction had been overturned before today, Augusta wouldn't have gotten away scot-free? Yep. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Because of things like legal contradictions, right? Yeah, but you never know. Things might change. The law's always evolving, just like us humans.
Who's that Pokemon?
Mercoletti and Mazzarino included, am I right? The potential for growth and change in people and the law, huh? So, Miles, are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of yourself. One only you can answer, sorry. I know. Well, let's just say I won't complain if you show up at the office one day. And on that note, it's time for me to skedaddle. I owe you big time, and I always repay my debts, but for now... Thanks again for today. I mean it. You seem kind of in a hurry to get out of here. You did. Honestly speaking, I'm the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. After all, he gave me the chance to reckon with my father's final case. When I was a boy, all I ever dreamed of was becoming an attorney like my father. But then, during my time with Mr. Lonkama, I learned the way of the Prosecutor instead. Eventually, with the help of some good friends, I found my own voice and a new way to live. But now my career as a prosecutor is at risk of being taken away from me. It may be time to take another long, hard look at how I want to live my life, whether I like it or not. April 2nd, Edgeworth and Co-Law Offices. Hey, Gregory. Sorry for reporting in so late. May have taken 18 years. I'm finally in a position to prove Samson's innocence. All thanks to your boy, Miles. Couldn't have done it without him. Should have seen him. The way he thought for the truth gave me chills. It was like I was watching you. Look, I know I'm not half the attorney you were. Those guiding principles you tried to instill in me, I like to think I'm embodying them now as I carry on your legacy. Here's hoping. Oh, both pictures of... Your boy will be joining me in that soon. And that is the last... I'm gonna fight crime as a prosecutor, help people as an attorney. What is the right answer? What path should I choose? That is the end, right on 5 o'clock as well, which is when I would normally finish streaming. Right on 5 o'clock, we finish this case after almost 7 hours. I'm saving the game. I'm going to take a quick break for like a minute or two. I'm going to come back, I'm going to go and talk about this case, and then we're going to wrap it all up. Because there's a lot to compact with this. There's a lot to talk about, and I'm just super hyped with this. This might be one of my favorite cases in the entire game. I loved it. So I'm going to be back in like a couple of minutes, and then I will go and think. So yeah, be back soon.
I've returned. We'll discuss this case and then we will go ahead and talk about everything with the case, and then we will go and think. Have you finished it right on 5 o'clock, which is normally when I would stop playing. So, and we got the trophy, so. And I would have got it a little bit sooner, but there was a point in the game where I got actually stuck, and I'm like, why can't I figure out where I'm supposed to go? And then I was like, oh, I completely forgot about one extra, section there, so I feel like a dummy, for doing that. So what we're going to do is, let me actually check the, trophy list. So we just got a trophy for completing the 3rd chapter. It'll send me right back to the menu, so that's also a good thing, but I just like that it was like, I wasn't sure if I would finish this at 5, by 5, and we finished it right on 5 o'clock, basically. Like, right on the point where I would normally have stopped, but it was like, I would have technically finished it a little bit earlier if I didn't get that in that area there and I was stuck, but let me actually, back it out to the menu so that there's something that's on the screen, but we are on to the next episode. A Turnabout Forsaken. No clue what this is about. We've finished the 3rd case. It took us a billion years, it felt like. At least 2 or 3 streams, and today's stream was 7 hours, and then another stream I know was at least 5. You know what? It took me ages to finish this. This case has to be one of the longest ones, at least on stream, but I mean, I know that I wasn't optimally selecting everything in terms of if I'm chatting away, then it's going to take off more time, but still we got it. We finished episode 3. Now we have 2 more episodes to go before we can get to the platinum. I think the last trophy unlocks when we finish the 5th episode, so we should get the platinum right as we finish the game. Welcome back. We just got done with episode 3, and right on time for when I would normally end things. So, but before that, there's a lot to discuss. With this case. I have no clue what the next case is involved in. They didn't really tease it or anything. So I don't know what to expect from where we're going from here. We did a good amount of stuff today. I think we started middle 3 or middle 4. I can't remember exactly. The entire ending was the entire ending was 3 parts. I'm trying to remember where I ended. Oh, sorry, where I ended last. I would have been here, right? Yeah, so nothing new gameplay-wise. Again, music and graphics is always pretty consistent. Character-wise, we didn't get introduced to any new characters. We just had reintroductions to characters from different parts. So, I guess the main thing I'd be able to talk about in this would have been, we did get to see Samson, who didn't look any older than when he already was. Gusto we saw in the present after he'd passed out from the gas, and then he was basically I'm convinced he might be... Gusto might be top 5 Ace Attorney culprits. He's probably in there. He has to be. I feel like he has to be. there are 3 old Spider-Man games on PS Premium now. They might be the PS2 versions? Because I own Spider-Man 1 on PS2. I played the Spider-Man 1 and 2 on PS1. Those games were quite fun. Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3 are based off of the movies, though, so it could be those. Gusto... Web of Shadows, Shadow Dimensions Edge. Oh, it's those ones. Those are the newer. Those are the more newer titles. I haven't played those. I think Web of Shadows has one of the more darker Spider-Man stories in it. I've not played the other 2. I can't remember how good or bad they are. I kind of fell off of, like, playing Spider-Man games after Spider-Man 2, which was, like, 2004 or something like that. I didn't really go back and play a lot of Spider-Man games. I heard that the Amazing Spider-Man games are good. Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 are good games. I just never went and played them. So I didn't play any new Spider-Man stuff until the newer ones. Yeah, Gusto in the present day. I was not expecting him to be what he was. He might be top 5 Ace Attorney culprits. Had no regards for his son, had no regards for the victims, had no regards for basically anything, just completely came out of nowhere. Fantastic villain. 6 games into that is a massive amount. Spider-Man 1, 2, Ultimate Spider-Man, Web of Shadow, Shadow Dimensions. That is a lot of Spider-Man games. I mean, I suppose if you haven't played them before, you could try them out, but I can't really give an accurate, feeling on them because I haven't played them all. Like I said, I stopped kind of playing Spider-Man games after the PS2 era. I just remember the quality of them started really dropping at around the PS3 point, and then obviously PS4 picked it up with Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man, and Marvel Spider-Man 2. To the point where they're pretty much like the definitive Spider-Man games, I would say now. Yeah, where did we begin? We were... Oh, that's what we were doing. We were connecting, story-wise, we basically, eventually accused Von Karma of forging evidence, and found out that the body was removed, and that they were presenting false police reports, and, obviously we ended up going to the trial, which we ended up finding, we already know what the results of the trial were anyway. I'd have to have a look and see what the Spider-Man ones are, because there's Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2, but on the PS1 there's Spider-Man, and there's also a Spider-Man 2, I think it's called Enter Electro, is the PS1 version. Those games are not based on the movies, those games are actually based more on the comics, so you get Black Cat, you get Scorpion, you get Hammerhead, you get Electro, you get Doc Ock, you get Carnage, you get you get like you get a ton of villains in that game. It's a PS1 title, so it hasn't aged like well graphically wise, but you get a ton of villains, a ton of characters and stuff that you can face in Spider-Man in those PS1 versions, and also the Spider-Man 1 and 2, the movie games that they released, they don't follow through everything for the movie. They actually have additional villains in it. So you can fight Shocker, you can fight Scorpion, you fight other villains in those Spider-Man games too. It's not just a copy-paste of the movie. It has all the movie parts in it that you would expect, like fighting Green Goblin, fighting Doc Ock, etc. But you have like other... Conjuring 309 is now in theaters. Yeah, I've been seeing trailers for the last rites, and I'm not looking forward to it. I really don't care about the thing. We never went back to the past at all after this. The entire ending was just based on the present stuff. So we ended up going and finding out what happened there. We basically got all the evidence from Eddie. So basically what happened is, it's in IMAX. Why would anyone want to watch it in IMAX? I guess for the sound, maybe? That's probably why. Basically the past events played out as Von Karma had an ace up his sleeve, he had a fake autopsy report, he defended the argument, even the ace in the hole got counted, the detective got fired, that's when Von Karma got the penalty, that's when it leads into the DL6 incident, and stuff with the fabrication. We got a bunch of the... You might need to go see weapons before it's completely removed. Yes, I would think so. If weapons is in IMAX, I'm assuming weapons is getting removed for Conjuring because, the Conjuring will, you know, they're gonna think like, oh well, the Conjuring's gonna make more money because it's a series. That's probably why. Eddie gave us all of the evidence from the past to look through, and then we basically investigated the fountain room. We found out about how they did the stuff with the teapots, swapping up the teapots. We did a bunch of stuff. We found out what happened with Larry doing, where he broke the stuff. We got a trophy as well there too. We investigated how the with the lift pulley thing, and also the different tables, and how they smuggled the ice out of the areas, and how they got them from different places to one another. Conjuring has like 8 IMAX screenings each day, so today Weapons is still playing, and maybe tomorrow, but not long. Yeah, it's not going to be long after that. The Conjuring will be taking, especially if The Conjuring makes a lot of money. If The Conjuring starts making a lot of money, they're going to want to take up more spots in the IMAX screening, so I could imagine them just being like, if The Conjuring's just going gangbusters in the cinema, they're going to be like, well, we don't need to have Weapons in here anymore, it's had its time, let's just move on and put The Conjuring on, because people are going to want to watch The Conjuring. Even though I don't really care about The Conjuring. Then we pretty much like discussed a whole bunch of stuff with all the characters. We found out how the ubiquium and asphyxium was put through the water, as well as there being lots of sugar in the water. And also, like, just bounding all those things together as well. And basically, we came to the conclusion that it was... well, we had all of the elements in place, but then Judy ended up being... people here are hyped for it. I have no hype for that movie. I'm sure it could be fine, but I just don't care about the Conjuring universe. I already gave The Nun I watched The Nun, hated it. I watched Annabelle Creation, which was... It was fine, but the same problems that I have with those movies, it's always the same problem. It's just like, you know that the place is haunted, why are you not getting out of there? You know that this is going to happen, why are you not getting out of there? That's always been my issue with those movies. You have a prediction here and now. Weapons is getting IMAX re-release after Conjuring flops and around the time after Tron airs. It has to be after Tron airs, because I think Tron's going to be in IMAX. And it's October. Weapons could get a late... Because Halloween's late October. Like, the last day or two of October, so... But then you've also got to remember, is Sinners going to get a re-release? Are they going to re-release a few horror movies just for Halloween? I could imagine that happens. Then the forensic stuff came back, and also what happened with the condition. Yeah, Tron will definitely have to be IMAX, that makes the most sense. Basically then Judy ended up being put under the microscope, I guess. Yeah, Running Man, that makes sense, it's an action movie. Most action movies are probably going to get an IMAX release, and it's a remake as well. But yeah, Predator, Running Man, those are, again, it's stuff that either has a remake or is a popular franchise. That's just what happens. Basically, after we ended up breaking down what happened with Judy, she ended up, basically explaining how she stole the sculptures by smuggling them under the trays, which explained the cold saucer, And then all the stuff about statute of limitations came into play, which obviously came to play later down the line as well. Romulus was better in Screen X than IMAX. Yeah. Well, see, Romulus probably fits better for Screen X because it's more sneaking. Predator is more action-y, I think, than Alien. Like, depending on what they do with it. Predator is more of the action flick. I guess the sense is you want to be able to feel certain things, I guess. When it comes to Screen X, you want to be able to feel, like, impact of certain things. That might be why it's the way that it is. And yeah, so basically Judy got found of theft for stealing the sculptures and doing all that other stuff that she was doing. And how they did it with the luminous cloth and covering it over, and that's why the sketches were different colors. And once she admits everything, she admitted to stealing, like, the infesticide and the poison trap stuff to sabotage who the real killer was, which ended up being Gusto. Oh, that's 4DX. Oh, I'm getting them confused. So there's IMAX, Screen X, and 4DX. Yeah, I was thinking it was 4DX for a second. That's the moving chairs. 4DX is the moving chairs. Screen X is something else. Oh, Screen X is screens all around you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never seen a movie like that. I've been to a 4DX screen. I've done a 4DX thing before, and I've also done a IMAX before. And then basically, Judy explains the statute of limitations stuff and why she made the mansion, and that her goal was obviously, like, in front of you and on two sides. Yeah, okay, I've seen pictures. I've never actually been to see I don't think I've seen a Screen X thing. I think that was a newer thing. Her true goal was to find this true killer. Obviously, that led to us accusing Gusto. And that led into the last part where he happened to be awake, and then obviously we had to break down. Gavel started getting real defensive about what was happening. She really wanted it to be over because she was, I guess, because the committee was basically corrupt. You went to see a lot of Screen X movies, but The Batman was the best Screen X movie to date. Yeah, I mean that's also just a great movie. I really like The Batman. I know you like The Penguin more. I haven't seen The Penguin, so I can't comment on it yet, but I really like The Batman. And then once we basically, Winner got back with Gumshoe, IMAX is the preference, yeah. I remember going to IMAX as a kid for, like, school trips and stuff, and it was like it was still kind of like a specialty kind of thing. And basically, Gusto came back with Winner. We started interrogating Gusto about what was going on, about what was happening there. We connected all the logic together to basically then start building up our case against him. And once that was all basically sorted out, it was basically like trying to figure out what the connection between Gusto and Frost was, why they were doing what they were doing, and then we had to play a big giant game of mind chess with Gusto, where he was working on, we basically got an explanation about, like, first he wanted the title, then he wanted the book, because the book had the secrets in it that he needed. Best IMAX movie this year was Sinners, since it's also filmed with those kind. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Is like I think back when I was a kid, when IMAX was a thing, they would just make movies IMAX, and that was it. They weren't necessarily using the IMAX cameras. The only people that were using the IMAX cameras at that point would have been like when James Cameron was doing stuff with Titanic and things like that. I think that was IMAX, but a lot of movies were just given the IMAX treatment, and they weren't IMAX movies. They were just IMAX, you could just go to an IMAX screening of the movie. Then Gusto revealed that his son has, he was saying that his son had the illness, but it ended up turning that he had the illness instead.
Yeah, Nolan always does that, yeah. Nolan always does it, and Cameron does it as well. But then again, he's always been like that, James Cameron. Then eventually it came out that it wasn't just his son that Gusto had it. Gusto's son didn't have it. It was Gusto himself, and he wanted the cookbook to cure himself, so he took the photos of what was going on there. And then we had to get the connection about like what was different between there. Obviously, the big difference was that his son wasn't around to taste the creations because he was forging everything. And then Gumshoe arrived, had the blood, and then we started getting into the villain phase of Gusto, who basically explained that he got the blood on him because he Frost refused to help him in the final, and they got into a fight, and then Gusto killed Frost, and basically, like, he then started using the whole excuse of, the Odyssey will be the next Nolan movie, won't it? That'll be the next one. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That should be a good movie, I think. The longest IMAX movie you've seen was the latest Leo one, but in terms of marathons, Dune Double Bill. Yeah, the Killers of the Flower Moon, I think, I have not seen that yet. It's a long movie, I think, though. There's going to be a Dune triple bill, I guarantee it. I would think. Next year, there's going to be a triple bill, I think, for Dune. In IMAX, I reckon that they'll do that. Especially if it's comparable to, like, Lord of the Rings. Gusto started using, like, oh, I have nothing more to hide anymore, so I'm gonna now, because he was using the whole 18 years statute of limitations argument on us. Then that started getting broken down because he spent 3 years in Shangfa, which means it was paused, and he thought he could get away with it, but not the case. You cannot get away with it. If that's the case, you're getting Michigan's day 1. Yeah, you absolutely would have to. You would absolutely have to get it day 1. If you don't get it day 1, that would be really, really, yeah. I would not want you to miss out on a Dune triple bill for those movies. Especially since it would, be an experience to see. The time that got put on hold because he left the country, and then that's when we started breaking down the other stuff, which I'll get into in a second. So basically, like, the moral of the story, well, the whole thing of the story was that he had the taste disorder, and that meant that he couldn't take over as the world's greatest because he lost his sense of taste. So instead, he wanted to cure his taste, but he had bad design skills, which is why he had Artie Frost helping him out, and his son was a taste tester, and then that basically worked up until the finals because Frost realized that he was planning to use him to get to the end, and that ended up being his downfall, and he lost. So basically, he killed Gusto after they got into a fight, and then they started framing everybody. He wasn't trying to target Tangarol because he respected him, of course, and then cleaning up all the blood, hiding everything, and as he did with the ship, and then obviously he wasn't expecting the ship to collapse, which is what happened with Judy, and then she ended up going, and that was when the body got discovered, and then he had to hide it in the Gemini sculpture, and did all the other stuff there. And then when the body ended up being discovered, because Judy found it, that ended up wrecking everything else. So basically a whole lot of stuff ended up happening with these characters, and it was just really, really well done. Then the detective in charge, obviously, of the case ended up being corrupt, basically, and because of karma, and then all the stuff with the case happened with the forged reports, and the trial dragging on, and the forced confession, and all the other sections that happened there. Then, basically, they never figured out at all who the murderer was because it was never disclosed. That's when all the stuff that in the first game happened. And then, obviously, Gusto traveling to Shangfa. They did the stuff 17 years later. Judy was evicted from the mansion because of his relative stuff, and then she ended up becoming famous to earn enough money to buy the mansion back, retired, and then basically set up a
scenario where all of the stuff was fake and all of the other parts were what they were. And she ended up going and basically using it as a way to lure the killer out of hiding, which ended up working. And she basically set it up so that there would be the gas that would kill the killer. Then once that happened, then all the stuff happened that we did before with like Larry finding them and where stuff was planted, and yeah, that's the game basically ended with like, again, Gusto got taken into custody, set the trap, you know, Gavel was basically just went away and said that they would still be hell to pay, basically. We got that flashback with Eddie and all the other characters. Nice to see that there as well. No idea what we're expecting in the next two cases. They didn't really tease anything going forward. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to discuss character-wise. I feel like I went through mostly everything. Artie, we knew nothing about until... we knew nothing about Artie until he revealed how he was doing stuff. So we knew nothing about him. And we knew nothing about... but he basically turned out to be a bad guy, I guess you would say. He was, like, using people and all that other stuff. I guess that's the best way to put it. Not good that he was using people, but that's basically what happened. Samson got free, of course, although thing. Manfred von Karma, we overcame that in the past. Again, Gusto, I think, might be one of the best villains in this this game. Definitely in the top 5, I would assure, like, just... He went from, like, once he got into the point where he was starting to think, he was like, oh, I don't need the statute of limitations. Oh, I don't care about my son. I dismissed him because he didn't help me. Oh, I didn't care about Frost. I didn't care about people that I killed. I didn't care about, who got framed. He only cared about being the confectioner. All the stuff with Judy was sad as well. Basically, the road to hell is paved with good intentions is this entire case. She intended to expose the real killer, but by doing so, also unraveled her own plan and also prevented other things from happening. So it was kind of just like one of these bittersweet things where, yes, Samson got out, but then because other things happened, that's what ended up going on with that. And I think that's all. I think I've got nothing else to say. Off the top of my head that I can even at least think of right now. And obviously, we still don't know what's going on with Gavel. She seems like she's corrupt, but at the same time, also doing things as well. So, yeah, I don't really know how much else to really say and talk about with this game. I've been going for nearly 7.5 hours, and it took me, like, the entire stream to get through this one case, and just a lot to say. So I guess the rest of this week, I've got 2 more cases to go, then we'll get the platinum. Also got, what else have we got? The rest of this week, I'm going to try and get this done. We might be able to finish it. If I do it on Wednesday through Friday as well as Sunday, we should definitely be able to get through it. But it's also hard to say because this took me 7 hours, basically, 5 hours to get through the end point. So we'll just wait and see how much more longer we have. Saturday will be Strikers if I'm able to do it. Otherwise, it'll be on Sunday. Monday will be Rivals again. Hopefully we can retain our winning streak and just keep going. Otherwise, there's going to be stuff happening, I guess. I feel like I'm rambling at this point. I probably should have ended like half an hour ago, but I wanted to finish this case, and we would have had enough time to do it anyway, so yeah. I'm happy that we finished the case. We can see what the new case is on the next stream. And yeah, I have no clue what to expect here. I think that looks like... I was going to say that looks like Kay in the silhouette there, but I don't know if it's her. Still can't believe that people would give Dracula 7.1 and say Vlad is searching for his lost wife in this blade. Yeah, exactly.
I don't feel like they watched the movie. I read the synopsis of the movie. I listened to your review of the movie, and it's like, you watched the movie and reviewed it, and it's like, what part of this tale is he looking for his lost wife? What part of this movie is he looking for his lost wife? He literally killed her. He killed her, and then he was looking for somebody else to replace her, and then blaming everyone else for what he did. So just a poorly written character, a poorly written story, poorly written Dracula, and it got a 7.1, which means it's on par with June Part 2, which a movie that I haven't even seen, but I can already tell you that would be better than this movie. So, yeah, I don't think I have any other plans for this, stuff, so I guess I can start wrapping things up now. So with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, and review of this video gets me closer to monetization. Have some more content, has no content, become more system is defined. I upload on my past reactions as well as plays on Let's Play 2. The YouTube channel, because I find a link down below to the games list for the games we have played thus far. All in August plays, all the upcoming games, DLCs, Switch games we can ask the Champion mission as well. Working on more Plat by Pass segments of games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as a switching things up segment of games on the Switch, on them with more Triangle Strategy experience, Travel Like Cadera experience, and Pokemon Violet and Nuzlocke, so I'm going to continue those. The live notes, as well as the Super Mario Dream Make stuff, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee stuff as well. I upload them to YouTube because I wait for them to the invitation on my videos before they upload them deleted and want there to be a separate page for them to find my country to do it. So, also the Dragon Quest 11 speedrun stuff is getting close to being finished. I just need to edit the notes down and then I might be able to do a bit of practice every now and then, just to see how fast we can get that done. Follow or subscribe on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy Chipper sprint. I will also be doing a subathon on the 21st of September, which is the 20th of September for everyone else, for the most part, to celebrate the 1 year of being affiliate, with rewards and stuff as well. 3 subs is Pikachu Muzzy for the month. 6 months is Pineapple Pizza Redeem, which means that for 100,000 channel points, someone can redeem for me to have to eat a pineapple pizza the next time that I order pizza. Poor me. Hang on a second. First of all, he killed his own wife in the first 5 minutes. Then he takes someone else's wife. Mermaids, fairies, and more. Dracula stone such a henchman from Casper. There's no blood in the movie. Wait, there's no blood in the movie? There is no blood in the Dracula movie. That is a crime in and of itself. How does someone make a vampire movie with no blood? He's a friendly, misunderstood guy. This is not Dracula. This is not Dracula. How do you make a Dracula movie with no blood? I do not know how that is possible. That means he doesn't bite people? That means he doesn't, like, kill anybody? That just means that he... Yeah, I don't know. 9 subs, Pokemon tier list. Favorite Pokemon tier list with, my sister. 12 subs will be a Pineapple Pizza Dinner AMA, which just means that another time that I do it, I will do an AMA. And I'll make that a regular thing. Anytime that gets redeemed, I will make that an AMA Q&A thingy. 15 subs, Discord movie night. 18 subs, chat picks a game for me to play. Within reason, I will mention. Within reason. I can't just play anything on stream. 21 subs, Pokemon Special Pass with my sister. 24 subs, karaoke stream. 27 subs, Pokemon Nuzlocke that she, wants to do. She's picked which game, and we will do that. And then 30, I will wear the Pikachu onesie for an entire year. I'm not expecting to hit all these, but we'll see how it goes. Also, as usual, every 20 subs and subsequent 30 subs on top of that, I will do more speedruns as they appear. No bite marks, he does nothing besides dying at the end and having a dance battle strip scene. That is not any kind of form of Dracula that I could ever imagine or hope to watch. That's not Dracula to me. Also, sub badges and emotes, as well as voting on for the next game. So after we finish this, we're going to go back to Princess Peach temporarily. Then we're going to go and play Donkey Kong Country Returns, Luigi's Mansion 2,
Persona 4 and Ultimax, God of War Ragnarok, and the next voted on game, which will be either Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Fantasia, or Tomb Raider with the 3 Remastered. Yeah, 2.5 hours as well. A Dracula movie can be long, but that is long and bad. Long and bad. I will also be doing Rivals next week as well. Also, if you sub, you can get ad-free viewing, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get ad block. I can appreciate everyone's support today for the follows, chat, subs, bits, looks, raids, shoutouts as always. As well, and you'll also get a notification. Not even Nosferatu was this long? How long was Nosferatu compared to Dracula? Actually, I'm now curious. How long is Nosferatu compared to Dracula? Two hours? Yeah, 2 hours 10 basically. So it was around the same length, but how do you have two different qualities of Dracula in the same amount of time? In around the same amount of time, I should say. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish to add me on Discord, I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members, still growing strong. Paying talks, games across as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification. I'll link our everyone as well. And to find this note, click on my stream over there. That is my Twitch content going forward. You can find the link down below in the stream for that as well. So, as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone online we can raid. If anyone has any raid requests I'd like me to make, I will gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming right now and give them the raid. I don't think you said that you were streaming today? Nosferatu is a masterpiece, and if you think otherwise, you're wrong. Yeah. Let us see. I don't think that's... Is there anyone online right now? Let me have a look. I think you were busy at the moment, so I don't think you were planning on streaming, right? So I will have a look and see. No, but you will be in the morning. Okay, well then we'll just send a we'll just go over to, okay, yeah, we'll do that then. Yeah, I'll send everyone over to Germany. They're playing Phasmophobia at the moment with a bunch of peeps, so I will do that. So thank you everyone for watching as always, and with all that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you on the next stream. A sort of pre-Peacemaker and Dark Wolf Mobland stream. Okay, that sounds like a fun idea. Enjoy the rest of your day, though. So thank you for stopping by in all the chats as always, and we will raid out right now.
Who's that Pokemon?
What? Didn't even stop the stream.